Hello, hello. Are we live officially? Maybe. Let's see. Okay, it looks like things are loading up. All right. We're just about 13, 14 minutes away from the start of NAB, at least the Blackmagic Design announcement. So, we're just going to hang out here and chat until then. Collect some people before it starts. Talk about what we're working on, talk about projects, and talk about like snap captions, for example. New update just came out for that. That's been crazy updating all that. I'm just gonna wait here for a minute for some people to come in here. I'm gonna make sure everything looks okay on my phone. Make sure everything's going through fine. Oh, a V2 of my tool or Snap Captions 2 you're talking about? Because I'm also working on a new tool for those of you on YouTube who don't see my Discord stuff. I did remember. I was trying to like wait a couple minutes to see if I would worry people, to see if I would miss. But I did not. I'm here. Uh, Snap Captions. Uh, we actually just did beta 03 last night. So go ahead and check that out on Orson's Discord. You can download the newest version. It has a lot more stability updates, a lot more fixes. The installer should work for more people now. So hopefully that fixes any problems you were having with snap captions. Obviously, though, if there's any problems still, use the reporter on the app and we will get to it ASAP because we are working on this very quickly. We're doing a patch pretty much every week, like every Friday. Expect a patch. I don't want to say that like confidently, like don't quote me on that, but hopefully we're gonna shoot every Friday. We're gonna have a patch out. That's our goal. Yeah, just get into lemon squeeze again and get the newest version. We're gonna eventually, whenever they end up start using it and testing it, they're gonna actually start sending out update notifications in the app itself. So when you go to use it the next time, if you haven't updated yet, it's gonna tell you that there's a new version to download, and it's gonna give you the link right there. But they're working on adding that. The code is all there. They just haven't sent it out and tested it properly. So they're gonna do that. I'm not the person who's in charge of that stuff. There's somebody else who does the technical stuff on AWS, which we host everything on securely. Hello, welcome, PixFix. I have not worked on the macro creator recently, but I am going to. You may have noticed that the price dropped a little bit. I did that in anticipation for the updates because I want those updates to be really worth a price increase. So I'm just like, get it now. If you want to pay a little bit less and then get another version later, you can. It's just like an incentive right now. But yeah, if you haven't checked it out yet, on my website down below, you can get the new macro creator for $90 right now at a discount before the updates come out in hopefully just a couple months. I'm gonna probably have to recode it like from the beginning just so I can get it to be up to my current standard of coding because I wrote that when I was learning a bunch of stuff and it's a mixture of good code and bad code and trying a bunch of stuff and forgetting to delete it. And yeah, it needs cleaned up and rewritten. So I'm gonna have to rewrite it from the ground up a little bit. It's gonna be pretty much the exact same app, but I'm gonna fix some problems from the ground up. Just so I can also understand where the code is and where everything is so I don't get lost every single time I open the edit again. It looks like the stream is working. Let me try to open it up on my phone here. Maybe. I'm clicking it, but it's not opening it up. Got about 9.5 minutes for the Blackmagic Design announcement. Pretty excited for that. We'll switch over to that scene whenever it starts. And I do know that Jake is also live right now, so we might talk later. I don't know. We'll see. But he's also reacting to this at the same time. So we're gonna see what's new in DaVinci Resolve. Maybe some new Fusion features. Uh, Maybe new camera announcements. New other devices like the board over there. New keyboard. Maybe we'll see. I hope to see some subtitle improvements because the subtitling system has been very bad. You know, coming from the person who works on snap captions, you know I'm thinking about this stuff a lot recently. But we've been testing out a bunch of stuff with it, and we have seen how bad it can be. We've seen it trying to only put one character per subtitle, which in theory will do one word per subtitle. Um, Sometimes puts sentences with two lines in one subtitle that's like less than a frame in length, and it's super weird. And it just does not calculate things correctly. It's the weirdest problems with the subtitle system. Sentences are wrong. It duplicates things. Hey, how's it going, James? Nice to see ya. Haven't been streaming in a while. Good to see everyone again. Hope everyone's doing good. We are pretty close to the NAB announcement here. Pretty excited. What's everyone hoping to see in this new update? Ignore the coughing. That's the ghosts. Okay, looks like the stream is going. Sorry, I'm looking down so much. I'm trying to get my phone to play the stream so I could double check it was running fine. It is. We're good. How's the audio? How do I sound? Do I sound quiet or anything? SVG and 3D imports. We kind of do have SVG imports. It's just not very good sometimes. Uh, yeah. I mean, is it 0.5 or is it is it 20? Like, is this 19.5 or is this 20? I don't know why they would do a 0.2 announcement at NAB. I feel like they would choose 0.5 to be the number. I feel like 3D improvements is a definite. I would love to see some new like USD stuff. Like if we saw the USD system get huge upgrades in this update, I'd be okay with that. And if we saw some cool new fusion nodes that do a lot of crazy stuff, if we saw a lot of API changes, that'd also be really cool. But I don't see that they'd announce that at NAB. I feel like they'd keep this really general, or at least more general than coding a tool for it. So it'll probably be like the major updates, probably something like Fairlight or something. Who knows? We'll see. I feel like they've gotten pretty close to being done with like the color page and Fairlight, besides like occasional additions. It's mostly like the edit page, cut page, and the fusion page that they're really doing the big changes on these days, isn't it? Or maybe I've just missed things. You're still used to 18.5? I don't know if I could. Like, there's been some cool new additions in the recent updates that I do enjoy. Of course, the one that stops people from using the UI system is a little bit obnoxious as a tool developer and someone who likes to give things away for free and say that anybody can use them. But if it was their original intention, I just wish that there was a little more clarity on that, and it was like official. It was like maybe in the patch notes or something, or like an announcement, because that kind of disrupted a whole community of people. Deleting the cut page would be nice. I don't know about that. It seems a bit extreme of an update for an NAB update. I don't know. I feel like they do that in a patch release, you know? Ignore the ghosts. About 5 minutes away now. Pretty close. Should I play some music in these 5 minutes, or should we just chat? Because I don't really have music queued up or anything. What's NAB? I don't know what the acronym is, but it's a bunch of tech companies and whatnot coming together, showing new stuff they're working on. Like, for example, Blackmagic Design shows new cameras, new apps on phones, new updates for Resolve and Fusion, and any other stuff they're working on. So that's kind of what NAB is. Like, it's just companies that just share what they're working on, essentially. People get to go there in person and actually see things hands-on. Like, I think the Switch 2, I don't think it was at NAB, but they recently did an event that's similar to it, where like people could go there, try it out, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, that's kind of what NAB is. Is that clear enough? It's in like LA, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong there. I didn't look up what it is or where it is. I like the duck icon. Is that from a CS30? I was just recently taking that course on the Harvard site. It's an intro to computer science, if you don't know. It's like one of their oldest, or I guess it's a really old course. I don't know if it's one of their oldest. The intro to all the videos online. You just Google the yellow duck and put it. Yeah, the CS30 duck looks pretty much exactly like that, just with the CS30 on the side. And it's like their mascot, because in computer science, you talk about your problem to a rubber... You talk about your problem to a rubber duck, and then you just start to realize what the problem was. I didn't expect music to start playing. That would be the stream. I'm covering it up, but we are... Oh, wrong screen. We are about 2.5 minutes away. Let me turn that down for you and me. That was so sudden. There we go. We have background music now. There we go. I think they listened to our prayers. That's what it was. Two minutes away. We're almost there. Does anybody use the Blackmagic cameras or anything that goes in here? Like, do you use like a server or something? I don't know what all the products they have. I know they have cameras and audio devices and stuff. I don't know what else, like what all they have. They have stuff for like studios and stuff, but I don't know what they're all called. Lots of live streaming stuff. Like, does anybody use that stuff? Or are we all just editors around here? Probably just editors. Yeah, I think so. 1 minute away. Then we get to find out what happens to Blackmagic design in Davinci. This music does not feel very like anticipation building. Final Cut and Adobe have their updates. Now it's Blackmagic's turns to make us happy. We'll see if they incorporate more AI stuff. That'll be interesting if they do anything like that. If you go over to the Davinci Resolve Discord, the one by Jake Whip, he's running a poll right now. Go ahead and go over there and check it out. We got about 30 seconds to go, so go over there fast before the start so you don't miss it. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. Oh, they even took the timer away. Like, I don't know, 3, 2, 1. We'll see. I'll turn it up so you guys can hear it more, and I'll turn myself down. Actually, should I be a little higher? Should I actually hear? We think the Davinci is it too loud? Let me know. It feels a little loud on the spectrum. Music loud? Yeah, okay. I mean, I'll turn it down quite a bit. How's that? Cool.
Hi, I'm Grant from Blackmagic Design, and I wanted to give you a quick update on what we've got for NAB this year. We've got quite a few new products today. We've got some new cameras and some new switches, plus some new SMPTE 2110 IP video products, and some really nice live streaming solutions as well. Plus, we'll be introducing Davinci Resolve 20, which is a really big update this year. So we've got quite a lot to talk about, so let's get started.
Not 19.5.
First, I wanted to talk about backing up media. Now, we're all generating a lot of media files, so we need a good backup solution and something that syncs to Blackmagic Cloud. So we've done that. It's called Blackmagic Cloud Backup 8. Now, it's similar to our Blackmagic Cloud dock, but it uses low-cost 3.5-inch hard disks. So let me bring it out and show you. Here it is here.
This is like the hardware version of the cloud for like
now it's got 8 hard disk bays along the front, and each bay has a nice illuminated LED border. And you can just insert up to 8 hard disks in the slots. It's really
like a
easy to
Synology
use.
drive, I guess.
Let me check out. I'll show
Hello,
you the back.
welcome to the stream.
I'll turn it around.
Stream just got started, so welcome in, welcome in.
So you can get a close-up of that there. So you can see it's got the 410G Ethernet connectors, so everyone on your network can access the backup media and back things up. Plus it syncs to Blackmagic Cloud, which means you can do your own local backup of Blackmagic Cloud storage, which is always a really nice thing. And now it has that status display HDMI output as well. And it has USB for the utility, but also the USB looks like Ethernet to the computer. So you can connect a computer with a simple USB cable, and you can access the media just with a USB cable. Let's go back to the front. There. So I can plug in some power. And I've got a hard disk that I can plug in and show you. There's a disk here. Now we've actually developed a case for hard disks. So it looks a bit like an old videotape. You can store them on the shelf.
It does.
And it's sort of, a bit like an old digibeta tape. So, and we'll manufacture those hard disk cases, so they'll be on our website, and there'll be a price on our website. So if I insert the disk here, there you go there. So you can see the LED ring should light up. And now the LED ring is red when it's writing files, and it's green when you read files.
LED?
And some of these hard disks are actually so fast you can use them for editing. But the main thing is they're really cheap. That's over like 20 terabytes. And that's what really matters. Now, when you're finished, you can back up onto the disk, and then you can remove it and put in a fresh disk. So you can have only update of them at one time. So I think it's a really good way of backing up a lot of media really fast. So the Blackmagic Cloud Backup 8 will be priced at $1,495. Now the prices can change, obviously, depending on government duties and taxes. It's just started production, so it should be available in the next week or so. So the Blackmagic Cloud Store 1.7 will add support for the new Blackmagic Cloud Backup 8. And it should be posted on our website the next day or so. Okay, so now I want to talk about SDI routers. Now we've got a new type of video hub today. It's called Blackmagic Video Hub Mini 4x2 12G. It's rack mount, but it's very tiny, and it's been designed when you need a small router and you don't have a lot of space. So let me show you. I'll bring one out. Here it is here, so you can see.
I have no use for this, personally.
It's a 1/3 rack width design. It has a built-in control panel on the front, and it's got those nice, it's like a nice direct cut bus style routing, but you can custom label the buttons, of course. Now it's got 4 input buttons, and it's got 2 output buttons. So to use it, you just select one of the outputs, and then you select the input that you want to route to that output. So it's really simple and super fast to use. Let me show you the back. So see it there, if you can get a close-up of that. So it's got 4 12G SDI inputs, but it's also got 4 12G SDI loop outputs. So you can loop it out to other gear. And it's also got 2 12G SDI router outputs. Now it supports all SD, HD, and Ultra HD video standards, and any combination of Ultra HD, SD, and HD. I didn't do that order very well, but you can do all those different formats on the same router at the same time. Now, it's got 1G Ethernet for remote switching, so you can actually use the Video Hub software with it. And it also supports the Video Hub protocol, so you can use like for broadcast automation and things like that. Now, it's got an AC power input.
I
It's
haven't
also got a
touched
12 volt
broadcasting
DC
since I was
power
in high
input for
school,
redundancy.
so
And
I
the
don't
12
know
volt
much
DC
about it.
has
I
the
don't know what
locking
this is really
connector,
used
so the
for.
plug won't pop out. Let's go back to the front panel.
I guess I did some
There it is
broadcasting
there.
with like
So we've actually done
ESPN
something
at
really
college,
exciting
but
with this router.
I didn't
It's
mess with
quite
the
different.
technology
It's got
much.
an emergency input connector on the front. It's under the front. There's a rubber cover on the front. Let me take that off so I can show you. There it is there, if you can get a shot of that. So what you do is you get an extra 12G SDI input on the front. So when you plug video into that input, it actually overrides input 4 on the back. I think input 4 would probably be the lowest
Did you just
priority
take
input. I
off the
reckon you'd probably
screen?
have the highest priority items on input 1 and 2 and 3. So this is really great when you're in small, like small portable racks, but you don't have any space for patch panels, and even larger routers, you only have space for something tiny. So if you need to connect video urgently, just plug it in the front right there. You can also see there's a USB-C connector on the front there, and that's a HD webcam output. So you can connect a computer to get video. The computer actually thinks that USB is a webcam, but it's video. And that's output number 2's video. So if you switch a source into output 2, then it'll change that webcam output. So it's pretty cool. Now, it actually has a clean switch function in here as well. And the clean switch blocks input 1, but it's quite different to traditional routers. Traditional routers have the clean switches on the input. The clean switch it's on the output, not the input. So you could have like a streaming encoder off one of the outputs with the clean switch on that output, but then a recorder on another output that doesn't have the clean switch. So the recorder would get a direct feed from the input video without any resync processing. But the streaming processor would have the clean switch. So I think that's really quite cool, because then your live stream wouldn't have any glitches when you're routing, but you wouldn't be inserting frames on the recorder. Now you can set the output clean switch functionality in the utility software, and each output has like a checkbox where you can enable and disable the clean switch. Plus also the software is localized into multiple languages, plus the labels can be Unicode, so that's pretty nice as well. So as you can see, it's a very powerful little router, and you can even use it on the desk. It's so cute. So the Blackmagic Video Hub Mini 4x2 12G will be priced at $595. It's just started production, so it should be available by the end of April.
That's about the same price as the new Switch 2.
I think it'll be really helpful in small portable racks and broadcast trucks. Now we also have a larger
a little
model.
more expensive, but
Blackmagic
still, that's
Video Hub
crazy.
Mini 6x2
The Switch 2 is so
12G.
expensive.
It's a little larger. It's half a rack width. And with that extra size, we can fit 2 more inputs. So I'll bring that one out. There it is there. So you can get a close-up of that. Now you can see the extra buttons on the input buttons on the front.
Oh, it wasn't a screen, it was a
let's have a
cover.
look at the back. You see there, you can get a close-up. So you can see it's got the extra inputs there. So it's got 6 12G SDI inputs, plus each input has the loop out. And also this model has a dedicated reference input, which is nice. So the clean switch can lock to the blackburst or tri-sync preference. And if there's no reference, it'll still lock to input 1. But let's go back to the front panel, because there's another difference as well. Now, like the smaller model, it's got the front panel 12G SDI input, but there's actually an extra connector on it. So let me show you that, because we've got a bit more space. There you go there, if you can get a close-up of that. So you can see it's actually got two 12G SDI connectors. So we've added a 12G SDI output, and that's the same video output as output 2. So on this larger model, the SDI input overrides input 6 when it's connected. So these front panel patch connections can be really handy. They can get you out of trouble if you need to patch in some gear during a live job. So I think it's pretty cool. So otherwise, the features of this model are exactly the same as the smaller one. But I think this one's a really nice model. Now, the Blackmagic Video Hub Mini 6x2 12G we priced at $795. It's also just started production, so it'll be available soon. But we also have a third model, and this is the largest one. Now, it's got the exact same features as the 6x2 model, but it's a larger 8x4 size, which means it's got 8 inputs and 4 outputs. Now, it's called Blackmagic Video Hub Mini 8x4 12G. Let me show you that one. Actually, I'll just make a little bit of space here.
It's Legos.
Move that over. I'll bring it out. There you go there. Now, it's 2/3 rack width, this one, and it has a larger control panel because it's got 8 inputs and 4 outputs now. Now, it's got the same 12G SDI front panel connectors, which I can remove the rubber on this one and show you. There. Now, the front panel input overrides input 8, and the output is the same as the output 4 on the back. Now, it's also got the USB-C webcam as well. I'll show you the back. See there? Now, it's got the same rear panel as the other Video Hub micro models, mini models, sorry. But now it's got 8 12G SDI inputs with loop outputs on all those, plus the 4 12G SDI outputs.
I think this is a way
So let me bring it back around.
to. I have no idea, actually. I don't actually know what this
See
is.
there.
I'll be honest.
So this model, I think, is a really good balance between the number
I think you
of
switch
connections
between
and still being
camera
pretty
video
small,
inputs,
which is
right?
really what you want
Like,
for
isn't
these.
it like
The idea
a
is they're
live
small.
wire?
Now,
Not
when you're
live wire.
rack mounted into a universal rack shelf, you still actually have a bay.
The one that's like lightning,
so
or
you
like
can put a
light
streaming
based
encoder or a
travel
Studio Mini
technology.
there. It's,
I don't
pretty
know.
nice. Now the Blackmagic
Like I said,
Video Hub
it's been a
Mini
minute.
8x4 12G will be priced at $995. Now, like the other two models that just started production, I think these routers are really nice, and I think they should solve a lot of problems in, like, particularly in portable racks. So now I want to talk about standards conversion. So we have a new up-down cross converter today. Now we have a HD model, but we really wanted an Ultra HD version of it.
Or
but we
for
went
like
a little bit further
events
than that
and
because we
stuff.
also wanted to make it rack mount. Plus, we actually also wanted to add SMPTE 2110 IP video support as well. We wanted some really high quality conversions between all SD, HD, and Ultra HD video formats, or standards, I should say, which means this model actually has better image processing than simple converters because it's got a larger processor that's just dedicated to standards conversion. So the image quality is really great. Now it's called Blackmagic 2110 IP up-down cross 12G. Let me bring it out. It's a bit of a mouthful. Here it is here. Actually, let me, I'll just make myself some space here. So there it is there. So you can see it's 1/3 rack width. It's got a new cooling design, so it's really quiet. But it's still quite small, so you can kind of use it as a converter. You can put it on the desk, or you can rack mount it. Now it has the LCD on the front with video display and audio meters. It has buttons and a knob for the menus, which is where you set the standard. So it's very easy to use. You really just set the desired video standard on the menu on the front. Then any video coming in will be converted to that standard. And for monitoring, it's also got a built-in speaker on the front. So you can push the button to hear the sound. If you double press it, it'll lock the speaker on. And if you adjust the knob while holding the button, it'll actually adjust the speaker volume. There's also a headphone socket. And in fact, if you plug the headphones in, the knob will then adjust the headphone volume. Now, it's got a USB-C on the front, which is also a HD webcam. So you can connect it to a computer, and the computer thinks it's a webcam video source, but it's actually SDI video. But let me show you the back. There it is there. So you can see it's got a 12G SDI input, and it's got a 12G SDI loop out. And it's also got the two 12G SDI standards converted outputs. So the two outputs there are the main standards converter outputs. It's also got a HDMI input that does 4K. And it'll auto switch between SDI or HDMI in, whatever's plugged in first. It'll switch also if one input's unplugged. But you can actually set that in the menu. There's a bunch of menu settings for that. You can set whether you want 2110, 12G SDI, or the HDMI input on the menus. There's a HDMI output that does 4K as well. And also the 10G SDI there, the 10G Ethernet for the SMPTE 2110 Ethernet video. And you can also route the 2110 sources in the menus as well, which is cool because it's kind of like, you could put this on a single Ethernet cable and just feed video through it when you want to convert things. So it's pretty nice. Now it's got a single BNC reference input that locks to internal sync. And there's also a BNC reference output for the internal sync generator. Now it's got a built-in sync generator, and the output will still work even if there's no reference
what's going
input
on
connected,
next?
because the sync
I don't know what
generator
this
will
guy's
just output,
talking about. I don't
but
know
the
what
sync
this is
generator can
for
also lock to
exactly.
a
It seems
2110
cool for
pins a
those of you
declock
who
as well.
want or need
Now, we've
something
also
like
got an
this.
AC power
There's
input on the back,
streamers
and
or
also there's 12
companies
volt
that want
DC
to,
backup
like
power
ESPN,
with a lock and
companies
stock
like
connector,
that,
so
for
that's really
example,
nice
you
too.
know.
Means you can add a second power supply when you need redundancy, which is
I don't know what he's
it's in a
talking about
critical
though.
path
He's
that's really
saying things I
important.
don't know what he's.
So I think it's really
I don't know
nice. I'll
what
swing
these
it back
things
around
mean
again.
sometimes.
There it is there. So it's got a lot of processing power. I won't demo it because we don't have enough time and there's a bunch of things to show. But it's really easy to use. You just pretty much turn it on and then set the desired video standard on the LCD, and that's it. It's a really powerful standards converter. So the Blackmagic 2110 IP up-down cross 12G will be priced at $545, and it'll take care of all your HD, SD, Ultra HD conversions. It's got a D interlacer built in.
This seems like a
So
pretty
it
good
can even
price
handle
for that.
1080i and NTSC and PAL video standards. It's got quite high quality processing. And it'll also actually convert between 12G SDI, HDMI, and SMPTE 2110 IP video connections. So that's pretty cool. Converters like this are so useful to include with all your live production gear. It protects you from strange sources, video sources you have to deal with, like weird cameras in venues that operate in strange video standards. And it'll convert whatever comes in to whatever standard you want to work in. Now it'll be available in May or June once it's finished testing. So that'll be cool. Now we actually have another converter as well. It's a bit simpler this time. And the next problem we need to solve is we need to use these OLED TVs for high-end color grading. Everybody wants to use them because they're so good, and so we need a converter for that. And also, we can use those TVs for on-set monitoring. They have such good colorimetry now. They make really good grading monitors. So we needed a converter with more powerful features. And so actually our Teranex Mini SDI to HDMI converters, which we have, kind of do the job, but they're not actually good enough. We need better audio outputs for monitoring, and we need some audio delay so we can compensate for the processing delay in these TVs and projectors. And then the output, that audio output can be sent to powered speakers. So the new converter is called Blackmagic 2110 IP SDI to HDMI 12G. It's a bit of a mouthful, but as the name says, it's got SMPTE 2110 IP video on it as well. So yeah, we're just sort of adding 2110 into all these things, but it's also got a 12G SDI input. So let me show you that. Bring it out. There it is there, if you can get a shot of that. Now you can see it's a 1/3 rack width. It's actually got the same kind of front panel as the up-down cross converter. So it's got the LCD display with the menus, the speaker, the headphone connection, it's got all that. And there's also a menu for setting up the audio meter ballistics, because you can change those between VU and PPM. It also supports the HDMI instant lock. So when you're switching video to a different reference timing, it'll continue to provide HDMI out and resynchronize it so that you don't get those big long dropouts on TVs. You know, like these TVs, when you switch the video input, they'll drop out to black and take a while before they come back again, because televisions were never really designed for broadcast monitoring. That fixes it. HDMI instant lock will keep the output going out to the TV and then take care of it so you get it coming back straight away as soon as you switch to a new source, even if the timing shifted. It's got to be the same video standard, of course. Now, the front panel also has the USB-C HD webcam output, and it also includes a 3D lookup table, so you can accurately calibrate a monitor, which is really critical, obviously, for color grading. Let's check out the connections on the back. So you can see there. So it's got the AC power input and a 12-volt DC backup power with a lock-in connector. It's got the 10G Ethernet for 2110 Ethernet IP video. It's got the 12G SDI input, and you can select the input in the menu, which input you want to use. And you can also route the 2110 IP sources in the LCD menu as well. Unlike the up-down cross converter, the front panel is basically a router panel. That's the great thing about the LCD. Now, it's got a 12G SDI loop output, so you can loop out to other gear. And you can actually, this is unique, you can loop out from 2110 IP sources or 12G SDI input sources. So depending on what input you're running is what will come on the loop out. So it's not just an SDI loop, it's a loop of whatever the active video source is, depending on which one's selected. There's the main HDMI output, which is 4K, and plus it's got the 2 XLR analog audio outputs, and these are the ones that are adjustable and level. They de-embed from channels 1 and 2, but you can select the audio channels in the menus that you want to de-embed. And you can also adjust the XLR audio levels so you can drive powered speakers. Now, you can use the knob on the front to adjust the audio level, and you can also select and mute the XLR outputs when you use the speaker. So there's actually some settings in there, and you can also mute the XLR outputs when you connect headphones. So it's got a bunch of really nice options. And there's also an audio delay for adjusting the audio to get perfect AV sync with projectors and televisions. But also, you might have noticed.
I was just thinking that, no joke. I was just thinking that.
What that's for is
I really wish there was like a separate video for the hardware versus the software.
So you can create like a remote volume knob.
Like, I don't care about this stuff. It's cool.
It's really nice if the converter's
those of you who like it,
use it. You want a nice volume control there. So it's really cool.
I won't
show it working because we don't really have the time. But it's a very powerful little converter.
Nor do I want to spend $500 to get it.
So the Blackmagic 2110 IP SDI to HDMI 12G we priced at $495, and I think it's the perfect monitoring solution for HDMI displays. It's a nice replacement for the Teranex Mini SDI to HDMI model, and it makes these new OLED TVs into fantastic grading monitors. Now, it should be available in sort of May or June, and it's a really nice monitoring solution. But what happens if you need surround sound monitoring? And that's very common in grading suites now, so we actually have a bigger one to handle that. It's got 10 channels of XLR audio monitoring out. Otherwise, it's exactly the same as the 2-channel model. Every other feature is exactly the same. So let me show you. I'll bring that one out. Here we are here. I'll move this out of the way. There it is there.
Well, that really is just a long version of the other one, isn't it?
That's to fit the extra audio connectors.
It's the exact same layout, just long.
The same features. It's just wider. Let me check out the back. I'll show you the back. There it is there. So you can see you've got the 10 audio connectors along the back. So you can map those XLR outputs to the different embedded audio sources. And we've labeled them with surround sound channels, but they can really be anything. And when you adjust the level control with the knob on the front or the remote knob, they're all adjusted up and down at the same time. So you can have like a full surround sound setup, and then the knob will adjust all the speakers at once. So it's pretty cool. Let me bring it around. Oops. Try not to destroy it. There it is there. Now this model's called Blackmagic 2110
Honestly,
IP
it just keeps getting
SDI to
bigger.
HDMI 12G-10.
That should just
So
display the
name's
different
getting a little
versions
bit
all together.
complicated, but there's so many features. Now it'll be
Yeah,
priced at $795.
like doing
It'll
it one by
also be available
one.
in June. So I think this is going to
Explaining
be a
each one
fantastic
makes
monitoring solution.
sense,
It makes it so easy to
but
get color accurate monitoring
spending
for your
so much
editing
time on
and
each
color
one,
grading.
I don't know
Or
if it
video
does.
walls and LED screens and projectors.
Oh, you had
There's so
NAB
many
X?
different display
Alright.
devices now.
You have a good
And you can
rest of your
adjust
day
the
or night,
AV
whatever
delay
time
for
it is for
perfect AV
you.
sync, even when there's processing
Catch you
delay
later.
on the display. And of course, it's got the 3D lookup table for accurate color calibration. So, it's great. Okay, so next I wanted to talk about capture cards. Now, last year we launched a couple of Decklink cards that had SMPTE 2110 IP video connections on them. They had 10G Ethernet for really low-cost connectivity, which means they can do a single channel of Ultra HD IP video, and they'd actually also do multiple channels of HD. But we wanted to do something a little bit more extreme, I guess, a little bit more high-end. So we've designed a new capture card. It's called Decklink IP100G. Let me show you. I'll bring it out. Actually, I'll just create some space here.
He keeps stacking them like Legos.
I'll run out of bench.
Yeah, you are going to run out of bench, you're right.
Because it'll get too long. So let me bring this out.
They're saying the same jokes we just said.
It plugs into a PCI Express
They're watching the
slot.
stream.
It's a PCI Gen
Confirmed.
4 card with 8 lanes. We just put it there.
Is that a graphics card?
Which is
What
extremely high
this?
performance. It's got built-in cooling. It works in HD and Ultra HD video standards, and it supports multiple video channels at the same time. So let me show you the side there. You can see there. It's got. You can see. I'll just.
It's not.
There. You can see it's got 200G Ethernet connections on the back.
It
So that
just
gives
looks
you up
like
to
one.
8 Ultra HD video
just don't know what this
connections all at
is.
the same
Okay.
time. Plus, you can capture and play back 8 channels all at the same time.
If they made a
and we
graphics
actually
card,
think
that'd be
it can
really
do more
funny.
channels in
Just
HD.
quietly announcing
We
doing
haven't
all
done
this.
that yet because we think the card should be able to handle 32 channels of HD. We designed it to do that, but we actually don't know if that'll work in practice. At the moment, we've been focused on 8 channels of capture and playback. So we need to do a few more tests to see how many more channels computers can handle. It's really up to the computers you're plugging it into. So that'll be really cool. But it is 8 channels of Ultra HD and HD initially. Now you can see we've got 200G Ethernet connections on the back, and that's for redundancy. So you could run 2 separate 100G Ethernet switches and have redundancy, which is really important at the high end. So you get 2 redundant SMPTE 2110 IP video connections, and a lot of high-end systems support that. Now it also supports the GPU Direct RDMA, and it also allows it allows the direct memory transfer.
It'd be so
between
funny if they just
the Decklink
announced that
card
they
and
are
GPUs,
making a
and that
graphics
reduces
card
the PCI bandwidth
to as like a
when you're
competitor
doing video processing
to
on GPUs.
like NVIDIA.
So you get a lot of huge reductions in the latency. So that's really nice. I think it'll be a really exciting card. I'll just put it down there. So I think it's going to be interesting to see what software can do with this card. Just uses the standard Decklink driver. With all this new AI processing, it's going to be it's kind of an exciting world right now. There's a whole new generation of CPUs and GPUs and everything going on. And so I think it's going to be exciting. I think this card will make it really easy to process a lot of video channels at the same time. And I can't wait to see what developers do with it in particular. Now, the Decklink IP 100G will be priced at $1,795. So it should be available in June after we've done some private beta testing with developers. I think it's going to be really exciting for developers and broadcasters.
Again.
Okay, so next I want to talk about the ATEM Constellation. So we've got a lot of people doing really big jobs with those. And so we needed actually a bigger switcher. And so we've got, now the ATEM 4ME Constellation 4K is already a very big switcher. It's got 40 12G SDI inputs and it's got 24 12G SDI outputs. But for some people, that's still not enough. So we've got an even bigger model, and it's called the ATEM 4ME Constellation 4K Plus. Probably it will help if I bring it out and show you because it'll explain a lot. I'll move the Decklink IP over there. So here it is here. It's a big monster.
This is going to be huge. Okay.
So there you go there. So you can see it's got the same front panel features as the ATEM 4ME Constellation. It's got the same features as the ATEM 4ME Constellation 4K, but it's got twice the number of inputs and outputs. It's got a few other extra features, but the main thing is this Constellation has twice as many inputs and twice as many outputs. Let me show you the back so you can see.
Do you have 40 cameras to have to record a single event?
There it is there.
Do you record the Indy 500? This is the thing for you.
So now you can see the difference. It's quite easy to see. So it's got the 80 12G SDI inputs, and there's a full Sandisk converter on every single one of those inputs. That's 80 Sandisk
for your
converters
ASMR videos.
So every input can be a completely different video standard. It's also got
all the angles.
Independent switcher outputs, 12G SDI switcher outputs. Now all the outputs have RP188 timecode embedded on them. They've all got the camera control, the tally, the talkback. is embedded to all 48 outputs.
Honestly,
A lot of
where are they
outputs.
hiding all of these?
And this is really good
Does
if you
someone
want to
keep
connect off to a
supplying
bunch of
them?
ISO
Like they just have
recorders.
like a
You can have
conveyor belt that
dedicated
just
output
like
to each
rolls
ISO
underneath
recorder,
it
and then you can
whenever
route
they
the
need to send a
sources
new one over to
into
them?
those individual outputs. And those sources that you can route into
They
each
should sell
output, which is all
desks.
completely customizable. So each output can be set between program video, the preview, any specific input,
Hardware black
internal
hole.
sources, clean feeds, which are before the downstream cares. And also now you can get 4 multi-viewers. The 4 multi-views built in can also be routed out the main video outputs before, as well. Like before, the multi-views were actually on dedicated outputs, which they still are, but you can also route them now through to any video output, which is really cool. And each of these outputs, like I was saying, was completely independent. Now, because we've got more inputs, it means we've actually also added, we need more MADI outputs. So we've doubled the number of MADI outputs to 4. And 4 MADI outputs lets us send all the switcher audio off to external mixers, which is why we need more when we've got more inputs, because we've got more audio coming in. The switcher gets all the sources, so that's kind of important. So it gets all the audio because it's getting all the sources. Now, the video inputs are then mapped essentially to 256 individual MADI output channels across all those, and you can pass it all off to someone for mixing. We've also added
Conveyor belt under the
MADI
desk
inputs
from
now
the
for an
warehouse.
additional
Honestly,
128 channels of extra audio input. And
just
they all
directly
all those
coming from the
inputs go into the audio
producers.
mixer, so they're like additional audio inputs into the audio mixer. And each one of those channels has all the audio processing. So each one of those MADI channels has 6-band parametric EQ, a compressor, a limiter, an expander, and more. Now, we've also, one other thing you'll notice on the back there, if you can get a shot down the side, we've added
I feel like I've seen
additional
enough
Ethernet
of these. We're
connections. So
very
we've got 2
close
Ethernet
to
connections
this.
now for redundancy. Now, Ethernet's where you connect the control panels and the ATEM software. But now we have, apart from that, we have all the other ATEM format Constellation connections on there. So we've got the 4 12G SDI dedicated Ultra HD multi-view outputs. Each multi-view can have up to 16 views. And of course, you can have custom colors, labels, borders, meters. There's also an RJ45 style talkback connector, and it has the RS422 serial control input, which is also good for switcher automation or PTZ control. It's got a BNC reference input, and also the USB port supports like a HD webcam out, so it does that on the back as well, so you could connect that to a computer and stream directly from here. It's got 2 AC power inputs for redundancy.
Imagine your job was just to sit looking at the tiny screen on the front of that thing and switching the cameras
power supplies.
when like someone
So I'll
tells you
show
to in
go
your
back to the
ears.
front.
Like your entire button is to look at the little screen and press the number button whenever your producer
So it's
says
got,
to.
so as far as features go, it's got
It
the
kind of
4
is what
internal
somebody
media
already
players.
did in my
It's got the
college
4
class.
ATEM advanced upstream
And what they do like
chroma
already.
keys per row. So
But
it's
like
got 4
with
rows,
that
which is
big of a
16
board.
ATEM advanced chroma keys in total. It's got 4 DVEs, plus it's got 2 super source processors, which each have 4 DVEs each. So what you got is you've got 12 built-in DVEs in here. Now it works in 720p,
Speaking of big
1080i,
boards,
1080p,
that's not on
and
those
2160p
on a
Ultra
stable.
HD television standards. So it's a bit of a monster. It can do everything. Now I don't have a lot of time to demo it here, but I do have one on the rack down the end here. And I wanted to show you quickly the inputs.
It did
So if I
look a
quickly
little
show you
bit
the
out
ATEM
of
software
date.
control
I'm
on the
sure these
computer,
are
then
the
you can see all
actual
the
cable
inputs. So
inputs, but
let's go down here.
they look like those old 3-color inputs.
So you can see I've got the preferences here. I can go along here to sources, and I can see all my inputs, and I can tab across, and you can see how many inputs I have, which is a lot. And then I can go to the outputs.
Are we getting a
and you
UI
can see I've
update
got
to
all the outputs.
Davinci
And this is where
Resolve?
you can do custom
Hold on.
names. Obviously, that's what you normally do.
Pause.
But it gives you a good idea of how many outputs.
This
I've
UI
got.
looks very,
Plus, I've
very
also got
different.
all the internal sources and things
Are
as
they
well.
changing the update
But
or
there
the
you go, I've got
UI
48
in Resolve?
outputs and the 80 inputs.
Are we getting
Pretty
this
cool.
new style? Is that why they were changing stuff with the UI before?
So the ATEM 4ME
Hold on.
Constellation 4K Plus will be priced at $12,995. So I think it'll be popular for really large jobs like concerts where you've got a lot of ISO recorders. You know, I remember when our switches had 10 inputs and they're a lot bigger now, so it's pretty cool. So this is in testing now, and it should be ready in June, so that'll be cool. So next we've been working on another software update for ATEM switches. Now this one is essentially adding some advanced features to the ATEM 4ME models and the 2ME models. Now we'll be adding support for shadow buses.
Oh yeah.
This is where
I actually thought this was an announcement or like a poll.
So one follows the other.
If you're
and
getting
so you can get
the new
basically
update,
separate
if you're getting
feeds.
20,
So one
make sure
bus,
to
well, the
back
main
up
bus is the
everything. Like
primary
go over
one.
to the Davinci Resolve
It's the one you do the
Discord.
switching on,
Check
and then
out the
follow
announcement.
bus, which is a
Jake goes
separate
over
ME.
pretty well.
We'll follow along.
Like back up your
it's controlled
databases,
by the
back up all
primary, but it's a separate bus.
projects,
So you get two MEs doing the same thing.
If you have a spare computer,
where it gets
update
really
to
cool
that
is you can do
first.
source
Like
substitution.
update on that spare computer
So this is
first
where
before
some of
updating
the
on your main
sources on the
computer.
follower are actually
Keep all your
overridden
stuff
by
safe.
alternatives.
Don't
So it follows
accidentally
most of the time, but not always.
corrupt your
'Cause you can
projects
override
if
very
they're
specific
important.
sources on that
You know,
follow
all the
bus
basic
and map
stuff.
them into a new
Yeah.
source.
Go check out
So
the
there's a new
list of stuff to
mapping
check before
window to
downloading
set
the
all this
newest
up.
version,
Another
whenever it
thing we've
comes
also
out.
done is we've added force tally as well. Currently, tally only
So to
works
cover
on
all those bases.
ME1, but you can now enable it on the other MEs as well. So if you're using a source on those MEs, the camera operators will see it. So these new features will be added to the ATEM 4ME constellation switches and the ATEM 2ME constellation models as well. So let me show you how the shadow bus feature works. So we can go across here to the utility, and I bring up the preference window again. It's down here.
Thoughts
And you can see there it is there.
if
So
we
I can
do get a
do,
UI
you can
update
see
in
how
DaVinci Resolve? What do
really
you guys think
powerful
of
this
it?
can be. I can basically just go across,
If this were to be the new update
And,
for the UI,
add one.
what would you guys think of it?
and there it is there. That's the
Just out
shadow
of
bus, and it'll
curiosity.
follow. So you can see from this window we can have up to 3 followers at the same time. So I could have, ME2, ME3, and ME4 all following, and they would all follow. But there's something even more exciting, which you saw a hint of it. Any output can also be a shadow bus, and this switch has 48 outputs at the the Constellation 4ME Plus here. So any one of those can be a shadow bus. Now it's a simple cuts only bus, but it works. So I'll show you. So I could take this one here, instead of it being ME4,
I do think it's pretty cool. I like the rounded corners and everything.
So we could make output 10 a shadow bus.
I like the new icons at the bottom. Those icons look pretty clean.
Because it's it's a simple output, but it'll follow the primary.
Like if DaVinci Resolve mimics this kind of style,
And then what you
I
can
don't
do
think
is
I'd be
select
upset
any of
about
the
that.
sources down here to be substitutes. So I could come along here, for example, and say, okay, I want that one to be.
I'm curious to see if the UI
different
system that
source,
we
and it could
interact
be
with in the
this
scripting API also looks
there
like
it is
this.
there. So you can map as many combinations
if it's out of
as you
date.
like. Now, when the primary bus goes to camera 6, this bus will go to camera,
Hoping it's
56.
optional. I
so you
would
can do it
love to
whatever you
see
like.
a flexible UI. That'd be really cool.
Now, you could use that for streaming in multiple languages. One ME could be in one language, like the character generator could be coming in one input in one language, and another ME could have a different character generator, a different language coming in. So they will follow each other perfectly. But when you switch to the titles,
Because like, be able to
each ME
put
would have a
like
different
your
character generator
previewer
source.
over
And,
here on the
you
right
could,
screen in this
so
corner,
you can do multiple languages
and
that
like
way
your
with different title
colors
generators.
over there next to
Or you could
it,
use them for like streaming concerts.
like your
One ME could be doing like the lead screen in the venue, which is always close-ups. The other ME could be doing the streaming output to the public, because you want the lead
all
screen
that
in
kind
the
of
venue to
color
be
stuff,
close-ups. Whenever you switch a
scopes,
wide
that's
shot on
the
the
word.
stream, you could replace it with a close-up version of one of the cameras for the lead screen. It
Yeah,
essentially
stability
allows one
issues would
person
come
to do
up,
two different shows at the
and
same
it'd be
time.
hard for tutorial
It's kind of
makers
cool. They
and
can be
stuff
doing
because
the
all
lead
the
screen
UIs would
internal
all look
venue
different.
work as well as a live stream.
You'd have to
Now the tele override
tell
feature is
everyone to
also
like
really helpful.
normalize
you
the
that.
layouts
It's
every
up in
single
here.
time. Yeah.
There it is there, and you can see the settings. So then I talked about the downstream key override before. Let me show you that setting. There it is there on the bottom. So that's where you'd set the override when the downstream key is completely covered over. All the upstream tallies can be turned off. So it's really cool. So I think this will be a nice update for high-end productions, because it's a high-end feature. Advanced live production really needs these features. It's going to be ATEM 10.0, and this update will be free to download when it's released, and it'll work on the ATEM 4ME constellation and the switches and the 2ME constellation switches, both the HD and the 4K models and the 4K Plus, obviously, which we're showing it on. Okay, so coming back down here, next up I wanted to talk about hyperdeck recorders. We have a new hyperdeck shuttle model today. It's called hyperdeck shuttle
we're coming to an
4K Pro.
end.
Let me show you. Actually, I probably need to make some space here. Let me.
Yeah, why
do
didn't
some
they give
things
you
around. I'll
like
get
more
this
space on your table, or like give you another
out of the
conveyor
way.
belt on top of the table to take them away with? Whoa, what? Spoilers!
Back up.
Whoa, what is
I'll up
this?
some of the gear.
Whoa, hold on.
There it is there. Now, we already have a model called Hyperdeck Shuttle HD, and that's a desktop design with a really nice search dial for jog, shuttle, and scroll. But this is a way more powerful model. It has the large built-in 7-inch screen over there, if you can get a close-up of that. Now,
What's
the LCD
this?
supports HDR color space. It's Ultra HD, includes the speaker in the front, and there's also a speaker button. It has the nice large search dial and the transport control buttons here. Now, it records and plays ProRes DNX and H.264, but this one now adds H.265 as well.
Is it
And
just
has
like a
the
little portable
teleprompter,
recorder?
feature where it plays an RTF file as a character generator, like a prompter, so you can do teleprompter, which is really nice actually. It also has the H.264 proxy recording feature, so it'll record a proxy while you're recording Ultra HD files, and it'll record to an internal SD card or a UHS-2 card or a USB disk, but it can also record to network storage because it's got 10
I
Gs
do
in
see
there.
that panel in the top right of the screen. I'm curious what that black panel is.
It also
I
has
just may not
support for
remember what it
internal
is from a
M.2
previous
storage cards, so
thing.
you can
Like
put
they
that
may
in
have
the
already
bottom,
been selling
and
that.
then
I
you
just
have
don't know what it
internal
is.
storage, so
But
it's like
is
having
that
network storage
just
built in.
the
It also has a lot more connections.
editing
All these
panel
features means
just
that,
different?
it can be
Because
used
there's
for so
no
many different
dial on that
tasks.
panel in the top
It's
right.
a lot more.
Up here,
It's
there's
probably
no
only
panel
supposed
up
for
here.
Hyperdeck.
There's no
You
dial
can
over
use it as a
here.
media player.
What is
For
this?
playing clips into live production switches.
Is this already a
It can
thing?
be used as a master recorder or a field
Or is this
recorder.
new?
It's very powerful. So let's check out the connections on the back.
I was seeing that earlier and I wasn't sure what that is.
So you can get a shot of that.
But like
You
an
can see it's
all
got
black
quite a lot of
panel.
connections. So I'll start on from one side. It's got a 6.5mm headphone socket, so you can plug in a set of headphones. There's also the speaker on the top panel, of course, for audio monitoring. It's got the 12G SDI input, plus there's a 12G SDI loop out. Now it's 12G SDI, which means it works in SD, HD, and Ultra HD video standards, like all of them. Even SD, because people are capturing from archive still, so we still need to support SD on HyperDecks. It's got the two 12G SDI outputs with fill and key, so you can do a full fill and key. So I can play clips with an alpha channel. The alpha channel gets converted into a key signal coming out in real time, so you can play clips into a keyer in a switcher. And it gives you playback with transparency if you've got alpha channel in the clips, which is really good for stingers.
That's pretty cool.
And we've also got HDMI support, which is great for our 18 mini switches. So it's got
I
HDMI
still don't think I'd use this,
out, which is
but it's
4K
closer
actually.
to what I would use.
It's got HDMI in, which is 4K
I could think
as
it
well.
like a project.
It's also
if I
got
was to
separate
get
built-in
hired to do a
monitoring.
video
So
project
it's
for
got
somebody.
3G SDI monitoring output there, and it's got a HDMI monitor out. It's also got 422 DEC control
But not very
which is great
likely.
for broadcast automation. There's also a USB-C connection for external disks. There's a BNC input for reference for connecting the broadcast systems. And there's also a reference output, which a lot of our HyperDeck studios have. And that's an output from the internal sync generator. So it outputs a reference even if there's no reference input connected. It's got 10G Ethernet. Fast Ethernet is really important on this model because it's got network storage built in, but it can also record to external network storage. So in many ways, this is probably like a network-based HyperDeck in a lot of ways. But it does have the one SD card slot there, which works with the fast UHS-2 cards. And that gives you compatibility with the HyperDeck Shuttle HD model and also the HyperDeck Studio models because they have SD cards. Now it's got a 12-volt power connection. It's got a lot of connections. Let's go back to the front. So let me show you how it works. It's quite simple. And actually, to save time, I've got one that I've already wired up and connected so I don't have to spend a whole lot of time plugging things in. So let me move this aside. I'll bring out the one that's got connections on it. Here we are here. So you can see that there. So the other thing I'll do is we'll add a monitor. So we've got a monitor here. I'll move it off to the side a little bit so I can control the HyperDeck. So now it's powered. You can see the LCD. It runs Blackmagic OS, so it powers on really fast. And I've also got the video output connected to the switcher in the rack over there. That's what the fill and key outputs are there. Now, if you look at the front, you can see the really large LCD, 7-inch LCD. The user interface is actually quite similar to HyperDeck Extreme, and also it has 3D LUTs. You can load those. It's a HDR quality screen, and it shows playback and record of the video. There's also overlays on top of the screen, so it shows things like the codec, video standard timecode, record media status, all those things. And you can swipe on and off the overlays. So you just swipe down so you can get that shot there. And you can swipe them back on to bring them back so you can get a clean feed. You can also enter clip metadata, and that's done using a digital slate. And you swipe sideways to show that. So if I swipe sideways, you can see it brings up the digital slate, and you can enter clip metadata here. It's really good if you're recording from cameras to use that. Now the LCD also has built-in scopes, so I'll close that. You can access them from the scopes icon here, which is just here. And you can see the scopes menu on the bottom of the screen. So I can select any scope I want. So I can go through, there's a waveform monitor, and there's a parade display. I've got a vector and a histogram. I can also add a small picture-in-picture, which I can do here. So I can still see the video feed. So let's go back to video. So we'll just put video, and then we'll close the menu. So now let's play with the controls. So you have some really nice transport control buttons here, plus the search dial. So let's jog around. So if I go to jog, there's jog, and I can jog up and down. It's nice. Now you can also scroll on the LCD. So there's a timeline where you can see all your clips.
What would
you
you
can scroll with your
need
finger.
the jog wheel to do? Do we just not understand?
Scrolling up and down all the clips.
Isn't this for like live events?
It's pretty nice. It makes it really easy to find the clip you want. You can even jog on the LCD. If you go up higher, you can accurately jog, which is really nice when you've got a lot of clips. And then the scroll will be much more severe because you've got just more content. So the jog is actually a really nice way of finding a playback.
Is there a way to do replays with that? Is there like a replay button or something?
The transport controls, obviously, to play. So let's play. So you can see we've got some stuff playing.
Did you guys hear the ghost in
there?
there?
You can see it on the monitoring output, and you can see there's a graphic overlays of all the status and things like that. But let me show you how to use it as a media player. Now to play a specific clip, you can use the clip button. So first you find the clip. So let's do that.
He's answering my question.
We'll go to one of these stingers here. So that looks pretty good. And then what you do is you press the clip button, which is the one here, and now it'll just play the one clip. But first I need to go to the start of the clip, so I use the previous clip button to do that. And now I'm at the start of the clip and I'm ready. But this clip has an alpha channel, so let's use the ATEM downstream key over here to layer it over the live video, and I can do that on the Mac over here on the control panel. So I've got the downstream key already set up here, so I can just have to go on here. And now it'll be overlaid. So if we can cut to the multi-view on the switcher, now the downstream key 1's on. Now when we play the clip, it'll layer over the live video in the downstream keyer. And the alpha channel in the clip will be output as a key signal, and then the ATEM keyer will use that key channel to blend the clips. Let's do that, and you'll see it happen. There it is. Cool. Now the animation's playing. It'll also stop at the end of the clip. And I can play it again. You can play it as many times as you like. It does the same clip again and again while the clip button's on. But even with the clip on, you can still scroll to other clips. So I can still like jog to a different one there, and I can then you can play the new clip just by jogging to it. So I can go to the previous clip again, and I can play that one. Now I've got a different animation. It's a bit slower, that one. So that's really cool. Now, when we played the clips, it was using the internal storage. There's a 2 terabyte memory card installed in this Hyperdeck shuttle. So it's a Hyperdeck, but it's also network storage. And this is really great for portable use because all the media is internal. And other users can access it over the network. So let me show you that. So I'll do a recording first.
Yeah. I used to do stuff with ESPN, so I do know about like playing clips and stuff.
You don't want to do that.
I just
and now we'll do a short recording.
Didn't know how this interacted with the setup.
You can see the time remaining.
Because I didn't know how the hardware components worked.
Output. It's really cool. In fact, one thing you can do is you can actually even still use the scopes when you're recording.
That's pretty cool.
As your picture-in-picture, which is pretty nice.
I'm sure if ESPN had money, they would spend money on this.
And we'll go.
Hey, how's it going? How's it going, Justin? Welcome.
And now we can mount
long time no see
over on the computer over here. Now it's 10G Ethernet, so it's really fast. Let me go over here and
how have you been?
Do that. So I can go here, open it up. There it is there. And there's my stingers, but there's the clip I recorded. There it is there. You know, it's 10G Ethernet, so the network speed's really fast. So it's great. Now everyone on the network can access these recordings. And of course, you can also record to external network storage disks as well if you've got one available. So it is network storage.
It can
also record to network storage.
Been about 44 minutes.
Now it syncs to Blackmagic Cloud.
He's just still going over this stuff.
I can log into Blackmagic and sync the media.
There's a lot of hardware. We haven't even seen cameras yet.
If an editor's working from another location, because then Blackmagic Cloud will distribute the media to all the other editors. So it's pretty cool. So this is an extremely powerful Hyperdeck model. It's really ergonomic as a media player for live production. All the controls at your fingertips. The LCD makes it really powerful. I think it's actually the most powerful Hyperdeck we have. Now the Hyperdeck Shuttle 4K Pro we priced at $1,495, and we also have a model that comes with a 2 terabyte storage built in.
There may be some weird audio stuff happening for a quick second.
But we thought it'd be just nice to have a model that's got it pre-installed.
Okay.
And that model is called Hyperdeck Pro 2
I have a better idea, actually.
Which stands for 2 terabytes. And this model will be priced at $1,895.
Don't worry about that.
It's about to start production, so it'll be available soon. And I think it'll be really great for live production. It's an incredibly powerful media player, and it integrates so well with the ATEM switches. You know, imagine setting one up next to your switcher, with its own dedicated monitoring. You know, finding clips and playing them is really easy, so it's going to be really nice. Okay, next I wanted to talk about control panels. Last year we released a low-cost ATEM control panel, and it was called ATEM Micro Panel, and it connects to the ATEM software control. So you get a really low-cost hardware control panel, and it's got the same nice buttons that are larger, really big advanced panels, but it connects using Bluetooth or USB to the software, and it even has a battery in it. And that's been working really well, and people love it because you get physical hardware controls. But now we're going to do the same thing with camera controls. So let me show you. I'll come over here. Actually, I've got to do a camera demo, so I'll just set the switcher to a local camera. Now let's come down here, and I'll bring it out because I've got to control a camera, so I should switch the switcher to a camera. Okay, so you can see it's the same controller as the large panel we have. It's a really beautiful design. Let me turn it on, actually. There it is there. It's got a battery in it. Now, it uses the same mechanical parts, but it's obviously just a single channel, but it's got the same quality. And it looks, I love these white LEDs.
We may have
and it feels very
someone
smooth,
joining
really
us
nice.
for the live
So if
stream
we can cut to the camera,
here in a few minutes.
this knob here adjusts the iris.
So we may have some
So you
weird
can see
audio
I can
stuff that
adjust.
have to change.
I've just got a micro studio camera up above the set over there with just a photographer.
Yeah,
lens on it.
you've been busy with
And
life
then turning
stuff.
the knob adjusts the pedestal. And then pushing the knob actually can adjust it can set
I've
an
been
aux
doing
output
lots of tool
to let you,
creation still.
follow
Working on
which
Orson a
camera you're
lot.
controlling.
Working on snap
So it lets you
captions
color
too.
grade multiple cameras really fast. There's controls for RGB balance. So it's really nice. Let me show you the color change. You can see it there. And it's in the blacks.
Wow, live color adjustment for live
We
streams.
do a bit more radical color change, really. There you go there.
I guess that's already a
So there's
thing,
color
but
correctors in the
having these
cameras.
nice little dials, this
So
nice
it's
little
really
device.
beautiful.
I don't know what this is for. I wasn't really
Let's
listening
make
to what he
that
was saying
nice.
before this, but I'm sure it's really
A
cool.
little bit of contrast in it. It's cool. So you can set gain and shutter angle and ND filters and everything in here. It's really cool. Now the buttons on the
Micro
side
camera panel is actually pretty
switch
cool.
between the cameras, but they do so much more than that. They also show the camera that's currently on air, plus the camera that's on preview. Now the LED display just here shows you the active camera. That's the one you're actually controlling, and the buttons do that. But the buttons light up red when they're on air, and they
I feel like
also
you
light
cut
up
between the
green when
different
on
years of
preview
NAB
mode.
and it would be
So let me
seamless.
show you that.
A lot of
See if I
this,
switch, I'm on camera one, so that's why it's illuminated.
I think you're talking about like
So as
how
I
it all
switch
looks
down
the
between
exact same as the
cameras,
previous years. Yeah, they don't really change
see
the
there,
look of
you can see
everything
which
much.
camera we're controlling.
The background is usually
Let
the
me get a
exact same
close-up
kind
of
of
that.
stuff.
In fact, when you go to the camera that's on air, the number comes up.
It's always the same
Red.
guy,
So it's very cool.
same tone, same speed.
Now, if I cut on the switcher, you
music.
can actually see that move around. So I'll just pop down and I'll cut it down. And if you can get a close-up of this, I'll show you. So if I go down here and then switch between the cameras, you can see that changing.
I
So-
thought the
sorry, I'm
giant
running up and
number
down.
would have changed.
So that's very helpful because it stops you from adjusting the camera
I
that's
didn't
on
think
air.
I think the buttons
because
on the
the
side were
buttons
going
will
to
show
change. I
you
thought the
what's
big
on
number
air
was going to
before you
change.
try and adjust the camera. So I think the combination of the LEDs and the buttons are really good. Now these buttons are really high quality. Again, they're the same buttons off the advanced panels we use. And you can even take the keycaps off and custom label them as well. Now let me just show you the back.
It does look a
because it
bit
does
like
have
a
few
flying.
connections.
It does
Now
look,
it's got
yeah.
the USB-C connection to connect computers. That also charges it. It's Bluetooth, so it'll run wirelessly. You can see I've got, wires there. And it just connects to the ATEM software control. So it's just like the other ATEM micro panel. It's got an internal battery, which it's using now. And it, like I was saying, it charges through the USB. And there's a power switch on the back. That actually disconnects the battery. Make sure you don't run the battery down when you're not using it, because you might have it sitting there for a couple of weeks. You don't want the battery running down. Although you do need to turn, obviously, the battery back on again to charge it, because it literally does disconnect the battery. So it's a very simple control panel to use, and a really, really elegant design. It's got really nice controls and it's very smooth. It's basically just like the
Call
high-end
you when they
CCD
add
controller,
content to
so it's
where
got very
fill and make it easier
familiar
to make create motion
controls for like a
graphics.
broadcast user. They'll find
Mood.
it very familiar to use. I think it's a really nice controller. And it's
Imagine
perfect
having
for
that
ATEM Mini,
gear
which
level
is
for
just
color
awesome,
that
for
that would be
it gives
super
ATEM
cool
Mini
to
customers
impress
something
clients
this
with.
beautiful to use.
Like you just pull
And
out
it's
this with
portable.
your camera and
it's
you're just like,
incredibly
all right, I'm
portable,
just
so
gonna
you
change
can
the
put
color a
one-
little bit. All
and
right,
you could
we're
even
good to
stack
go.
multiple side by side if you wanted to create a multi-channel controller.
The new
Plus
snap
it's got a lifter around
captions
the outside
too.
edge, so you could actually cut a hole in the desk
It
and insert it in
took
the desk.
many months of
So
work,
it's really cool.
and we're still working
So the
on
new
adding
ATEM
stuff.
micro
Like
camera
we're just
panel
in
will be
beta.
priced at $595.
There's gonna be more
It's
features
just about to
added.
start production, so it should be
Star
available in a
Wars
few
type
weeks.
stuff.
I think people really enjoy using it. It unlocks the power of the color correctors built into our cameras. Even the Blackmagic Pocket Cinema Camera 4K has a color corrector built into it, and it costs less than $1,000, so I think it's really nice. Now, the ATEM micro camera panel plus a camera is really an incredible combination because you get the full CCU and live production experience. It's really great. Okay, so we have some new software for our Hyperdeck. This will be an update for Hyperdeck Extreme and the Blackmagic Video Assist, and it'll support syncing the Blackmagic cloud. So this means that Hyperdeck and Video Assist can sync the remote Davinci systems, which will be really nice.
That's
And
pretty
that
cool.
update should also be available in a few weeks, so keep an eye out for that. I thought I'd just mention that when we're talking about the Hyperdeck. Okay, now let's talk about A10 Mini. A lot of people have been building some really high-end
How are
studios
there
with our A10 Mini Extreme, and that's
more
great.
hardware
But
devices?
the current A10 Mini Extreme is really an A10 Mini Pro
And how do
with
they
more
keep
inputs.
getting longer?
So we felt like we could do a higher-end model. We've done that. It's called A10 Mini Extreme ISO G2. It's basically the second generation. Still a HDMI switcher, but it's a lot more powerful. So let me bring one out and show it to you. Here it is here. Actually, I'll move this over here. There it is there. So it's a wider design. It's got a much better layout. The audio mixer controls are the same as the ATEM TV Studio, so that's quite different. Now, the input buttons are also much nicer. They're the same buttons we use on our ATEM advanced panels. And most high-end people wanted better buttons. It was one of the biggest requests we had. The switcher has 8 HDMI inputs, but it's actually got 10 input buttons because you can now assign them, so it's great. And also the cut and the auto buttons also are the same type. They're really nice high-quality buttons. Now we have audio mixer controls with 10 knobs and solemn and select buttons. We also now have a manual transition fader here. It's the same as a T-bar, but it's a low-profile fader type one instead, so it's more portable, so you don't have things sticking up. It's got the 6 macro buttons along the top here, labeled macro 1 to 6, so you can trigger macros right from the panel. There's also a new feature where there's like a preview button.
Different macros.
Now this changes the input buttons to the preview button. So when you press it, the input buttons turn green, and then you can select the preview source, and then you can trigger that with the cut and the auto button. So you can do direct cut bus switching, but you can actually then sort of use a preview bus to do transitions. So it's really cool. You can do those transitions with the buttons, or you can do them manually with the fader. Now down the middle, there's all the buttons for the audio mixer controls here. And there's also 4 upstream ATEM advanced chroma keyers and 2 downstream keyers, which we have here and here. See, this switch has more keyers than we had before. And you also have the buttons for recording up here, and there's also buttons to start the live streaming. There's some activity lights here for discs. Plus there's some video output buttons over here that allow us to switch the outputs. This switcher has 3 HDMI outputs, and these buttons give you control over output 1 and output 2. And of course we have the little fade to black button down the back there. So it's pretty cool. Now, just in general, this works in all the HD television standards. It has standards converters on all the HDMI inputs. It's got also 2 media players built in. The media pedal handles 20 stills and 200 frames of animation. It does ISO recording of all the HDMI inputs. Plus it's got 2 independent DVEs, and it also has a super source, which is a multi-layer processor, like almost an independent multi-layer processor that's got its own 4 dedicated DVEs, which is really good for interviews. So in total, you actually get 6 DVEs in this, which is amazing. The multi-view supports up to 16 views, and you can customize it. So let's check out the back, and you'll see the connections, which is where a lot of the changes have happened in the back there. So a lot more connections. So starting from the end, we have a 6.5mm headphone socket for headphones. It was another really big request people had. We've got 2 XLR analog audio inputs that use the combo connectors, another huge request that people wanted. So you can plug XLR or jack cables into those. And also the analog inputs also have fan and power. Now we've also added a MADI input for an additional 32 channels of audio into the switcher, which is great for connecting to like ATEM microphone converters. All those MADI inputs have dedicated audio channels, so this means you can really break out tons of microphones, depending what you're doing. If you're doing interviews and things like that, you can have a lot of, you can record bands, you can have a lot of sound coming in. It's really good. You've got the 8 HDMI inputs on the back, and each input has got a standards converter. And also it supports camera control back through the HDMI back into the cameras, which is really good, because then you get tally and camera control through that, which means it works with the Pocket Cinema cameras or the Blackmagic Studio cameras, and you get tally and talkback and camera control. Sorry, not talkback, camera, tally and control.
I will be making more videos here soon.
You can
when
also
Snap Captions
route the
2
sources
fully
of the
releases,
outputs. There's 3
I'm going to have a lot more
outputs,
free time.
and you can route the sources.
So I'll be
those.
working
they're not
on
just
my own
dedicated
stuff,
program outs. They're actually quite
like my
flexible.
own tools, my own
You can put the program output of one of them, or you
all
can
that kind of
select
stuff
any
a bit
of the
more.
Input feeds or the multi-view to go out of those outputs. So
You
you can
won't be
actually
so
connect up to
stressed
3
out
monitors
about getting all the
behind your switcher.
fixes and all the new
Now all
features
the
and
HDMI
Snap
outputs
Captions
support
will be
time code
pretty
and plus a record trigger.
okay after that.
And then there's also a Thunderbolt connection built in. It's extremely powerful. The single Thunderbolt connection gives you playback of 2 channels of video into the switcher, which is fill and key. Plus, you can get live video back.
But I
from the
appreciate you
switcher
watching my
to the
stuff.
computer.
It is
And that
a lot of
feeds
fun
like a
doing all this
fourth
stuff,
switcher
actually.
output
I've
that
not...
can also be routed. So
I didn't think I'd
the
be
switcher's like got 4 outputs.
where I am today.
Because you can capture the video
doing
source
the
in the
stuff I'm
computer
doing. It's
from
pretty
that
cool.
destination, which is actually a fourth source. The Thunderbolt port
We're
also
still
has
growing.
network access to the memory card on the
actually,
back. Or
after
USB
the stream,
disk.
if I remember
so that
correct,
appears on your
if
computer
I
as a
remember,
network
I will
connection, as shared
announce something
storage.
as well. It's pretty cool.
And you can also edit the ISO files while the switch is recording. Also, actually, one other thing, it does the Thunderbolt actually trickle charges the computer as well. So if you've got a computer plugged in, it'll actually keep the computer charged. So what this means is you can use the computer as a media player, or you can use Davinci Resolve for replay. It's got everything you need. It's also got 2 USB connections, if you can get a close-up of those, which have got the webcam support, or they can record to external disks by plugging them in. That webcam video out is really nice. It means you can run the program out into a computer. You can also connect a computer into the USB and get ATEM software control running. If you don't want to do network stuff, you can just plug the USB in, it'll recognize that and work. It's got a CF Express card built in. So the storage is built in now. It's not like a disk hanging off. You can actually put it in the switcher and take it with you. It's really good when you need portable access. Now you notice we've got two Ethernet ports. One is a 10G Ethernet port for fast access into the memory card. So all your editors can actually access the media over the network while you're actually doing production, which is amazing because you're recording ISOs, so someone else can be doing edits while you're recording. It becomes the center of an entire production workflow. There's also a 1G Ethernet on there, and that's for like control panels and connecting to the internet, things like that. Now we've also got a 12-volt DC connector with a locking screw thread on it. So I thought it'd be good to show you some of the features that the switcher can do, particularly basically the new features. Now to save time, I've actually got a switcher plugged in and connected already. So let's bring that out if I don't make a hash of it.
Seriously, where is the space for all this stuff?
So I can get some space. We'll borrow this monitor.
Where is he keeping all this? Where is it all being stored?
Make sure I don't step on any of the cables. So there's the switcher there, all plugged in. And I'll bring another monitor out. I'll leave a little bit of a gap between the monitors so I can reach in to operate the switcher. There it is there. And actually, that's the other thing I need to do.
I still think there's a conveyor belt.
To steal my monitoring connection from here.
He just has a conveyor belt underneath the table that just...
plug it into the switcher.
Moves all the products into frame, or like right underneath them. I'll just bring another monitor out. He's brought everything out from underneath that table. Where is he keeping it?
So I've done that. So there's 3 HDMI outputs, but I'll just use the 2 because I've got 2 monitors. I mean, 3 would be too many. Whoops. But there's
where is it coming from?
3 buttons on the panel that let me change the display on each one. So, for example, I've got 2 monitors. They should be showing the program at the moment. But I could select like between multi-view, an audio display, or video. So it's really nice when you've got a single monitor because those buttons on the front there, you can use for rapidly switching the display. So it's really good. So the video output button is interesting. There's a video output button there. What that does, you can do quite a lot with this. You can use it to switch the sources.
Okay, we're going to have a guest join us on the call here in a second. So basically,
there's only space on the panel for 3 buttons.
Make sure
so we've made one of the buttons use the other buttons on the panel to then do other outputs. So if you hold that video output button down, you can select other sources. So if you pressed and held the video output button, then press one of the input buttons, you'll get the input routed directly out. It's the same thing as when you go to one of the menus in the software control and just select an input to go out of one of the outputs. If you press and hold the video output button and push the preview button, then you get a preview video going out that output.
Hello.
Button and push the cut
is your camera having a hard time?
So let me show you how that works. So what I'll do is I'll change the video output to the different outputs. So that's one there. So I can go.
Let me stop my camera because I realized that I'm actually using it.
Coming out.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
There we go. Do you guys hear him?
Setting one of the inputs to come out. Or I can do.
Wait, what? Oh, are you live?
Program
yeah, I'm live.
Now that's the
on YouTube,
which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Now let's set this other monitor here to.
Whoops! I didn't even know. I thought I was just getting on a call with you. Whoops! Sorry about that.
You're on live. Hello to the chat.
There's my multi-view.
Oh, hello everybody.
And so you can also.
Is this on YouTube or is this on Discord?
It's on YouTube. It's on my channel.
That output menu that lets you do that.
Oh.
So let me show you how the.
I was just calling. Oh, cool. Well, hello everybody. Didn't mean to bother in everyone like that.
It is always.
How's it been going?
Especially if you look at the multi-view output. I've got the program view
Hello.
command as well.
So I didn't realize it's already started. Did I miss
That's all
anything
very easy to
important?
use.
It's just
But if
been
you
a
press
bunch
the
of
preview button, you get the
hardware.
preview
Let me
bus.
change my
So I'd
audio
like to show
settings
you
really
that.
quick. Yeah,
So
you're too quiet and
now I
the
can press the
video's too
preview
loud. There we
source.
go.
Oh,
And now I've got a preview source. And
you
you can
know
see
what?
it
That was
changed green.
okay.
So
I was just rambling about
selected
nothing for the
preview
first
source
bit
now.
anyway.
Now we can
Well,
do
I was hearing you. It was just quiet. Okay.
an auto
Yeah.
between
So
those two sources.
I
There we
got
go. Now I can
Justin
hear you.
there. Next session.
Or you can do it
Awesome.
manually. And that's
Got
really the big
sleeveless,
reason
got
why we need the
everyone in
preview
here.
bus, because we've now got a manual fader
Yeah.
control.
So far, nothing crazy.
How?
So you can see it there.
Nothing
Really nice.
crazy.
You've got
So
great
they haven't
control.
revealed any word by
Now,
word
if you look at the top
animation
here,
tools or
actually,
anything
I've
like
just
that
realised
yet.
I've
Nope,
got it lined up
not even
properly.
any cameras yet. Just looking at all the devices they have.
I've got an overhead view here that
Cool.
I can get a better shot.
Everyone's saying
Yeah.
hello.
I'll move this monitor a little. So you can see over the
Yeah.
top there, if you
Hey,
look
hey,
down at the top
everyone.
view, this is where the you can start and stop streaming here, and it can also start recording here as well. Now I've got
We've noticed that the
ISO
panels
recording
that they keep
turned
bringing
on,
out keep getting
so it'll
wider
record
and
all the
wider,
input video
and
to
they keep
separate
coming from
files
nowhere
off every input.
because
So let's start
he
recording.
keeps pulling out this huge thing from underneath the
You go there, now
table,
that's
and then
recording
in
to
the
the
next
internal
5
memory
minutes he
card.
comes back with another big thing from
Okay, so
underneath
now
the
let's check
table,
out the audio mixer.
and we're like, there
Now
has to be
first I
something
have
down
another
there
video
feeding
output
him
source.
stuff.
It's actually a Fairlight audio status, which I didn't show you before.
I'm
but it's
convinced
the
it's a
third button over
conveyor
here.
belt.
So let's set video output 1 to the audio.
PAs.
There
There's
it is
just
there.
a little PA
So
with
it's
their little
really
ant
nice. It's
handing
a
off
Fairlight
system
audio
between each
status display.
other.
It's really nice
Yeah.
to have. It actually provides so much power. So if you look at that, if you can cut to that status display, what you're seeing along the top there is all the audio inputs that are coming into the switches. You can see all the video inputs there. You can see all the MADI input channels. We've got a MADI connected with just simulating audio coming in. We've got loudness and monitoring audio on the right-hand side. Now,
So
across
far,
what you've got is all these different audio
nothing
channels.
crazy. We have
And then
seen
on
like
the
a
very
different looking
bottom,
UI
You've got the
from
same menus that are on
like
TV
one of their
Studio.
apps, but
So
I'm
the
like,
bottom menus are
are
actually
they going
really
to bring that
important.
into
They're the
Davinci,
same
or is that
menus
just
as
that for that
TV
one app?
Studio, and they use all the buttons across here and the knobs to control them. So what that means is if we select levels, which we're actually already in, I can now adjust a level control, and you can see I'm winding down the level on input 1 there. I can adjust it up and down, so that's really cool. But if I want to do processing such as EQ, then it uses all the knobs together. So, but I have to select which audio channel, which video input is going to be using all the knobs. To do that, I can use the select buttons along the bottom there. So I can select, like say camera 2, for example. You can see now it's highlighted camera 2. So now when I press EQ over here, the knobs will all work together on that channel. So if I press EQ, you can see now, and you can see the status display, the EQ controls will come up along the bottom. The status display has changed quite radically because now it's inside the channel. So now I can adjust the EQ controls, and all these knobs are the same as the parameters along the bottom of the status screen. So if I start adjusting things, you can see I'm adjusting a position, and I can now adjust the gain of this channel. And this is channel 2 because that's what I selected.
Physical
Move things around.
and then the visual UI change.
So this is actually, I probably should
nice.
pause for a moment and explain exactly what's going on here.
The EQ.
Now I'm in the channel. What you're seeing is the
You want to like change it with
visualization of
knobs
the
instead of
entire
with just
processing
a
pipeline for that channel.
mouse. So
and I'm
nice.
adjusting the EQ part of that. And in the bottom section, I've got all the controls, all the parameters laid out as all just individual controls. So you can see
this UI for the Fairlight
and
for
then
like
along
this
the bottom, I've got the
console
controls.
here seems very
So it's pretty
interesting.
cool, and you can see the status screen.
Just stuff everywhere.
Now pushing the select
Someone's
button is a
saying that
great
in
way
chat,
to change between channels, and I can keep doing that. If you see, I can move
Hey, fish is back.
across, and you can see that the selection is changing there. But what we can also do is we can use the preview bus, because the selection will follow the preview bus. So if I go into the preview bus here, and then I can select the channels, you can see it switching the selection, particularly if I move between 1 and 2, because the 2 is where I adjusted the EQ, and you can see that happening there. And as you select the preview sources, it'll just follow along, which is pretty much what you're doing. You're generally selecting the preview channel input before you then run it on air. So you can select preview and do your audio adjustments, and it's keeping up with you. So I have other controls in here. You can see I've got the EQs on, I've got expander.
I guess you'd want everything to be on the same screen for this, since it's like
but I've also got camera control.
Since it's like meant for live things, you want to see everything all at the same time.
So there's a lot of stuff in here. It's really cool. Now I want to talk about another new feature. It's the Thunderbolt connection. Now we have a Thunderbolt cable from this switcher over here to this iMac over there. Now the single Thunderbolt connection has both the video and the networking. It's got video in and out.
No one has a piano
video
fish.
output is still in key, so it's actually kind of like a 2-channel output. And you can use Davinci Resolve as a media player. So let's play a media file with an alpha channel, and you can see how it works. But first we'll have to set up a downstream keyer So we'll go to DSK1, which is downstream key 1, and we'll select the Thunderbolt input. And you can actually see how this works. So if you come over, you can see in the user interface here, I've got the downstream key, and I can just select the Thunderbolt fill and the Thunderbolt key. Oops, wrong one. There it is. Then I can turn on the keyer. So I already have a Davinci Resolve project here with some stingers in it. So let's play one.
Are we going to see any spoilers?
And we'll.
It's on 20. Oh, we did get it confirmed that we are on version 20, not 19.5. We're past the 19 version.
Now they have an alpha channel in them. And the alpha channel becomes a key
that's
input into the
massive.
switcher.
Yeah.
And this Thunderbolt connection is 2 sources.
So we're on version
So
20. Like that was just casually said at the start of the stream. I forgot about that.
So we can actually mute the video.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
just casually
I was not expecting that.
Yeah, neither was I.
Which is really great when you're doing
no one was.
Because Davinci knows when it's playing clear.
Okay.
There's a run button on the
he only showed us the screen for a split second, so we didn't actually get to see any details.
There's buttons on the panel for that, which I'll just point out here.
Damn. Okay. Now I'm anticipating.
Run.
Gonna see what they come out with.
What do you reckon? This has to be a huge addition. Like they have to do something massive in this one for it to be this big of an update name. Like change.
Oh, there it is. It was already open, so we can go into here. And that'll shut the video off.
I wonder what the chances are of the plugins to continue working in a quick update.
We'll turn on the auto stinger as well because we'll do a replay.
What was that?
Let's turn on the auto stinger feature.
Cut page. Look at that at the top. Titles, transitions. There's different things.
It'll use these stingers.
The cut page got an update.
So now we're ready basically to do a
replay.
Yeah,
we're on version 20, not version 19.5. But the cut page has new options in the menu.
What we could do is get the media from the switcher. We're actually still recording, so we'll get to the media across.
Unless I'm just hallucinating it.
ATEM Mini has a CF Express card that actually works as network storage, and we get access to that through the Thunderbolt connection. The computer thinks the Thunderbolt connection is actually an Ethernet adapter. You know, one of those Ethernet adapters you plug in? So the computer's connected to the network via the switcher. And you can use the, you can access the CF Express media
They're trying not to show us
on the
desktop,
screen. But that's how we then bring it in Davinci. So let me
show
you how
us
that
as
works.
little as possible.
So I'll minimize Davinci, and I'll bring up the Finder.
They know what they're doing.
Is there?
Yeah. They keep flashing on screen for only a few seconds and then taking it away.
And it's working.
So that's
they got keyframes on the page. That's
I saw that. They have like titles, transitions.
Open one of those.
Cool stuff.
There it is there.
They've really been leaning into the cut page a lot lately.
There's the program.
Yeah. Someone in the chat just said he's showing the cut page just for making hype. Yeah, that's true.
We can do a replay. So let me show you how we do a replay. So first I got to load the media into the project.
I reckon they'll probably have something like a 15-minute timer, and they're like, okay, give them another little quick something. Keep the live stream going. Here.
All right. New import buttons to bring import media. I think.
Oops, wrong device. That was a hyperdeck.
Those look new.
There they are there. Now we've got our media files. Now I can press the source tape and scroll through the media. The source tape acts like an automatic timeline, like Davinci basically creates it. It strings all your media together end to end. So you can visually browse and just scroll up and down. It even flattens the bin. Let me show you. So if I go into the source tape, now you can see all my cameras.
That's
end to end.
live
editing. I
editing.
can just scroll up and down that.
So yeah, each media item's coming in individually.
But we don't really want to see our sources end to end because what's the use of that?
That's pretty cool.
We really want to see them in a multi-view, all synced up in time.
I can't wait to see what else they add to this. This has to be a huge overhaul.
So to do that, we
something.
actually have a setting for the source tape, which is
something
called
big has changed.
And it lines up all the matching time codes.
I wonder if it'd
all shots by time code in a multi-view.
I'm already having a bit of a headache thinking about it, but like getting Snapcod to work with the live footage being recorded too.
Single duration, but we've got all
the timeline.
Yeah. So you can see all that camera. So it's really cool.
Hey Ash, how much do you?
8 video input streams.
Are you okay with not seeing daylight and taking on a big job?
So you can see if I go to the end of the viewer.
Daylight, what's that? I already don't.
You can see those streams coming in. You can see the.
I'm just the developer in your basement, remember?
And you can also see it clocking up over here, so it's pretty cool. Now we've already turned on the auto stinger, so our replays will play the stinger. So now we can do a replay. Now a great way to do that, so you can see it, is to connect the output. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the status display to the program out so you can actually see what it is.
Hey, welcome to the stream. Welcome.
So
we're about an hour in, but nothing too big has happened. We've seen the UI of Davinci version 20 a couple of times, but nothing beyond that.
Switch the viewer on the input view, you can see we can wait for something to happen. So if I go
We've only seen all this hardware. All this hardware they have stacked up like Lego bricks on the table here is all we've seen so far.
So what I'm doing is I'm watching a multi-view from the ATEM. Now, the ATEM Mini has 4 video outputs, like I think I was saying before, and 3 of those outputs are obviously dedicated outputs, but the 4th output is a Thunderbolt video input to here, so you can route the source into that. So I just routed the multi-view from inside the switcher to that 4th output, which is what's coming through here, and that's why I can see that in the viewer here. So then the viewer now is basically watching a live input, and I can switch to the input using this button over here. There it is there. Now there's also a button on the replay panel, so I'll bring a replay panel out now, which is here it is there. So this obviously makes everything so much easier to use the replay panel. So I'll use the replay panel.
Oh, that's cool.
It's got an input button on it.
Is that a brand new thing?
So now what we do is we watch for something interesting to happen. And when something interesting happens, we set a POI.
It's a cool little panel for the live stream.
I think we've seen that before.
Have one?
And a POI tells Davinci where
and I think I think that came out not too long ago.
One camera angle, you need to re-cue back.
I've missed so many of these like little panel things because I just only really pay attention to like the editor stuff.
Timecode input from the live input view. So when we set a POI,
we've probably both had our heads pretty deep down in the software side.
Video input timecode, but it'll also switch the viewer.
But like the live streaming, I don't know much about all that tech.
To the POI. It's all automatic. And this all happens when we press one button. So let's do it. Now there is a set POI button on the keyboard, but there's also one on the UI, which is down here. There it is there. But we can use the space bar as a shortcut, and it's much faster because it's easy to get to. So all we have to do is press the space bar. Okay, there it is. So that's great. So a whole bunch of things here. If you saw the viewer, you can see a whole bunch of stuff happen. We switched from the input back to the playback. And we've also marked there's a POI has been set, captured from the timecode coming from the input. And we've also queued the playback to that point. I think we have a little indicator there, show us how far away from the POI we are. So now all I have to do is scroll back a little to get a little bit of space before, so we can see the lead up until the event that happened. And then we're pretty ready to go. We'll select the camera. I think camera 2 looks pretty good. That looks nice. And so we're pretty much ready to go. Now, all we need to do is press run to start, and then Davinci knows that it's in a replay. Now we have a run button up at the top in the UI here. But there's also a run button on the replay keyboard, and there's a run button over on the front panel of the ATEM Mini Extreme. So that's pretty cool. So anyway, let's do it. So we'll push run. Now, if you see the program out, you can see we've run our stinger.
What hockey team
now we're
is
doing
this
our replay, and we can even slow
Someone's
down
asking that in the,
or
I guess Justin is asking
really
that
in
the chat.
On the keyboard, there it is there. So it's pretty cool.
What ice? What hockey?
Multi-view was actually the
what ice? What
no, we don't. I do not follow hockey.
That looks pretty good.
Yeah, I don't think we have much of it in Australia.
We're pushing camera 1. And now we're pre-rolling to camera 1, and we can see a different view.
Yeah, he's not Canadian.
And now we can go to camera 3, which is a goal camera. So that'll also pre-roll that, and we can also run that down.
Oh no, Justin knows that. He's Canadian. He knows I'm Australia.
Oh no.
Oh, this is in Australia.
Yeah.
The new
Apparently.
Davinci 20 is it marks the views
fair enough.
In blue.
Showing me
Let's
up.
go to camera 4, which is a terrible camera to use because it's all the way down the other end of the hockey match.
We're truly a multicultural country. Bit of everything.
So there's the crowd reaction. So there we are. So that's all there really is to
There's
it.
the crowd reaction. There was no reaction there.
It'll rerun our stinger, and we come out. So there it is. That's a replay all happening from that single Thunderbolt port. Now we've done the replay, but Davinci remembers it. So if we push
Aussie
this
of us, we're all just a bit like,
yeah,
nah.
Replay into the timeline, and there it is there. You can actually see the POI
Someone
points.
just said in my chat they have me on the left monitor and Casey on the right monitor. I'm blessed to be on the same frame as Casey.
Remembered our speed changes, but you can clear the speed changes on the keyboard pretty nicely. So it's pretty cool. And there's our edit timeline. And that's just the whole replay dumped into the timeline. Oh, and the other thing too, you can actually go and add transitions if you want. You can do them in the replay, of course. So it's all pretty nice. You can trim.
Yeah,
that's great.
This is the like.
Now, if you wanted to then post it on social media, you can just do a quick export, and there you go. So that's all there is to doing replays, and it's all built into the ATEM Mini Extreme G2. So I think this Thunderbolt connection will make a lot of new ideas possible. You know, it's a switcher that lets Davinci Resolve become like the world's best media player. But it uses the DeckLink API, so any software could do this, and there's a lot of software out there that already works with DeckLink. So I think this new model of ATEM Mini Extreme does everything people needed.
Yeah, John, you haven't missed much. We've only ever seen these.
It's got the preview
this hardware you see on the desk. That's all we've seen.
It's got XLR.
We've seen the screen for Davinci a couple times, but
that live replays
languages, so it's pretty cool. There's a very powerful switcher, but it's also
that live replays got a lot of potential. I see a lot of excitement with that because usually it's only been used in the past for sports broadcasting and of the such. But
yeah,
I'm starting to see a few people playing around with the idea of using it with live streamers when they're big enough, like getting clips out as quick as possible.
Together, and I might actually put the audio thing back up
I mean,
and create some space.
If you have like another team member for it, absolutely.
June or July, it's going to be an incredible upgrade.
Yeah, that basically, yes, it would have to be someone who's already doing it pretty well.
And adds a whole lot of
but
so I think it's
yeah, for various reasons. I haven't heard too many, but like one of the ones I was hearing is like, getting things out and being ahead of your own content and sharing it before others do. But I wouldn't really agree with that. I think the clip is a
funny name.
Pretty efficient way of helping yourself grow.
Originally, when we made these, they were just SDI webcam converters, and they used software on the computer to do the live streaming. But then we replaced it with a new model that did the streaming directly. They have hardware H.264 and H.265 encoders in them. Plus, they have a nice down converter built in, which means you can pick your standard streaming standard independent of the switcher standard. So even the HD model has a 12G SDI input and a standards converter. So it means you could be running an Ultra HD and streaming in HD, and it's fine. So they're great products, but they have a funny name. So what we're going to do is we're going to change the name. So now Blackmagic web presenters will be called Blackmagic streaming encoders. So we'll have a Blackmagic streaming encoder HD and a Blackmagic streaming encoder 4K, and then make them a lot easier to understand. And they'll be the same price. And we'll have a single Blackmagic streaming software utility that'll run both. And then we have a single streaming utility for all the streaming products. But when it comes to decoding, we have a different problem. Our current hardware decoder is called ATEM Streaming Bridge. Now, it was designed to allow a direct streaming link from an encoder or a camera to SDI. So it would decode the stream to SDI. And then you could connect the SDI into a switcher like our ATEM switches. It also has a reference input that's SDI, so you can connect it to the switcher output, and then the switcher output would send tally and talkback and camera control back up the stream to the camera. So that's very cool. And our remote streaming cameras can get a tally when they're on air. I mean, you imagine how nice that is. Even though these streams on air, when the camera is actually on air, on the receive side in the switcher, it sends that tally back to the camera no matter where it is in the world. It's pretty cool. So then also with the control, the camera operator can color match the remote streaming camera. So it's really cool. I mean, the guys in the control room can even do iris and focus. So it's pretty cool. But one of the things we couldn't do is with the streaming bridge is that, well, there's a bunch of things we can't do with the streaming bridge that I'm about to show you. So we need a new hardware decoder, and we built that, and it's called Blackmagic Streaming Decoder 4K. It's also nice because it's a rack mount design. It's 1/3 rack width, and it can decode both H.264 and H.265. The old one could only do H.264. And it also now works in HD or Ultra HD. So let me show you. I'll bring it out. Here it is here. In fact, I'll move this over here. It looks kind of cool there. Now, it's similar to the Blackmagic streaming encoder. So let's check out the back. See it there? It obviously decodes. Now, it's got AC power, plus it's got a broadcast 12-volt DC power input for redundancy. And it's got both HDMI and SDI video outputs. And even the HDMI can do Ultra HD. Then we have a SDI reference input, and that's SDI because we want to get the program output of the switcher, because that then means this encoder can get the talkback, tally, and camera control, and it can send it back up the stream. Then it's embedded into the SDI monitoring output on the streaming encoder side, or you can connect multiple cameras at the other end, at the encoder end, because it sends control to all the cameras. Like, basically what it means is you can take that SDI output of the encoder side and send it to a whole bunch of cameras over there, and it'll distribute that, because all the camera numbers are actually transmitted up. So you select the camera number on the cameras. But a lot of Blackmagic cameras also have streaming built in and a color corrector. So if you're streaming directly from a camera to here, that'll also work. But in this case, you don't need the encoder because it's actually built into the camera. So let's bring it around and show the front. So I won't demo it because it works exactly the same as the ATEM streaming bridge. You can even create an XML file from here and send it up to the encoder with all the settings or the camera. And that can be loaded into the encoder or the camera to automatically configure the settings to send the stream here. So it all works exactly the same as the ATEM streaming bridge, but this model is Ultra HD and rack mount. So I think it'll really help when setting up studios and control rooms, particularly centralized control rooms. So the Blackmagic Streaming Decoder 4K we priced at $675. It's almost complete, and it should be shipping in about in a month or two. But the good thing is it's got the power to do some of the new things we want to do, and one of those things is global streaming. So let me head down the other end where the computer is, and I can show you that. So one of the problems we had with the streaming decoder, doing it directly, is your internet connection. You have to have a fixed IP address for each decoder. You have to have special internet setups, and it's not really easy for most people. So to fix this problem, what we've done is we've added streaming into Blackmagic Cloud. Now, Blackmagic Cloud lets you manage all your streams in a single place, and all the streaming products just log into Blackmagic Cloud, which is super easy. So it's very easy to set up. it basically works the same as our Video Hub routers, so it's really easy to use. We actually started working on this before COVID, but then we got distracted with all that. So let me show you how it works. So if I go over to the Blackmagic Cloud screen over here, actually let me quit out of Davinci first. I'll put the replay panel away. We'll quit out of Davinci. And I'll bring up Blackmagic Cloud.
They're just, they love teasing us.
Now we can see there's a new app called Stream Routing. This is where we can connect and route live.
Yeah, they do. So I'll say this is us. Oh, this gets me. This is cool.
Router. So to do anything, I
need to create a virtual router. The stream routing?
So let's do that. So I'll call it demo. And let's make a small 4x4 router. 4 inputs.
Yeah, anything they've released with their cloud, it's all been like mind-blowingly cool.
Now,
so this is pretty excited to see what they're adding to the lineup now.
It's been like perfect solutions for problems that people have had.
Now, a Video Hub router already has its connections because it's a physical device with real SDI connections on it.
Yeah, I remember, an interesting thing is a lot of this is possible because of the project manager they have. And I remember when I was switching from Adobe to the project to resolve the thing I hated the most was the project manager. But now I've really come to appreciate like all the capabilities it opens up with like the cloud features.
Yeah, not having us be in control of the projects is actually way more powerful than you would think.
Yeah.
And we can also assign it an icon. So let's
someone who's had to start learning how computer stuff starts to work, and you really start to understand later on how cool it is.
Yeah.
So that's all there really is to it.
Now are they gunning for Elgato?
We can log into Blackmagic Cloud as a source. So let's do that. And I've got a Pixis here. So if I can bring that up here.
No.
Yeah, I think this is just meant to like stream camera feeds into Davinci.
And I've got a wide Ethernet cable on this one.
Yeah.
So I just need to go into the streaming
menu. This is crazy.
And set the source. So let's do that. So I go into the streaming menu. I don't know if you can get a close up of that.
So to send into your account, have like a hotspot available, and then this streams it straight to your Davinci. I'm confused.
And I can go connect.
Justin's saying no more OBS, and I think they're gunning for OBS.
There it goes.
Because he also talked about another thing that sounded a lot like a replacement for OBS, but it was more like a hardware.
Will be in this menu because I've logged in under myself. But some sources can be assigned to you from other people, and they'll also be in that menu. It means
that's very Davinci Resolve. Make it a hardware solution first.
Personal ID on Blackmagic Cloud, and they'll see any sources I inside of
But if this comes as a standalone software,
if you look over
this is in Blackmagic Design's
and that means it's detecting
cloud
service that's coming in now.
What is the other icon they have up there?
So that means we've got one source.
There's another new icon.
So the orange.
So we need to obviously set up a destination.
So that's
so we can use a Blackmagic streaming decoder for this. As a destination.
That's a project server. So you know how I have a cloud project server with you for testing? So they've changed the icon.
Now we've already got
they've changed the icon.
So
I haven't seen that.
It used to just be the regular.
I also have a server.
Yeah, it changed like a week ago. It just used to be the regular Resolve logo, and then they changed it to that.
Now it's already logged into Blackmagic Cloud. So let's set up a destination.
They gave it some wire hairs.
I know mine looks
and a dark skin.
I don't know. Mine looks the same. There's a red icon in there now that looks different.
And what icon can we use? We'll use
the red icon that looks like
some kind of
that's the cloud.
Icon.
So they
switch your icon.
No, the cloud's on the left side. I'm looking at on the right side, right to the right of the current page icon.
Pretty good with that. There it is.
Oh, my apologies.
So now what we
that
need
red
to do
one with like the sound waves coming off of it.
Set up. We need to select it on the decoder, and I can do that from the front panel menu. It's in the setup menu. So let me just do that. I'll just grab it and go into the menu. Go setup.
Something that I would like to see in the cloud is the ability to set up
select the source,
all cloud projects to have the same power bins, or like to host media onto power bins.
Nice you can do this
for power bins.
If it's rack mounted, you can just select different sources and repurpose the decoder. So I'll set that.
Do you mean like having the power bins like linked between different project servers?
Like so right now in in a cloud project right now, if you have a power bins on your cloud projects, it'll work on your local system,
so I click the destination,
and the files will be linked to your local locations, but they won't sync up to the actual cloud storage. I want there to be able to sync up the cloud storage for that onto the Blackmagic Cloud.
It's pretty easy.
Yeah, right, gotcha.
So you can go into any computer, and any of your editors can have access to your power bins.
It doesn't switch obviously as cleanly as a router because it's a
I know that's already the case a little bit because I've shared a few caption templates with my assistant editor using the power bins.
I think if you have the same path to it, so like if you're on like a Google Drive link, maybe it'll be the same.
Sometimes you can set the next source up and then
and that might also explain why it was working because they're caption templates, so there's no linked media.
Yeah, and the decoder has the stream. And it just waits
like images and stuff would be great to be able to sync over on power bins.
So what we can do is we can switch on the ATEM
for like just putting your logos in a power bin and just calling it a day.
So we can see the video on the
monitor. Logo, sound effects, all that stuff, just insane.
Cameras coming into Blackmagic Cloud.
I think the SFX. I'll go double check this later on because I'm pretty sure that's the thing.
Now we have one
in the cloud project specifically, so it won't work on local. But if you're on cloud projects with another editor.
And we'll call it
that might already be set up, the sound effects specifically.
Oh yeah, like for power bins.
Yeah. I'll have to double check power bins.
And we'll call it's also
because for power bins,
I mean, I could test it.
Being able to put all that media into a power bin, in this case, any project for any editor.
This is not our camera, so we have
that'd be super fast and easy.
To the remote user's Blackmagic Cloud account, then it'll appear in their menu.
I could try something. I could set up a lightweight project file in our cloud.
Yeah.
And I'll just chuck an image in there with cloud sync turn on and see what happens if you open it. You don't have to do it now. We could try it now. Up to you.
They'll see their
I mean, we're just looking at software stuff right now. That's not Davinci,
so let's just wait for them to do that. There it is. So now we have two sources and we can switch between them. And you can see the icons there. They're showing us an external user, and you can see who that is, which is pretty cool. So when you assign a source to someone else, you don't see it on our camera. It's not in your camera list. It moves over to them because you've assigned it to them. So let's switch to camera 2 from monitor 1 there. So we'll just switch across, and then we'll see the pictures switch over, and we'll see the remote camera, which is actually up on our roof. There it is there.
Oh, wow.
It's looking out across the city. So you can see I can just switch between different streams into the decoder, and the decoder will just input that out, what comes out through into the ATEM switcher. So this is a remote camera, which I can manage through Blackmagic Cloud. I think it's coming through 5G or something like that. So that's really cool. Now we also support tally and camera control back through the stream in Blackmagic Cloud. So we can send a tally and camera control back up to the stream, even when it's routed using Blackmagic Cloud. So I'll show you how this works. Now all ATEM switches output camera control and tally from their video outputs. It's embedded into the SDI video output. We just connect the ATEM SDI output to the stream decoder's reference input to get that to go back up the stream. So I'll do that. Have I got a cable here somewhere? I put my control panel on top of it. So all I need to do is plug the reference input.
I bet you have a lot of cables covered up underneath that table. You have so much stuff under there.
Into one of the outputs of the ATEM switcher, which is here. There it is. And now, we can switch the stream to camera 1 back again, which is our camera here, so we can see, and I think you've got a shot over there. Now the camera here is already set to camera 1, and I have camera 1 selected on my switcher, so you can see the tally lights on over there, because now that's come on. I don't know if you can get a shot of that. There, if you can get a close-up of that tally light.
Yeah, we're seeing
there, and I think the tally's on the other side. Let me close the menu. There you can see the tally there. And you can also see the stream status coming up there as well. Now, if I switch on the switcher, if I bring up the switcher control, so I can just switch. There you see. Pretty cool. So you can see that remote camera all through Blackmagic Cloud. It's all automatic. We can also do camera control. So if I go to the camera menu, I can adjust it.
All through the cloud service. That's crazy.
Pretty cool. I can also do color. Do pretty nuts colors. I'll reset it. It's pretty nice. The tally and the camera control are all output from the switcher. They're connected to the stream decoder. The control and everything's passed up through Blackmagic Cloud, back down through, back up to the source, which is the camera here. So the Pixis camera here gets its tally and control information via this link. It's pretty cool. Now we've been using Blackmagic Stream decoder here, but if you need to get the stream to a broadcast quickly, you won't really have time to get
How
to a
long is this
hardware
going to
decoder,
be?
so we actually have a software solution as well. We have an app called Davinci Remote Monitor.
Do they go for
and
2 or
normally
3
allows
hours?
clients to watch a Davinci color correction.
I would assume like
a
2 hours.
remote grade, something actually we developed during COVID so that clients could watch
I really didn't
grade
look at how long it would be.
independently of the colorist. Now we've added Blackmagic Cloud support to it, so it can receive a live stream from Blackmagic Cloud.
It's already been an hour and a half.
I'll minimize this. Now we don't really need to do much. I mean, obviously if it's logged in as us, we can see all these destinations. But let's set one anyway. So we go in here. We'll set a monitor-looking icon.
Oh, the icon that I was seeing is the ATEM software control. It's just in Blackmagic Cloud.
Davinci Monitor.
Oh, yeah.
And that looks pretty good.
Oh, it is too.
So we'll set that.
I should have remembered that. I just got myself a mini
But that
iPhone.
isn't in my Blackmagic Cloud, so that's either whenever you get that software,
actually, it's already logged in, so we can just select the destination. So let's.
No, I've got.
Selected here.
No, it's probably not
Logging
released
in the Blackmagic Cloud.
to the
And there we are.
public yet, because I was in my cloud and I can't see it.
So we'll select that and join.
And I've got an Atom in
Now
my
we actually need to
computer.
route a source into it. So let's route camera 1 into that. So then we can see that camera 1 coming through in the Davinci Remote Monitor, which is this camera here.
You can remotely monitor camera feeds with this, with the remote monitor tool.
And
that's so cool.
They can download this app, they can run it on a Mac or a PC, and then they can go to full screen mode to get a good quality video output that they can convert to SDI. It's really simple and allows them to get up and running really quickly. It doesn't obviously have tally and camera control support because it's just a software app, but a broadcaster can get, they can install dedicated hardware for streaming later. So it's cool.
Yes, I got the power bin set up.
So we also have an app called Blackmagic Camera that works on iPhone and Android, and it gives you a digital film controls on a phone.
Cool.
It's basically
so there's a project
called
camera
software on a phone.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's this?
So
Hold on
cool.
now.
It runs, even the biggest cameras run the same software now on a phone. It's been very popular.
Nothing too crazy, just talking like a recap of what it is, I guess.
So you can now send a live stream from an iPhone
did you do it
or Android
in
phone
what project?
into Blackmagic Cloud. So let me
it's
show you how it
called
works.
See If Image Syncs.
I'll need to get someone to bring over an iPhone for me.
Oh, there it is. It wasn't. I guess my project library wasn't synced.
And we've got some phone-looking icon.
Yep.
Don't sync media.
Oh, maybe try syncing media just to see if it
proxies and originals or just proxies.
Yeah, just do proxies.
Set that.
So for those of you who don't know, we're testing to see if
now we need to select
power
the
bins
Blackmagic Cloud
transfer on cloud projects.
Feature. So let's bring. I've got an iPhone here.
Like media inside of
there
it.
It is. So I'll go to Blackmagic Camera.
No.
All right. Now I can
you don't
stream here on
see anything in the power bin at all.
I see it. It's just media offline.
I can see that.
I see a hello world blob scaled.
The one I just set up.
Right click,
reveal
media storage, reveal file location.
Which is a menu there.
Yeah.
And we're live streaming.
Yeah, it shows it on your system only.
Of course it works this way. Well, I don't think
it does.
Power bins aren't synced up.
No, so that's why, the Fusion titles and FX worked.
Or this way.
It says original downloaded, but nothing's actually synced. So I wonder if it's supposed to work, but it's broken.
Back on. There I am.
Yeah.
I'll put that.
I guess you guys on the stream can't see it, but I'm looking at the Blackmagic design.
You can show them that project file. There's nothing in it. It's just
a
new one.
I'm looking at this down here. It says it synced the image, but the image is still showing as offline, so it's really strange.
There it is.
I wonder if you drag it into the timeline if it'll do anything.
Pretty cool. It's just a phone.
So it does sync it. It just doesn't display it in the power.
Now we're decoding the live stream from the phone through the decoder.
Yeah. So they sync through power bins.
It's coming back around.
It just doesn't display. That's so weird. Okay. Well, then I'd like this to be fixed.
And just do this from their Blackmagic Camera app. Don't have to pay anything.
And the sound library tab, anything you put in there will sync between all projects in the same project library.
Really? I thought it was all just local to your system.
And they'll even get a tally when the source is used on air.
No, so the power bin and sound libraries are tied directly to the project library.
Oh.
So with cloud projects, I'm assuming it must upload it to a dedicated spot somewhere.
They can even tell.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
It's also easy.
Yeah, so you can sync stuff through cloud projects on the power bins. It's just a little bit finicky and not accurate in the actual bin display.
You don't have to worry about weird streaming settings. You just log into Blackmagic Cloud.
I'd be curious if now that you have done it, if it does display properly.
Oh, good point. Yeah, I'll try that.
Oh no, it's still
camera operator stream to multiple broadcasters because you can distribute the stream from one source to multiple destinations. And you can build a central control room with multiple stream decoders coming in from different locations, and remote cameras at different sites can come into that single studio, so you don't need to send broadcast trucks out on site, so it's much cheaper. I think it's a really nice solution. Imagine doing live production
it still shows
from your own office
offline.
with remote cameras in various locations.
Like actually in the bin
It'd be
itself.
so relaxing. It'd be quite nice. So we're about to start testing this publicly.
Oh, well.
So it's not
The
quite
time when it
available
shows
yet.
up is fine. So
But it should be
just plays
available
weird in the
very soon.
bin.
We really need to do a lot of
Good
public
test
testing on
though.
this to make
That's
sure
really good to
everything's
know.
working. It has to be really reliable. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
It does work.
broadcast
You
solution.
can put your
So we
logos in
currently
there,
have all
and
this
it
running
will
in
sync
HD.
over.
We'll think we're going to do Ultra HD
Yeah.
later. As far as cost, we expect it'll be about probably $2 a destination per month, roughly. We'll probably know a bit more soon.
Okay, so this is
But
going
the
to
good
be
thing
$2
is
a
you can have as many
destination.
sources as you like, which means you could have a lot of
Interesting.
cameras in different venues,
That's not
each
bad.
with their own source to find in here. It won't cost any extra. You just have to pay for the destinations, which are your streaming bridges into your routers or whatever you need to do. So we'll have a better idea of the exact price later. But I think it's a very low-cost way
That's
of
not
doing
a bad
it when you think about it,
price.
because you save a lot of money. I really can't wait to roll this out publicly. I think it'll be really cool. It's a lot of fun to use. That's
I
for
like
sure.
the way they've
I think it's gonna be
handled
so useful for live
subscriptions in
production.
DaVinci Resolve, because
So
you know, when
DaVinci
Grant
Resolve
Petty was
monitoring
first
app,
making this, he said he
will
hated
also
the
be
idea
available
of
to download
people
soon.
stopped paying money,
If
and then
you
your whole
need to
the
receive a stream
software,
quickly,
like, you
then
can't
just
edit your
download it.
videos anymore. It's
It'll
like
accept
holding your
streams from
project's
Blackmagic
ransom.
Cloud and
Yeah.
H264 and H65.
And
it has also the full
he's
screen
found
mode,
like a
which we'll share
really
quickly
smart
here.
solution around that, because
So,
yeah, you can stop paying for the cloud
that'll
service,
fade
but you
away, and
can
you'll be
finish your
able to,
videos because the
run the
software's
full
lifetime.
screen.
Yeah,
There it is. So you can just
exactly.
convert that out to video, and then basically
Like
now
it's
you've
just
got
like
yourself
a
hub with,
small
a software
part of what you
decoder
could
that you can
use
go
in
to
your
air with,
project. It's not
and
like
a
your entire
broadcasting it up and
project
running
is gone.
instantly. So I think it's cool.
Yeah,
Now,
they're totally optional
we'll
add-ons,
release
and they're
the
easy to jump in and out of as you
Blackmagic
need
Cloud
them.
streaming. We'll release this update when the Blackmagic Cloud streaming is available. So as far as the Blackmagic Camera app, that'll also be updated when Blackmagic Cloud ships. It'll stream to it's the same UI as other cameras. We also have some other nice features in there, plus we're adding some more localization, like we're adding Ukrainian, Turkish, and Polish, other supported languages in there, so it'll be nice.
That's
we
cool.
do posts on Facebook
Like
and
the new
X,
language
so
add-ons.
when all these things actually go out, we'll post on that, so just keep tracking us on that, and you'll know when things go out.
That's for the
But that's not
camera
all
app
we've
itself,
done.
is it?
This is pretty cool. That's not
It's
the
either
only
for the
thing we've
camera
done.
app or like
We've also been working on doing
all
doing
camera
live production in the
softwares.
cloud. So we have a new ATEM Constellation switcher in the cloud. It's called ATEM Cloud Constellation HD4. It's actually a switch that's
I
completely
wonder
in
if
the
that
cloud.
means they'll be
So you
adding
can rent it when you
transcription
need a
support as
virtual
well
live
for those
production
languages.
studio.
Oh yeah.
It has most of the
Look,
ATEM Constellation
it's an actual
features.
fully
So I'll
cloud-based
let you
ATEM
I'll run
switcher.
through the specs of it before I show you. It's basically a 1ME Cloud Constellation
Damn.
HD4. It's got 4 streaming inputs.
That's really
They can be
cool.
H65
Yeah.
or H64. Each
You don't have
input
to
has a
actually buy the
status converter
hardware
on it.
for it if you want to
We've
do
got
like a
lot of
small
features
setup.
of proper constellations.
Oh, that's so
So good thing
awesome
about
for,
the
like, you
standards
know,
converter, you don't have to worry about
freelancers
what video
starting
standards
up and
coming
small
in, it just accepts
businesses.
it.
You know,
Yeah.
they're trying
It's
to
also
figure
got
out a
3
service to
streaming
offer
outputs.
people, and you
So
don't
it's
want to
got
like
3
throw
encoding
multiple
stages in it.
$1,000s down just
Now,
to
they look
test
like
if it's a good
standard ATEM
service. This is a
outputs
great
from the
like
point of
low
view of how
barrier
you
to
use it,
entry to try
they're
things
encoded
out. That's
streams.
so
Now,
smart.
you really need 3
Absolutely.
outputs. I think 1 or 2 outputs isn't enough. You need an output for your program video, obviously, but you need another output for your multi-view. But a third output's great for camera monitoring. You know, when you're adjusting the color and iris on cameras, you need to kind of have a dedicated output for that. That's why you need 3 outputs. And you can see that your camera, you can see the camera you're adjusting independent
These
of
are
the
some
program
good
view.
updates. This is some
Now,
cool
the ATEM
stuff.
Cloud Constellation also supports Tally and camera control.
I cannot wait
It
to
has
see
a
what they
DVE
actually
in
add
it,
to DaVinci
and the multi-view actually can show you up to 16 views. It's got 4 upstream
in the
advanced
next
chroma
2
keys
hours whenever
and
they
2
show it to
downstream
us.
keys. It's got a lot. It's actually got too many keys for the number
Yeah.
of inputs, really, but it's got a lot of features. Now, ATEM software control will be updated to support it. So
It's
later
like
we
when you
should be
go to
able
a
have,
rock concert or something and you're
ATEM
just
Cloud
waiting for that
constellations,
main event to come
like
on.
larger ones.
Yeah.
We think the design we've developed will scale across multiple processors, and then we'll be able to add other parts of the ecosystem, like the ATEM advanced panels. We'd like those to be able to log into Blackmagic Cloud, so you could use an advanced
Wow.
panel.
Even the
But the
advanced
ATEM
panels they
software
want to add in
control
here?
works with the micro panels, so you could actually use the micro panels with the ATEM software control, and the ATEM software control drives the switcher. So I think it'll be pretty cool. So anyway, let's set up a switcher. Now, first we need to make some space. I've got to
sick.
clear a few
This
of
is
these things away.
some cool
I should leave
updates.
that there, but
I don't know if I'll
Yeah.
ever
Leave that
use
there.
this
So,
stuff
okay.
because I don't have much of a
So,
need for it.
what we
But
need to do
this is crazy.
now I need to show you how this works. So I need to go into the ATEM Cloud Constellation app. So if I go
I think it's
back to Blackmagic
yeah.
Cloud, you can see this is where you define
I reckon
the
you'll
switcher.
get a chance
So if
one
I go
day.
into,
Probably
I'm
build
sure.
some
Blackmagic
plugin for
Cloud.
some hardware for some
as this is
company
still
and you get to
pre-release, I
play
need
with
the
all the
guys to buy a
toys.
switcher for me.
It'd
So
be
if you
cool if
guys
they
can
start to make
organise that for me.
APIs to connect into these softwares.
There it
They,
is.
they have
So
some
it's quite simple. There's not
SDK
really
kits
much to do in
already.
here, but it does appear on the stream router.
And
So let's
it's
go back to the
already
stream routing.
possible to like create like a snap pod equivalent plugin for the Atom switches.
Shorten my window.
It's not something that I'm super talented on and probably wouldn't feel too comfortable working on straight away, but it's something I keep thinking about.
And they're actually the switcher outputs. You can see them there.
I'm also not sure how big the audience for that would be.
Route these. So let's route the switcher outputs.
Yeah, it's a few. Yeah, that's probably the big risk worry I was having. Was like, how many people want that?
Yeah. Because like I'm sure this is a popular thing, but how many people want to automate it with a tool?
And we'll take our program out, which has got nothing on it for the moment. And then we'll also take the multi-view to the Davinci monitor app here. So let's do that. So we can go to the Davinci monitor app, which is there. And we take our multi-view. And we'll see that appear. And we should see something. We haven't got any sources in yet, but there it is there.
Oh, wow.
Okay, now let's connect some cameras. So what we'll do is we'll go to input 1, and we'll switch camera 1.
All of this from the cloud and having your cameras connected.
Switch camera 2, input 3, and switch camera 3.
That's cool.
We could even actually take input 4.
I love the idea of just seeing this with like a team of people in a room, just with some iPads handling all this.
There's the iPhone.
And then like editing this live stream later on an iPad
the
too.
On the roof, and there's our camera pixels just here. And we've got a lower third. You can see we've got all this, and we've got all our sources. Now we just need control. Now we use the ATEM software control for that. So I'll bring up ATEM software control. There it is down there. And that's actually, that's logged into the cloud constellation. So there it is. Now this is a real switcher. If you've used any ATEM switcher, then this is very similar. It's not exactly the same, but it's close. We have palettes for all the different features down the side here. Transitions and wipes, the DVE, it's all there. And I can switch around the program bus, so I can switch. In fact, if I bring up my monitoring app here.
Now this is a replacement for OBS.
So as I switch my different sources, you can see my cameras there. So that's pretty cool. And I can also go and do a cut, because I've got a preview bus. I can do the transition there. So it's pretty cool. And there's I've got manual transitions on the T-bar. And also you'll notice if you can pick up the camera there, you'll notice that I've also got the tally coming back from the switcher. So that works as well. The cloud constellation sending tally back to all the sources. So I also have a hardware ATEM micro panel, which I'll bring out. There it is there. There's that. Now that's talking to the ATEM software control. So I get a really nice hardware control panel. So let's do some transitions. So there's the cut. And there's the auto. So you can see it if you look at the program out. So we can cut to the program out and you can see, actually we've got a multi-view on it as well. That's cool. You see it there. Actually, I'll bring this to the foreground and do it. So you got a full multi-view. And I can also use the fader. So it's so cool. It works just like a normal switcher. Now we have a lower third in the media pool, so let's turn on the downstream keyer. I'll auto that. There it is there. You can even fade that on and off using the auto control. That's so cool.
Now they keep cutting the shots as he presses the button. I want to see if the physical hardware moves while he presses the button. I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Cool.
The two media players. And I've also got a full fair-load audio mixer in here. So you can see that's there. There's the audio coming in. I actually don't have any audio turned on, so I can do that. And I've also got all the effects stuff as well. That's all in there, so it's pretty cool.
Like you see those rounded buttons, like all of the new rounded stuff.
And also it does camera
looks
control.
Looks like they could add that to Davinci.
Camera control, and now I can control.
Like how clean this UI looks. Like looks like it could be an upgrade.
This one here.
But I don't think it is because we've seen the UI.
No. I've already seen most of that outside of Davinci.
So you can see it.
Yeah.
There's my camera. So I'm doing the camera control, which is nice. I can do the colors.
I like how they're showing us Davinci from afar.
Terrible colors.
For even more teasing.
If you have the camera control, the micro camera panel,
of course,
you can use that as well, because that'll work with
those controls would be so good on an iPad. It's just a bit more easy to handle them finally with a touchscreen than a mouse. So that could be
really, but it's got to be reliable. And we'll learn a lot as we start
Apple
testing, and we'll let
must be feeling very happy to be with Blackmagic at the moment.
It should be pretty affordable. But I think it's a very interesting technology. It's really quite a nice solution. Imagine doing an entire live production in a hotel room. you can connect the computer HDMI to a hotel room TV and then run the remote monitor here, full screen on the TV, while you use the ATEM software control on your normal laptop screen. It's like a live production in a laptop. I think it'll be really cool. Okay, so next up, I wanted to talk about Davinci Resolve 20. Oh. It's a really big update this year. We have more than like 10 new and improved AI tools.
For a second now.
A lot of those tools really help with tasks that are mundane or tasks that take a long time to do manually. So there's a lot of new features and in the edit and cut pages. We got a bit distracted over the last few years because we're rewriting a lot of code.
Hang on, that sounds like what I do.
We had to rewrite all the image processing because there was new types of CPUs with Apple Silicon and ARM coming along, plus new types of GPU processing such as Metal. So we had to rewrite everything. But we've done all that now, which means we're free to now build new features on top of that.
Okay.
Rewriting code takes longer.
That's promising.
But it gives you a better base to build.
I'm sweating.
Anyway, I'm not going to demo really anything about Davinci Resolve because I don't have the time.
What?
But I do have a video that's been.
They'll bring someone else in.
And so I'll play the video, and then you'll be able to see what's new in Davinci Resolve.
No.
So let's play the video.
Davinci Resolve 20 contains more than 100 new features, including an incredible collection of never-before-seen tools designed to speed up every stage of your post-production work so you can focus more on the creative aspects of filmmaking. Let's get started.
AI set enhancer?
There are extensive updates to both the cut and edit pages in this release. Among the most powerful are the new AI tools. AI IntelliScript automatically generates a timeline based on the original project script.
I saw that.
Transcribe the audio of all the clips you wish to use in your edit.
Okay.
Next, select the clips, right-click, and choose Create New Timeline using IntelliScript.
You think they would have told us if they were making word-by-word stuff, right?
Text file. IntelliScript matches the transcribed clips against the script and generates a timeline of selected best takes. Alternative takes are placed on additional tracks and disabled to allow you to review and compare them afterwards. IntelliScript doesn't require the dialogue to be the same in every take. Even similar wording will be matched. And even if you don't have a script, you can create one by exporting the transcription of the scene's master take and then using that as the basis for the IntelliScript.
I saw word-by-word animations, and that's kind of scary.
The audio transcription engine in Davinci Resolve now supports over 60 languages, including Hindi, Cantonese, and even Maori.
Oh, hell yeah.
And the subtitle track
Guess who's got their work cut out?
Templates that animate speech as it is spoken. After generating captions on the subtitle track, open the effects panel and scroll to the animated fusion tiles.
Don't do that.
Drag an effect onto the subtitle track header and watch the captions pop, slide in, and highlight to grab your viewers' attention as you speak.
No.
When adding music to the timeline,
hey guys, communication would have been great.
Of a music track to the duration of the scene. The AI music editor will extend or shorten music track to a specific length based on the
they just drop this casually
commonly found in music.
First, God, that's
the music retimer.
And go to the inspector's audio tab.
Or
Under
remixer.
AI music editor, enter your target track length and click adjust. Or select live trim and drag the audio clip to the desired location.
Damn,
what's the point in making tools
the
now?
Editor will intelligently
all the cool stuff done.
Points in the track based on the music composition and change its duration without using time
this is devastating.
Expansion, or altering the pitch. The result will immediately be visible on
they
the
even give
timeline
variations of the
where the track has
songs.
been edited. Use the version buttons to check out alternative solutions.
This is actually really cool.
Like, this is
something.
This is something only like at the same time.
If you wish.
I love this stuff. Like when you're on productions and you just need that like extra 20 seconds to make a song fit.
Like for videos, this is gonna be awesome. I don't like it though because they're adding so many AI features that I'm scared that all the stuff we've just done is about just to be done already.
Use these as visual indicators for cut points, or drag the snap clips to the beat markers at the nearest frame. The AI audio assistant will analyze the audio tracks in your timeline to create a pro-level audio mix. When working on
maybe there's still an advantage with the ability to link Fusion with us.
Yeah, like we have Fusion built into it with the phrasing tool and everything, and the emphasis.
Go to the menu and navigate to AI Tools Audio Assistant. A dialog will prompt you for a delivery standard and then take you through the mixing process as the audio assistant organizes your tracks,
that's
what
the heck?
To the dialogue track, and
okay. Look, at least like Davinci hasn't completely just like overshadowed what we've done. They just overshadowed everyone. This is insane.
They've overshadowed Premiere Pro with this, I think.
This is the perfect tool for editors who wish to simplify their audio workflow and feel more confident in their final mix.
Like, what is going on?
Use the revolutionary AI Voice Convert tool to apply a pre-generated voice model to an existing voice recording.
What?
And 11 Labs?
What?
Right-click a
Do we have clip generation now? Like,
to get started. Davinci
this
Resolve
is
comes with
crazy.
4 pre-built voice models, but you can always generate your own using sample recordings.
Frick?
For privacy and security, this voice generation and
This has so much.
You can generate your
potential
own with
ensuring
recordings.
No unauthorized uploading and web
Oh,
access,
this is great.
even in cloud-based workflows.
This afternoon, we've rigged up the Pixis on the gimbal.
After rendering, the track will play with a selected model voice.
This afternoon, we've rigged up the Pixis on the gimbal.
Yeah, it's great. This is the most
It didn't sound very good, but I understand it.
Yeah, it's great. This is the most beautiful place I've ever been.
That sounds better.
From sailing,
That sounds pretty good.
chundering massive waves of the Drake Passage.
From sailing, chundering massive waves of the Drake Passage.
This tool can be used to improve your own voice if recorded in a noisy environment, or for
Oh my
creating perfect
goodness.
ADR using the original actor's own voice, among many
It does
other
sound a little
applications.
rough.
That does. Yeah,
AI
it
dialogue
does.
matcher
But I mean,
matches
if
one
it's
piece
not
of
meant to be
dialogue
like
to
the
another,
final
matching
solution
tone,
for an
level,
object,
and room
or like the
ambience.
product, then that
First,
makes sense.
select the primary reference
Like it's like a
clip,
temp
Yeah,
placeholder.
exactly.
Look at this bad boy.
more of an
Yeah,
ambient
and
sound.
Justin
This is
saying,
a
yeah, generation
master
one.
Our
It makes
target
sense. You've
clip
got to
is
get it
way
out
drier and more intimate.
Getting
Get people to
feedback
try it.
from trusted partners.
In the clip menu, choose AI Tools, Dialogue Matcher, Capture Dialogue Profile. Click the target clips you wish to match and choose Apply Dialogue Profile.
Getting feedback from trusted partners.
Interesting.
This is a master.
Okay, so you
Use
can
this
make the
tool to
environment
match
sound the
dialogue recorded
same.
in different environments, on different devices, or on shoots spanning several days.
Wow.
The Edit and Cut pages now feature a dedicated keyframes palette for easier navigation and editing of keyframed parameters.
Edit page has this too.
Switch between the
Oh,
keyframe
shoot.
curves and parameters mode to control keyframe placement, animation speed,
Dang.
and easing style.
Look at those curves.
Additionally, you can expose the keyframe tray at
Oh.
the bottom of the edit
We
page
have a
to
curves
view all
panel.
keyframes of the currently
An
selected
actual
clip
curves
on the
panel on the
timeline.
edit page.
When working with
Oh,
vertical
that looks
timelines,
great.
the layouts of the cut, edit, and color pages will automatically be
PJ's
optimized for
PJ
working
ENT
with
is going to be
vertical
so
screen.
happy about
This
this.
ensures there's
Yes.
no wasted space in the viewer panel and reduces the need for zooming when working vertically.
Oh, wow.
And if you use an ultra-wide monitor, dual screen operation is now supported to give you faster access to more controls. The AI smooth cut transition is vastly improved
What?
and can now handle longer discontinuities for seamless
Whoa.
transitions between jump
Oh,
cuts. The new
that's
multi-text
insane.
tool
Okay,
allows you
that's
to
going
add
to change
and
everything.
individually format
Like,
several text
the
layers
smooth
within
cut's
a
been
single
saved me in
interface.
so many
Well,
commercial
multi-text,
Creating
hold
a
on.
text layer by
clients.
pressing
Go
one
back.
of the layout icons.
Multi-text.
Point, text box, or circle. Point behaves like a regular text asset with no boundaries. Text box allows you to warp or clip large sections of text
What?
to the confines of a text box. And circle
Oh, no.
will write the text in a circular fashion. Use the tabs at the top to
Hey, do you want to
navigate the many
improve
formatting
the
parameters
templates
and
and snap
design
captions
and animate your
too?
text exactly as you wish. Finally, you can use the text list
If there's
to
even a need
rearrange,
for snap
lock, or remove
captions.
text layers as needed.
Watch
The
them add a
text box tool
podcast
has also
editor into
been
this too.
updated to include the layouts
They just
point,
overshadow
text
everything
box,
we've just
circle,
done over
or
the past year.
meaning you can control the layout of your text
Grant,
graphics
please call
with
me.
greater
Help,
flexibility than
help a
ever
bro
before.
out.
Please.
When working with PSD
Where
I was
was
just
the
trying to
wording
think
on
great
this?
you can
solutions
now
to your
right-click
tool.
and choose to split the PSD layers in place in order to
PSD?
access and work with
Whoa.
the individual layers. In the
PSD
media pool,
layers on the
you
edit
can now
page.
import Blackmagic Cloud folders that have been shared with you across multiple Resolve projects
Yeah,
and without
Justin's
the
saying
need for a
10% of
Resolve
this.
project library. These will
That's
appear as
isn't
individual
yeah,
folders and
10%
clips
would be
until
an
they are used
extreme
in the
update.
project,
This is
after which they will be
craziness.
added to the media pool. Unused media will remain virtual. This allows collaborators
I
to
think
share
this
a
is
large
the
repository of
day
media
we
they
start
might
calling
use,
DaVinci Resolve
including
the
reference
industry
clips,
standard
titles,
video
or
editor.
sound
I
libraries,
think so.
and allows you to access and review all your available media while keeping your project media pool focused and organized.
Craziness. Okay.
Also in the media pool, you can now drag clip thumbnails to sort them in any order you like. First,
Oh,
select
cool.
the sort order icon in the media pool and choose custom. At the bottom of the list, you can opt to have the thumbnails snap to grid for tidier media management.
That's
Then,
cool.
drag and drop video clips and images around the media pool as
Oh, wow.
needed.
There's
you can then
gaps.
select the clips and create a timeline based on this custom order.
That's very Apple
In the
thumbnail
cut
like.
page,
Yeah.
new features help you edit faster and with greater precision. You can now drag in the viewer to live overwrite a camera angle directly onto the timeline. With either the sync bin active or when working with source tape in multi-source mode, drag horizontally to live paint at the playhead position, or drag down to turn the angle into a draggable clip. The speed editor also supports live overwriting with edit keys and the search dial. The cut page now features a safe trimming mode that will prevent you from accidentally overwriting media at trim points. Available in the timeline options, when Trim with Safe Edit is enabled, you can drag the trim points of clips to fill gaps in the timeline without fear that you will affect neighboring clips.
Oh, cool.
When you do reach a cut point, your action will be briefly paused by a timer. Keep dragging to override the timer and trim the adjacent clip with purpose.
There are different UI changes though. The little timer things they have, like the spin thing.
Activate in the toolbar and use the cue, record, and stop controls to record to a new dedicated voiceover track at the bottom of the
That's on the cut page
or
now.
any target audio track.
It's not just Fairlight.
Additional controls let you choose your recording setup.
Maybe also on the
I've never seen editing. Have you seen editing like that before, where you use the playback of a clip and you let it play through the timeline to place it down?
Easily balance and adjust your audio tracks. Each channel strip includes a left to right pan slider, fader, solo, and mute buttons.
Oh, cool.
Click expand to see the full range of audio tracks and check your loudness
They changed
levels.
that look.
A new metadata palette allows you to quickly review the camera angle, scene, shot, and take of a clip, as well as its frame rate and resolution. Activate by clicking the metadata icon next to the search field while the viewer is in source clip or source tape mode. There's also a new dynamic trim mode that you can select in the track ruler header. When the playhead appears yellow, you can slip or slide using the JKL keys on a keyboard or using the edit action and the in and out keys on the speed or replay editors. In the edit page, AI Multicam Smart Switch can automatically switch multicam angles based on the active speaker in a scene.
Oh, cool.
After you have created your multicam clip, which now supports the
this is podcast
of a single
editing.
reference audio track, place it on the timeline and enable multicam mode in the source viewer. Click
This is your
AI
podcast
Multicam
editor.
Smart Switch button and configure your edit preferences. There are two modes. One for when you have a mic on each person, and the second
Everything you just did in the past
for when you
year.
have only a mixed audio source
And a
that is only
half.
from
Oh, so it's been a whole year.
This
And
tool
bam.
not only
no.
analyzes audio
It's
for
done.
individual speakers, but can also utilize the video for lip movement to switch
And it's
angles based on
the
who's currently
multicam
talking.
clips you guys couldn't get to work.
In the edit page source viewer,
No, they
in the
never
source
gave us
tape mode
API
allows you to
access, so we
navigate
couldn't get it
string
to
out
work.
all the
Yeah.
media in the active bin. This allows for much faster
Keeping it for
review of
themselves.
dailies and quicker rough cut assembly. Another new mode allows you to turn the source viewer into a second timeline viewer. This
What?
means you can have two timelines open at the same time for comparison and simultaneous editing.
That's
the timeline
cool.
tab will highlight the active timeline viewer labels, blue for the source viewer and red for the timeline viewer, allowing you to jump between edits and retain focus on the correct viewer. This feature is even more powerful when working with stacked timelines. With both timelines open at once, you can quickly compare alternative edits and drag and drop media between the timeline panels. Conversely, we can also open source clips as a timeline, allowing you to view the entire clip length in order to set in and out points or markers, which can be helpful when
that's pretty
working
handy.
with long sources. Audio adjustment or cross-patching can also be handled in the Inspector's File tab Audio Configuration area. The edit page also has a new voiceover feature. Click Record Voiceover in the toolbar
meant so
and
much
indicate
easier.
the file name, audio input, and destination track
Yeah,
in
well,
the
that's
dialog.
so cool.
You can also use the options menu to
You
specify
don't have to like set
additional
up the
parameters,
monitors
like
and
input
everything and
monitoring
Fairlight
adding a
and all that
countdown
kind
in
of
the viewer.
garbage.
When ready, click the microphone icon to start recording. The Fusion page introduces
Thanks for the
several major
condolences,
updates,
Justin.
with the first one being the introduction of a compositing toolset for deep images.
Ooh. Oh,
A deep
cool.
image is an EXR file that contains multiple
you can do, like,
color,
fake
opacity, and
scenes.
depth samples per pixel. This allows for extremely accurate and flexible depth-based compositing. You can view deep images in the Fusion viewer as normal, or you can view them in Fusion's 3D environment by using the Deep to Points node.
Whoa.
Deep images can be manipulated with a range of new nodes, allowing you to merge, transform, resize, crop, recolor, and generate holdouts. However, unlike a 2D node, these nodes accurately account for the depth contained in each deep image. For
That's
example,
crazy.
the demerge tool combines pixels based on their depth samples, so there's no need to arrange sources in layer order. Or, where you'd normally have to composite one image over another, you can now
Whoever was
composite
saying
one
3D
image
improvements
inside of the other.
before, we got him.
Deep image support in Fusion also allows you to render deep images directly from Fusion's 3D environment and even export deep EXR.
Whoever said they
Fusion
asked for
Saver mode.
anything has got it.
Yeah,
like, what's
honestly.
missing?
Fusion has now implemented support for multi-layer images across all nodes.
Oh, that's so cool.
This means Fusion can read multi-layer EXRs or Photoshop files, preview the layers in the viewer, and access and manipulate any layer in any node.
They've been cooking with this update.
The main way to interact with layers is through the Layers subcategory on the Selected Node Settings tab. Here, you can use the Process Layers dropdown to choose which layers receive the output of the active node.
What?
The Input Layer dropdown lets you choose which input layers to process. By default, this will match your process layers selection, but you can also choose a single input layer. This powerful workflow allows you to access layers at any point in the composition to adjust your image or to combine layers to build a new layer or even a final composite. Fusion now natively supports EXRs that include cryptomats. Cryptomats define all aspects of a CG render, allowing you to efficiently isolate specific assets, objects, or materials and manipulate them independently.
Oh, wow.
The new vector warping toolset brings a range of tools that can be used for digital makeup, precise mapping of images onto complex dynamic surfaces, motion vector-based noise reduction, and other creative vector warp-based effects. Fusion now has an enhanced dome light tool, allowing you to light your Fusion 3D scenes with
just keeps
360
going.
HDR eyes. The VR
Ash, I think we're just going to need to go apply for jobs for Blackmagic. they just ate everyone.
We do, yes.
Images with tools like
Sphere Stabilizer,
Patcher, and Panomap. You can now also render 3D scenes to VR 180 using a spherical camera and Renderer 3D.
Oh, that's really cool, actually.
In addition to these major updates, Fusion has received various quality of life updates, including user-selectable start frames for compositions, the ability to view a clip's active color grade through the media.
There is like 100% chance our plugins won't work in the next update. Basically, if they've changed the last time they changed the frame algorithm, it was like a 2-week job.
In the
I hope
color
they
warp
didn't break the
API
API at all.
Create natural looks using an intuitive warp interface. Use the normal stroke mode to select a color in the viewer and drag to simultaneously adjust its hue and saturation. Use point-to-point mode for greater precision. Isolate specific color ranges and shift them as needed. Add pinpoints to isolate regions you do not want to affect. And use the parameters in the sidebar to further refine your selection. AI Magic Mask has been completely updated with an all-new process that produces far more accurate tracks and now operates within a single mode, allowing you to select people and objects faster and with greater results than ever before. Use points to make selections, and the paint tools to include or exclude regions of the image. Use the transport controls at the top to analyze and track the selections, and then use the mask finesse parameters to refine the resulting map.
That's so good.
If desired, the legacy object mask modes remain available in the palette options. Dramatic improvements to
I wonder
the
what
AI
kind of
means you can now get much
camera
quicker
footage they
scene
work with, like
analysis
if they're
and more
using
practical
10,
maps.
12-bit
As
recorded
usual,
footage
after
so that they got
application, you
more.
have the ability to adjust the resulting matte and isolate
That's a
specific
really good
depths for
point.
grading.
That's
The
insanely
legacy
good.
depth map tool is still available by setting the quality parameter to faster. When using the Resolve Warper effect, the new Curves Warp mode allows you to create a custom polygon with spline points for even more intuitive image warping.
What? We haven't had that
Working
before.
in high dynamic range formats, you now have the ability to generate
Who needs
HDR
gym
light
when you've
level
got
ADF
video
reports.
warp?
Multiple
Make
improvements
myself
have been made
bulk
to the
out in no
remote
time.
monitoring feature.
Or we can make
You can
characters
now opt
animate
to display
possibly.
power windows and other overlays while remote streaming.
Oh, that would be cool.
This option has been designed for colorists or their clients who might be working on a system in a remote location and need to see overlays on their local monitor. Additionally, you are now able to remotely stream H.265 422, and remote monitoring is now available on Davinci Resolve for Mac. Davinci Resolve 20 supports ACES 2.0, an improvement over previous versions which offers more neutral and accurate output transforms, enhanced gamut mapping, and better HDR support, and addresses earlier issues like hue skews and workflow complexity. And the Samsung Log color space has been added to the list of color management operations to give you greater control over the extended dynamic range recorded on the new S25. The Fairlight page has many great new additions and feature upgrades. Automation improvements now allow either global behavior or per-channel automation mode switching, giving you greater flexibility and speed during a mix. You can now set some channels to be in snap or latch mode and others in trim.
You know,
or
the
the
common
new
theme
trim
throughout
mode,
everything
all
they've
in
been
the
sharing
same
today
pass.
is they're showing how they're
Trim
just
lead lets
reducing
you trim
teams down
levels
to
up or down
smaller and
without
smaller
writing
teams
automation
because they're just
in
getting all
order to
this
try
AI
different
and
levels before
automations to
committing
handle the
changes.
less
Right-click the track
creative,
automation
more
button
technical
on the
stuff.
channel to
Yeah,
choose a
you're
different
right.
mode. Or use the default global option to follow the
They're
designated
like,
settings. in
they're
the
like, fire
automation
half your
toolbar.
team and just get this app.
The new AI IntelliCut provides powerful
Yeah,
clip-based
I mean,
audio
that's one
processing to handle
downside to it.
tedious audio
It's one
tasks in
downside to it,
seconds.
but the idea of like, you know, if
The
you're
remove
a
silence
freelancer
feature
out there and you're
analyzes
good
your
with
audio clips
Resolve,
for
the
low-level
services
or
you could
silent
offer as a
areas
one-man
and
team
automatically
and
Hold on.
compete with just like,
sections for a cleaner
They're
audio
announcing
track.
remove silence
Define a range in the
in
timeline.
audio clips.
Right-click an audio clip and choose Remove Silence to instantly see the detected silent sections in the clip.
You guys can stop
In the
now.
dialogue window,
You guys can,
adjust
Let's
the
just
can
stop it.
stop
threshold
now.
and other handles as
we're
needed.
already
Use the
dead.
checkbox at the bottom to add
Let us
automatic
have
Everyone's
something.
already dead.
Process.
Let us have
The more
something,
fun you can make it,
please.
the better your story will be.
Checkerboard to new tracks splits a dialogue source clip to separate tracks for each speaker, allowing individual mix and processing control. It's an essential step for post-dialogue editing
You
and
want
mixing.
to make a quick video tomorrow when we'll just say like everything's dead and we'll just have a thumbnagel with like the logos of every plugin that's been killed in the new update.
Honestly, like oh my gosh, all these plugins and apps that have come out recently doing exactly what they just released.
Right-click on AI tools.
Yeah,
everyone just got their feet stomped on.
You can opt to run speaker identification when working with an audio clip that features multiple speakers. Then, open the ADR panel to see your new cue list and update the character names in the ADR setup panel. Fairlight now includes 2 new clip processing options, EQ Matcher and Level Matcher, both found in the main clip menu or the timeline's clip operations context menu. These clip operations let you adjust a target clip's audio to match a reference clip's level or tonal spectrum.
That's cool.
Create an EQ or level profile from a clip and apply it to another clip as a real-time process.
That's really cool.
You can even EQ match dynamically, so it is automated across your clip to maintain a tonal match.
That's actually crazy.
And the results of the level matcher help you seamlessly intercut clip sections.
So now it was time
you can now create custom effects chains with your favorite plugins and operations with the new Chain Effects plugin. Add up to 6 effects in a chain, customize settings, and save the preset. You can even combine chain effects plugins for longer chains in the chain effect slots. Over in the inspector, you'll find the improved Clip EQ with 6 bands on the Cut, Edit, and Fairlight pages. This allows for more tonal control at the clip level and matches the track EQ in the mixer. So now you can easily copy and paste settings between the clip, track, and EQ plugin for more consistent, flexible, and precise control. These final updates affect general Davinci Resolve operation. When a new project is created in the Project Manager, you will now be prompted to assign a location for your internally generated project media. This means that files created in Davinci Resolve, like voiceovers and voice conversions, will automatically be stored in the same project media folder. The Resolve Extras Download Manager allows you to selectively download gigabytes of various AI models and other feature add-ons.
Oh, what?
Currently, this includes the voice trainer and an extended language support model.
What?
More options will be added for downloading in the future.
Oh, you can train your own AI.
You can now assign custom presets to
or is this like to bring in like other commercials like ChatGPT, Sora, and all that? You can bring them directly in.
Find a custom preset and choose Add to Quick.
Because that's what Premiere has. You can like get the other mainstays to bring them in.
Edit and color pages, allowing you to perform quick renders without the need of a render queue. As usual, Davinci Resolve supports an ever-growing list of codecs and deliverable workflows. This includes support for spatial video encoding.
Actually, what Justin just said there, ChatGPT editor agent, that is something you should so totally look into, Ash.
Someone was actually working on that, but he's gone quiet.
Stream H.265.422 from macOS systems and those using NVIDIA Blackboard.
Although he was doing more for Fusion.
Many of Davinci Resolve
since you don't have much editing, edit page API stuff.
Superscale now features 3 times and 4 times enhanced upscaling, ensuring the highest visual quality of all the media in a project.
You can do 4 times enhanced NVIDIA RTX.
In the preferences, the new cache management section allows you to automate the handling of old cached files and to configure audio and source clips as multi-mono upon import. Finally, we also want to mention 2 new features coming very soon. With the recent release of the Blackmagic Ursa Cine immersive camera, new tools and parameters have been developed throughout Davinci Resolve to support Apple immersive workflows.
So this is so, you know, with like the Apple, the Apple goggles, you can like get like a 3D kind of video. It's like more 3D than 3D cinemas.
Okay.
The AI set extender generates
so the idea is it feeds both like camera feeds.
This generative process will automatically fill in missing regions of a frame, creating a finished environment in shots with blanking, cropping, and limited angles. You can also indicate a custom region to create a new background behind a selected foreground object. The AI set extender will be a Blackmagic cloud service with details to be made available later this year.
Buy anything.
Buy
any other app and software. As long as like the transcription stuff and all that kind of stuff is really good, this is going to be like the best.
So Davinci Resolve 20 is free to download. The paid version of Davinci Resolve Studio is also free. We'll probably eventually charge some kind of upgrade for this, but for the moment we're still doing the Davinci Resolve Studio upgrade free.
So you're going to start charging extra for studio upgrades?
That you can download now, and then you can try out all those new features. So it's pretty cool. Plus, one thing we'll be doing at NAB is showing the Vision Pro workflow as well. We've been putting that in.
It was worded very weirdly.
We'll have some Vision Pros in the booth. Also,
that's a crazy-looking camera.
And then we can show the immersive camera workflow with Resolve 20.
It's staring at
It's all new, and we're adding features as we go. It's all very exciting. It's like a whole new viewing experience. It's awesome. and it's all integrated into Davinci Resolve 20. There's so many different ways Immersive can be used, so it's going to be fantastic just to have conversations with everybody about it. Okay, so now let's talk about Blackmagic Cloud. Now, Blackmagic Cloud ties all these workflows together from a production point of view. So we've also been working on some new features in Blackmagic Cloud.
It's not available for download yet? Darn, probably right after this stream then.
There's a lot of improvements we can add, and one of the areas we've worked on is storage. So currently Blackmagic Cloud Storage is linked to a Davinci Resolve project, but that's quite limiting. So now you can create a cloud folder without a library. It's just shared storage, and you can then create it and share it. You can access it in Davinci Resolve, even in a local project. So let me show you. So
goodbye Google Drive.
Declutter a few things here.
Yeah, like this is like goodbye. This is goodbye Google Drive for sure.
And I'll just quit.
Yeah, there's been a lot of people asking to have.
Okay, so
on like folders on the system.
We have the cloud section here, and I'll go to cloud storage.
Like if they make like a desktop app,
so this is where we
how
set
Google
up
Drive
the
has.
cloud folder. So let's create one. Well, actually, we just
this would be crazy.
created one for me. I mean, it doesn't look like much without any clips in it, but let's drag some files in. So we'll go to this is actually the Hyperdeck Shuttle Pro over there. So what we'll do is we'll just drag the proxy folder in to save ourselves some time, so we don't have a lot of time. So you can see it's now uploading the clips here, and there's an upload status. Oh, it's done. And so you can see it uploading, and the clips will then be listed when they're whenever loads. You can see the clips have arrived, and then the thumbnails will come through as they're processed in the servers. So you can see the clips arriving there, and I can mouse over them to see them. Cool. So now I can change to a thumbnail view. Oh, sorry, I have a list view and a thumbnail view, so you can see them there. Now, once they're uploaded to the server creates the thumbnail. It takes a few seconds to do that, and you can obviously see the thumbnails there. But you can roll the mouse over, and you can also get the clip metadata. And so we have a metadata window on the side here, and then you can get the metadata and clip information. This helps you manage your media in Blackmagic Cloud itself.
Yeah, we have a lot of videos we have to do now.
Cloud, you're often managing all that storage before it gets to the editors. So
lots of videos to make on this.
Open here, and then if I click on one of the clips here, you'll see all the metadata appear.
We have some videos to talk about.
So it's pretty cool.
About the new release of these subtitles.
The palette here as well.
We probably like do a part both of us in the same video talking, being like, "Here's the deal."
So we can do that. Let's do that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I'm gonna have to look back at a lot of things now.
And type in
like, how are we going to avoid any issues with this? How are we going to make the tool either the best it can be, or pivot in a different direction?
And you can add or remove people at any time. Now let's see what
where
this
else
looks
do
like
we need to add tools and make improvements to the app?
In Davinci. We can just load this folder in any project. The same way you'd import a local folder in Davinci, it's just a cloud folder. So let's do that. So I'll go.
Who knows? Maybe I might have to go back to my old job where I was a YouTube strategist for other companies.
Oh no.
So let's.
That's not good for me. I have to find somewhere else to get my income.
There it is there.
Well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
And then.
But this is crazy cool. So.
There it is there.
It is. I'm nervous about what it has entailed.
That's insane. Okay, that's perfect. That's like the biggest issue me and my editor have, which is why we were still using Google Drive, was you didn't have like fine control over what clips were proxied and which ones were sent as raw files. It was just all of one or all the other. And that's giving you like really easy and intuitive control to do it. So they knew they needed to get that solution and they nailed it.
Being able to upload it straight up to the folder and then just in that one folder.
Download the original camera media original file.
Yeah.
Once you've done that. So it stays with the so the cloud, so the media that you've used in your timeline will stay with the project, or if you select to download it, or if you move it outside of the cloud folder, it'll then stay with the project. So even if the cloud folder disappears because someone unshares it with you, you won't lose the shots that are in your edit.
Good.
And you won't have any offline clips in your edit. So you can just, you can obviously drag shots out of the cloud folder into the normal bin if you want to keep them. Also, shots in the bin will be recreated if someone updates them. So if you don't want that to happen, you can drag a file out of there. So it's pretty cool. So it's really good for keeping the latest shots updated. If someone's doing like master titles, they can be recreating them and you'll have the latest versions. But if you don't want that, you can just drag it out of the folder before you use it. Now you can also add files into this folder and it'll upload them, and anyone who has access to this folder will also then be able to share those media as well. And those cloud folders will appear in the cameras, they appear everywhere. So you can shoot into the cloud folder, into the storage, and Blackmagic Cloud will then sync the files into the editors, even if they've just got a local project. And this is what makes the cloud folder so powerful. They're synced to Davinci Resolve, but they're also supported in our cameras, in our cloud stores, and HyperDeck Shuttle Pro 4K. Plus the Blackmagic camera app for the phone, for the iPhone and Android, will all be updated to support Blackmagic Cloud folders. So customers can buy the storage without needing a Davinci Resolve library, and the media can be uploaded and managed in Blackmagic Cloud. Also, the permissions are set in Blackmagic Cloud as well, so you can share a folder. Also, you can share a folder with the organization, so you can use the organization features as well. Now, Blackmagic Cloud folders will be available as a public beta with Davinci Resolve 20. We'll be releasing updates for cameras and cloud stores over the coming weeks, and I think it's already supported in the Blackmagic camera app. And we've been using it in-house, and it's really good. So next, I'd like to talk about network storage. We have a new software update we'll be releasing. It adds SMB3 multi-channel support. This lets users transfer more data using multiple 10G Ethernet ports. And it's great if your computers support it. It's great with the Blackmagic Media Dock because you can do camera offloads really fast. Plus, we'll be adding SMB signing, which is needed for Windows support. And that Blackmagic Cloud Store update 1.6 is available now, and it's a free update. And it works with all Blackmagic Cloud Store models. Okay, so we also have another Cloud Store update.
A couple of years plus, they just said at the beginning that they had done like rewrote Davinci basically from the ground up because of all these new updates for softwares and hardwares. So they've just now gotten the chance to start adding stuff to it. So they just are like, let's add a bunch of crap. Let's just add everything.
Autofocus lets the camera live track.
Yeah, they mentioned that they might start doing paid upgrades for Studio, but they aren't doing it for this one. But they said eventually.
But the objects can move out of focus really
Yeah, he stumbled over his words a lot at that moment, so it's hard to tell if it was just like a bad speaking moment or if there was something happening there. We'll just need to get clarity and see what.
Curious to see what that turns into in a couple months.
See the result.
Yeah.
We'll get some video up there. Now there's a focus mode. I'll have to try and swing it around here to get the camera. We'll see if we can get that. So we'll bring that in. So there's the focus controls there, if you can see those. And I can now object track. Get a better hop. So you can see I'm now tracking the focus, and if you can see that there. Now that's basically tracking whatever's in that position. That's called continuous autofocus. So if I move around here a bit, and I change the tracking, it'll stay focused. So you can see if I move, probably see that on if you switch the HDMI out, and I move to the connectors, you can see
so improved autofocus is really cool.
Out of focus, but as I move back,
yeah, basically face tracking for iPhone now. Yeah,
and of course if I move in and out.
Yeah, I saw they just put the Blackmagic 4K down to below 1,000 USD. So
I don't know if you can pick this up if you get too close for the lens and the lens won't focus. It goes red. See that? Gives you a red indicator that the lens is at the end of its travel, which is, I think, really nice. Then there's an object tracking. So you can select that. And what object tracking will do, I don't know if you can see the back of that.
Okay, so we can add Sony to the list of companies they've just taken on because autofocus was one of the big things that was keeping them going as the popular
and it seems
camera.
Like a decent autofocus.
Move in.
Yeah.
It'll keep the focus. So now you can reposition the framing, and those connectors will stay in shot.
Because that was one of the biggest reasons why I didn't want to get a Blackmagic camera, especially for like a webcam or something, like one of the cheap ones, because they had no good autofocus.
Yeah, that's awesome. And of course, I think
no focusing at all, or like no autofocus at all.
Yeah,
I think that's nice. You can see the.
And that makes sense, you know, when you're getting your first camera, you kind of want to have a little bit of everything, so you can like see what you need and what you don't need. Like that's why my first proper camera was like the GH5, because it was a Swiss Army knife. It wasn't the best at one thing, but it could do anything.
See how it's now recognized the faces?
Like for doing videos like at your desk, having a camera that can autofocus is really nice because you can get closer to it, farther from it, and it won't change your focus on you.
And now I can focus and move around, and it'll recognize everybody. So that'll be pretty cool.
So it has focus for multiple people, which is actually pretty cool.
So Yeah, we've actually added a neural net into the camera, and it's an AI process that's doing all this stuff.
What?
So it's really exciting. Our plan will be the public beta
Just casually drop
autofocus
that
feature, and then initially we'll support this.
You know,
Blackmagic
things
cinema camera
they're
6K.
finding the
This camera's now
non-creative
mount lens,
jobs
which
like, hey,
we
can
need
you pull
autofocus.
focus properly? And
We've
we're
been
going to make
testing
an
with a lot of lenses.
AI handle
We
it
hope to
for
release
you
the autofocus
as a
Yeah.
human
on
would.
other cameras with large
It's
format
it's
sensors as well.
so
pretty soon.
smart.
So we'll keep
It's so
working on that.
devastating. This
Now,
is like,
update will be called
10% of
Blackmagic
people are going to
Cameras
live,
9.5,
have jobs
and
after
then
this.
we'll
They'll
actually
make a
post
lot
it
more
today as a
money,
public
but the
beta on our
others,
website,
oh
so you
boy.
can just download that and
And I
give it a
think
try.
where are those others?
Now I want to talk about pre-record. Now a lot
Nah.
of broadcasters need this.
Nah,
They need to be
if
constantly
you
recording
we just
without
got to keep
filling
on
the
fighting
media.
and running.
And pre-record lets you basically record
I've had
before
worse
your
hits.
main recording, and you can set how much
We
pre-cache
got
you want.
this.
Now let me show you
Yeah.
how that works.
I'm
I've
also
got
curious just to see how
Pixel
good it
6K
is. Like,
here.
what are all the
So
features
I'll,
in it?
sort myself out here. Let me.
Like, is it
make
just
some
like a
space.
basic? It'll just do word by word with like you can change some color and that's
I'll
it.
grab the.
Or is it like
see it?
advanced fusion kind of graphics?
So if you can see that,
Yeah.
if I can get a shot of that, over here, out of focus. So I've got a Pixis monitor on top here, and if you can get in on there. So to do a pre-record, you can just hold down the record button for 2 seconds, and it'll start pre-recording. The pre-record duration is displayed above the record button. So let's hold that finger down there to start the pre-record. There you go, so you can see it. So now what it's doing is it's got a certain amount of cache that you've set in the menu that'll be stored and continually flushed through. So that when you start recording, it'll add that to the start of the file. So let me start recording.
Little safety recording.
And now what it'll have done is it's putting the
record button
in the file,
confirmed.
but it's put the additional pre-record in front of that. Now after the recording stopped, it'll come out of pre-record. So you'll see there it is there. Now,
At what point do they just release a humanoid robot with like eyes for
temporary pre-record, but you
lenses
can also turn
and
this on in the menu.
it's
It
like
just does
holding the
recording
script for you
and edits it for you.
So to do that, we go into the menus.
and you're just going black magic, make me famous with your black magic
We
and
can turn
put
on
me
the
online. And it's like
Seriously.
bet.
You can get a shot from it
There's a
here.
live stream, bunch of
And now
shorts
when you
with
go
word
back,
by
the
word
pre-record's
animated
always on, and you can
captions.
see there's a menu to turn it on. And you can also change the pre-record duration in that menu as well. So there
All
it
of our
is, it's
jobs
all
are
on.
gone.
And it'll always be on, and it'll always be used. when you
Oh,
record.
dude, the second
So
I
if
was
start
told it was
recording,
20,
I'll
I
use the side
started
button. See
sweating.
there? And
I know. I was
when I finish
like,
I
recording,
didn't sweat.
the pre-record still.
I
there.
I
we're not
did
on
not
version
sweat
18.
enough.
So everything the camera sees, it'll record.
Yeah.
So I can set the camera up to watch
we
something.
just got to
and then when
19.1.
some
All
kind
of a
of
sudden
event
we're on
happens, I
20.
won't miss the start of it.
They
So
just
it'll be really
released
cool.
like
Now,
a
the new
bunch of
pre-record
training
features were,
material
released on the
around
Pixis 6K
19.
and the Ursa
Yeah.
Broadcast G2 initially.
And then all of a sudden, nope, we're on 20 now.
Before we run it out on other camera models.
Yeah.
Because we want to make sure these new features are working well, and a bit of public beta testing is always good. Now, this update will be called Blackmagic Cameras 9.6, and it should be released in a few weeks. So if you have one of these cameras, then you can download it and give it a try. Okay, so one other update I've got before we move on to new cameras is we have an update for the Blackmagic Micro Studio Camera 4K G2, and it'll now support the Pixis monitor.
So I guess these
This is
streams are
great
about
because
3
the Micro
hours.
Studio camera has a USB port, and that supports the monitor. Plus, it also supports the heads-up display, so it looks like a regular camera with an LCD built in. And you can also tap on the heads-up display controls because it's USB, so you actually have a touchscreen. And you can even set the menus. So let me bring it out and show you. I'll just move the Pixis aside. So grab this. Here it is here. So there's a Micro Studio camera with a monitor plugged in. So
You know,
Micro
there's
Studio
still a
cameras are
bit
generally
of hope
rigged.
for us because, like,
So
another
you could have
good
the Pixis
example of
monitor
similar to
along
this is
USB cable. Then you could use
I use
the
a tool
camera
called
remotely.
fill out forms, which is a part of
Like
Notion.
if the
So
camera
it
was at the end of the
enables
boom,
you to
could
have
a long
forms
USB
in
cable
Notion.
up and a lighting rig. So
Anyway,
I can show
Notion
you
eventually
the,
came out with their own forms
get a
tool,
shot
but
of
it
it
wasn't
there.
offering
You
the
can see that the
exact
heads-up
same
display.
solution
So you
that
can
fill out
adjust
offered.
settings,
So, and
put
so
them
they're
on
still
front
doing
straight
quite well. So it'll be interesting
Go
to
to the
see,
menus.
like, when we get the
Pretty cool.
details of these
You
features,
can swipe to
how
remove the
dynamic they are and what they're
controls,
exactly
so it's all
intended to
really
be
cool.
used for.
Yeah.
And you can even bring on
Like,
digital
whenever we
slate,
get
and you can
it
enter
later
metadata,
today, I'm going to be digging into it
so
immediately
I
and trying to
can
figure out what all it can do
digital slates there. If you can get a shot
and
of
what
that.
all we
Yeah.
have to add into
Through
the
there.
snap captions
So it's
2.0.
pretty cool. You can access the menus. So if you want to change like record settings, so you could go into the record setting, which is actually already up there. There it is there, you can see it. You can even load 3D LUTs. If you go into 3D LUT, you can load a 3D LUT. There it is there, it's really nice. So the software update for this will be called Blackmagic Cameras 9.7. It'll be a free update and available in a few weeks. We're actually just need a bit more time testing it. And then you can use your Pixis monitor with your Blackmagic Micro Cinema Camera 4K G2, which I think is going to be a wonderful combination. It's going to be really nice. Okay, so now I want to talk about Ursa Cine. So I'll bring out a versus the 17K. So you can have a look. A bit of a size difference with those two. So we recently introduced a body-only version of the Ursa.
He couldn't fit that under the table, guys.
I'm actually not sure why
he had to go around the side to get it.
Yeah, we only had it in kit form with all the accessories, but we designed the camera to work with the industry accessories. So it was a bit strange that only ship it with accessories and we didn't have a body-only model. So that's why we introduced a body-only model that includes an EF lens mount and a CF Express media module. But pretty much that's it. That's all you get. It's just the body, and you can put all the accessories on that you already have. So now that the Ursa 17K is shipping, we want to do the same thing for it.
You're watching the AI smooth cut. Looks really nice. Okay.
Blackmagic Ursa 17K.
I'm really curious to check that out too.
So I can bring one of those in.
I feel like the smooth cut was an algorithm-based transition before, and they've switched it over to an AI-based transition now. So it's actually regenerating the frames between, which is really smart.
Before it was almost like a fade.
You can rig it with the gear you already own. And this rig has, stuff from a lot of different
companies. If there wasn't too much difference in the what do you call it, like the shots, like it would actually look like the most smoothest like transition, like there was no cut at all. But it did have to be quite similar.
Plus, also we're going to include a 8TB media module. So even though you can shoot an 8K on this camera at 65mm, I think anyone who buys it's probably going to want to see, try out 17K. So we felt like it'd probably be worth including the full 8TB media module.
That camera base is so beefy.
That'll come with it, and it'll handle that, really high resolution shooting if you want to do that really well. Well, otherwise, it's the same amazing camera that we've got here. It's got the built-in screens on the side and the assist station over here, so it's really nice. And of course, it records in Blackmagic RAW, so you don't need external recorders. There's high-speed 10G Ethernet network storage built in. Like the 8TB module is network storage, but you
These shots are really, really beautiful. Like they're really well done. It even has the
built-in high-speed Wi-Fi. Plus, it syncs with Blackmagic Cloud for real-time, and it does real-time HD proxies. Even when recording in 17K, you still get the proxies. So Davinci systems get the media while the camera's recording. So it means you can do post-production while you're shooting. And if the editors need anything, they can call you and let you know because you're still doing the shoot while they're editing. So it's really nice. You can even live stream straight from this camera. So producers and post-production teams can, watch the shoot. And if we send it in the Blackmagic Cloud, and you can bring it in the multi-view, you might be able to have multiple cameras on.
Tell you what, Ash, I'm glad I joined the call with you here so that I didn't have to watch it alone.
So I think it'll be really nice. So it's such a nice camera. Everyone's worked really hard on it. And so the price of the Blackmagic...
It's definitely fun watching with somebody else. Like, hear everyone else's reactions at the same time.
$21,995. And it's available now because we're building them now. Okay, so now let's talk about Plexus, Blackmagic Plexus. Now, it's been received really well.
Blackmagic is the lead magnet to these guys.
We thought it'd be really nice to kind of create a news camera for broadcast with it. We've always pushed digital film quality in broadcast, so why should feature films look like films? I think any kind of work could look like films, so we thought it'd be really nice to rig a Plexus for television production. So we've got 2 new products to help that. First, let me show you the camera. So here it is here.
Again, too big for the under the table. Oh, no, I guess it's small.
Now, this is a Blackmagic Plexus 6K with an L-mount lens, and you can see it's rigged very differently. It's on top is a television production handle, and then the side is a side grip as well. So you can see it's a really nice. It's essentially
macros are broken now. Absolutely.
Built into a handle with a microphone on the front. You can see it's
Justin, got a that's your opportunity to jump back in and get the and get those paper edits out first.
Yeah.
When it's recording,
hire me.
There's mounting points on it on the sides there, and also there's a viewfinder on the back here that tilts up. That's really nice. And it's got the same glass lenses as the Cinema Camera Pro EVF. So
we'll have to catch up again sometime too, Justin. It's been a good hot minute.
Plus, you can even set up a focus chart, so you can.
They didn't do like a animation engine tool,
and again, the same display in the Cinema Camera Pro EVF.
Yeah. It's shocking because it is fairly easy to make.
Accessory for Plexus.
I feel like they could make it easily.
Video camera. It's a full high-end format digital film camera. So in a stall that you just bolt it on top of the camera, and you plug the USB connections in. And we also include a custom USB cable with it, and that locks down onto the camera with locking screws. Now, we've also got some controls on the top, which I'll see if I can get a shot of those. See there? So you can adjust it. There's a couple of function buttons, and you can adjust the zoom and the record. And there's a mount on the top. So if you've got a zoom lens, you can actually zoom from the handle, which is nice if you're using the camera down low, because you can get down low with it. So it's really good, because you can do it with your thumb. So you can also
that sounds like a good idea.
Record button. So we've also got a side handle. Now this is really a video style grip that lets you hold the camera. It's got a it bolts onto the side. Actually, it bolts onto the side of the camera where the Pixis mount is. So it also plugs into the USB port, and there's a USB-C loop on there, top handle for that. It's got a hand strap, so you can put your hand through it. And it also includes a zoom control on the top, if you can get a shot of that there, which is quite nice. So you can zoom by holding it. It also has a record button on the back. Let me bring that around, see if you can see that. So you can get a shot of that. So you can hold it and then record with the record button. And so I think these work really well together. I think it's really cool. Now, with these accessories, I think Pixis makes a really great television production camera. And of course, it syncs to Blackmagic Cloud. So imagine using it for news. And as you shoot, the media's arriving back at the station in real time. You can even live stream from it, which we were doing before. Plus, with the new pre-record, I think it makes it perfect for broadcast. And it'll also get the autofocus stuff soon as well. So I think it's going to really help raise the quality of broadcast production and news, because this goes way beyond what a traditional broadcast camera can do. And I think it's time broadcasters had better quality, digital film quality. So the Blackmagic Pixis Pro handle will be priced at $895, and the Blackmagic Pixis Pro side handle will be priced at $119. I think they should be available in June or July. I can't wait to chat with broadcasters at the show about it. You know, we've got a lot of broadcasters switching to Davinci Resolve, and they've been super happy with it, but they're not happy with their old camera gear. So I think this will be really like a dream camera for them. Okay, now we've got next we've got a new camera. We have a new Blackmagic Pixis camera today. So what we've done is we've taken the Blackmagic Pixis design and upgraded it, and we've added our 12K sensor from Cine and added it into the Pixis design. So we have all new electronics and processing to handle it, and it's amazing. Plus we've upgraded the network connection to 10G Ethernet, and it also has a rear USB-C connection that's faster now, so it can record quicker to discs and things. So let me bring it out. Here it is here. You can see how small it is, but it's a full frame 12K sensor. Let me take the lens cap off. There it is there. So we can get a shot of that sensor. I'll get it there. So this is an amazing sensor. Now the top frame rates aren't as high as Cine, obviously, because that camera is insane. But it does do, you know, I mean, that Cine does hundreds of frames a second. But this 12K sensor performs very well on this camera. You can shoot in 4K,
I'm struggling with 8K playback.
Large format. I think people think you have to shoot in 12K.
Proxy it twice.
But you don't have to do that. The sensors have got multi-scaling built in, so it lets the photo sites get combined. So you can shoot at lower resolutions, but still get the large format sensor frame. So you don't need to window the sensor to get the higher frame rates. You can window the sensor if you want, but you can shoot 4K in the whole sensor open gate, all in Blackmagic RAW. So it's awesome. Now you can shoot large format open gate in 4K 3x2 up to 72 frames a second, or 4K 2.4:1 up to 112 frames a second. It's the same with 8K. You get large format open gate at 8K 3x2 up to 72 frames a second, and the 12K frame rate is lower because there's more data, but you can shoot large format open gate 12K 3x2 up to 40 frames a second, and it also does 12K 70x9 up to 50 frames a second, and 12K 2.4:1 up to 60 frames a second. So it's an amazing camera.
12K 60 frames a second.
Now all the accessories from Pixis work. I can bring out one that's fully
What is it, 10-bit too?
There it is.
Damn.
So you can see it's a
wonderful digital. The amount of data that's going to be writing.
The front has the USB-C.
Those files are going to be
huge.
And monitors, plus the mini XLR socket on the
front.
Yeah,
it's going to help them sell more cloud storage.
So you can check out the back. On the back, it's got the faster USB-C port for external SSDs.
They're made to use proxies. Yeah, that's a great point, actually, John.
Monitoring, and there's a BNC connector for timecoder reference in.
Yeah, because they have like a proxy built into it, right? Like a proxy
storage. So editors can mount the CF Express cards and actually edit while you're working. And so just by essentially opening the camera up to the network, there's a 12-volt DC power connection plus a 3.5mm audio input for microphones and a 3.5mm audio output for headphones. It's also got the two CF Express cards, so you can do non-stop recording.
Wait for production to ask for original quality on edit.
So on the side, it's got the built-in 4-inch LCD.
Like, all right, you're going to have to buy a 20-terabyte hard drive for this.
It's got dedicated buttons
for one clip.
And record and more. There's even a HFR button, which is really helpful. Gives you high frame rate access instantly. And it's got some dedicated function buttons. Now, it records in Blackmagic RAW. It's got support for 3D light on the monitoring output. And you can adjust all the menus on the side screen. So you can get if you can get a shot of the side screen, I can show you the record menu. Let me bring that up. So, menu, record, and you can see the I bring that around there, I think you probably get a shot of it. There, you can see all the different record options there, and also records a HD proxy. And then, of course, you can share your media with Blackmagic Cloud, and the proxies will upload first. It also live streams, even though when you're doing 12K, it'll do that. And so it has all the Davinci Resolve and Blackmagic Cloud workflows. So I think it's really nice. So the Blackmagic Pixis 12K will be available in L mount, EF, and PL mount models. All three of these models will be priced at $4,995. I think it's such a nice camera. It's so portable. You can take it anywhere. It's really nice, and it works great with Ursa Cine 12K or 17K on multi-camera shoots. Because it's got the latest Generation 5 color science. I mean, this is the camera I want to take on holiday. It's just beautiful. I can't wait to get one myself. So it'll be available in July. As usual, we'll be doing a bunch of testing. There's so many features on these cameras nowadays that it takes a bit longer to test than it used to. Now, one more thing before we finish up. We have a new Cintel scanner today. It's based on the current model, but it's designed for 8mm small format film. It has different optics path. So it's cool. Higher resolution in 8mm film, and it's also higher resolution in 16mm film than the standard model, which is really good if you're doing a lot of 8 and 16mm film. It also features a new 16mm gate design. What we've done is we're using rollers instead of a skid plate, so there's basically no wear, and the film's mechanically more stable, so because it's rolling across rollers, not scraping across a skid plate. Now, the new scanner is called the Cintel Scanner 8/16. It'll be priced at the same price as the current standard model, so it'll retail for $32,045. So that's all for this update. We've got quite a lot of products and updates we've been working on. It's really nice to be able to explain everything and sort of some of our thoughts about sort of why we designed them or how we designed them. Also, I want to thank everyone at Blackmagic Design. Everyone has worked so hard on all these products, so it's pretty cool being able to work with such a smart team. So thanks for watching. Please travel safely if you're heading to the show. And so take care and bye for now. See ya.
All right. So where do I apply to become a member of Blackmagic?
Yeah. Hey, would you like to? Yeah.
Oh wait, hold on. They can't hear you. Sorry, your audio is not in here. One sec.
All good.
I gotta move Discord's audio. I'm jumping everywhere. Copy. Okay, go and talk.
Thank you for the rest in peace, Peach. Yeah, dude, that was insane. Like the hardware was going on. You're like, oh yeah, this is like, what we're expecting. And then yeah, they released that Davinci Resolve and they just start throwing down non-stop features. It was crazy cool.
Yeah, they're like, all right, now for Davinci Resolve 20, not 19. And we're all like, what are they talking about? And then we have word-by-word captioning, probably a lot more accurate subtitles. We have crazy AI features, AI set enhancement, audio AI enhancements, so much crazy stuff.
Yeah, and that's a massive step too, because they've never really touched anything generative AI. They've done a lot of reduction with AI.
Yeah.
But they've really put a stance that they'll do anything.
I'm really curious to see the improvements to the Magic Mask tool. Like, is that going to be like 1,000 times better than the After Effects tool now? Like before it was only like a little bit, like maybe about the same. But now is this going to be like so much better than the After Effects version?
Yeah.
It looks like Runaway Roto. Yeah, it does.
I wonder if it's integrated in.
The Roto feature? Yeah, because they mentioned other things you had to like download separately.
Yeah. And PG, you're totally like right. You're like, oh, yeah, they've been pretty slow and quiet on updates for the last half year. Maybe they've like done all the good things. And they're like, oh no, we just needed a second.
Yeah, I was like, have they like given up on production of this stuff? Like, what's going on? Nope, they were just working on rebuilding it from the ground up for the new chip types and stuff.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden we get all of these brand new features and probably a lot more waiting to be talked about and released, like after this beta release.
Yeah. Did they give an ETA for when the beta for 20 comes out?
Today. Like it should be released after the stream, which maybe is right now, maybe in a few hours. We'll see.
It's like 4 a.m. my time, but I think I'm not sleeping. I think it's just going to be a write-off today.
No. Yeah.
Yeah.
Orson's been staying up late for the NAB announcement this week.
I was like, oh, I got to experience one of them. It looks like so much fun. In fact, it's both really fun and not fun.
I would really love to go to the actual NAB event next year, or maybe the year after if I can't make it. It'd be so cool.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm curious as to why they have like plugin support when they just like smash out all these features that plugins handle. Is it like, I wonder if it's so that people can create more personalized automations for their business?
I mean, they're not making it easy to do that though, because the at least right now, the API interactions with like the edit page is barely any. Like you can do nothing with the color page, really nothing with Fairlight, nothing with the edit page, nothing with cut page. Like most of the API is in Fusion, and even that is 10 years old, and some of it's broken, some of it's not working correctly, some of it's just out of date.
A lot of it, and a lot of it does still work. I was thinking like, I guess with what we've done in the past, we've worked on these like, mass audience, really cool features that like everyone really wants and help save a bunch of time, and Resolve's come in and like done them well. But there'd still be a bit of a market because you see it show up all the time where there's a studio set up and they need something automated, like getting title cards put in specific spots with specific markers. Like it's like personalized automations for companies.
Right.
And, if that's something they're doing continuously for years on end, because that's their style, whether it's news or whatever, I can still see that being a thing, right? Where it's like, I need this automation, but personalized to what we deliver.
Yeah. And there's still some things that they could add to make that even easier. Like if we could choose any template from your templates folder, from like an ADRFX file or whatever, and just bring it into your timeline and whatever time code we wanted, and then immediately jump into that clip and edit the Fusion content of it and customize what it says and everything. Like that would be a huge improvement to the API. Like we would have way more power just from that one change alone. Since we don't have that, you have to use kind of what Snap Captions is doing with either the bins, importing it as a bin, or importing it as a .setting file and then putting it into a bin or something like that. But there's no easy way to automate putting like a template onto a timeline without some weird shaking around or whatever you're doing. Yeah.
Exactly. It'll be interesting to see what they're doing. And I also can see why they've definitely done all this as well, because the competition's still pretty hot with Adobe. It's a fierce fight going on at the moment, and they've really come up to show what they can do. And like Adobe hasn't slowed down as well. Like I've got a few friends still there. They've been pretty excited with what they've come out with.
Yeah, like they're heavily reaching into AI, and I think that's definitely why Davinci reached into it with this update. They definitely saw the effects of not having it the past few years, and they're like, yeah, we need to definitely focus on this whenever we get the chance. And they definitely did.
Yeah. 100%. It reminds me a lot of the camera wars that went on like about 8 years ago, I would say. So like when Canon was losing their leadership role, like they'll stop being known as the flagship, and like Sony and Panasonic and Nikon even had a little attempt where they're all trying to like become known as the camera brand that the professionals want.
Yeah.
And it was a really interesting time, like the intensity of the updates from autofocusing and whatnot. And I was a camera salesman at the time, and they took you to these like wildest events just to show off the new features.
Wow.
Like, there's a wallpaper image on my channel, which has got like, me diving into a foam ball pit, catching a tennis ball. That was like an event that Sony held where they would like get us to dive in, and they'll just say like, look, it never loses focus of the human's eye, and it didn't. And like that was the first time that had been shown. It was crazy.
That's crazy. Yeah, P just saying, it doesn't seem like Blackmagic wants a mass market for people to sell scripts. That's what it feels like. Just from the decisions they've been making and homegrown solutions they're making. And he says, totally not a biased perspective.
Yeah.
But that's absolutely true.
Absolutely.
Like, it feels like they are backing away from support of scripts and plugins and stuff, which feels very not smart, because it's a huge part of editors and using a software like this. People like to make stuff to make the app do what they want it to do, or automate it to be done automatically for them, or to be fast without any errors. Like people like the ability to do this, and even if it's not just for your own stuff, people enjoy the ability to download someone else's tool, like Flow for After Effects, or a bunch of other tools. Like people like community made stuff for their apps and editing softwares, because it makes it feel more than just like, oh, I'm using this tool that the app gave me, so I'm just like, I'm not doing any work. I'm just barely pressing a button, when you could be using someone else's tool that made it, was no affiliation with the company, and it feels uniquely different from the app, and it feels like you're supporting somebody.
Yeah, that is a big aspect of it as well with the community. Yeah, and at the same time, I feel like, I wonder if it was a thing they had to do, just because competition's heating up. For users, when they're going to pick a software, they're not going to look at like, oh, is it possible with the plugin? They're going to go, does this software have that feature?
Yeah, that's definitely the biggest group of people who would be looking for this and looking at these updates. Like, it definitely would be a smaller amount of people. It's more like companies who have the knowledge of scripts and plugins and stuff, who are thinking what I'm thinking, and like, hey, we need this automation for this. Like, it's very, very few people. And there's a chance that I'll break my scripts, John. It depends on if they change the API. If they don't change the API, then we should be fine. But we'll see what happens when I look at the updates.
If they've built it from the ground up, then I'm sure, like, and they've done that before as well. Like, Resolve's done it a couple times in the past, where they've just like, ripped out the core legacy code and put in a bunch of new, stable, more efficient stuff.
Yeah, like especially when they got Fusion.
And it always like upsets everyone, doesn't it? But at the end of the day, it makes it a much better software in the long term. Like, I think the biggest issue with Adobe is they've got like legacy software from 18 years ago in there, or at least I hear. And that's the equivalent. Yeah, and so it's the equivalent of like getting an old, 1980s car, taking the shell off, putting a 2025 car shell on top, and selling that bad boy for full price. Like, that's what Adobe feels like sometimes. It looks new, but
it's the same old stuff that's been breaking down for the past 20 miles.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Ease of use seems to be huge. If you could make uncompatible if you could uncomplicate a feature, that would be always desirable. That's true. So if we can like uncomplicate a feature of theirs with the API with a script, that would probably be pretty desirable. Like how we removed the complication of making your own animated word-by-word captioning by making the tool that would just do that steps for you.
Yeah.
But probably more on a smaller scale is what they're looking for.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're probably like, maybe we just, all the templates we've been working on becomes the next big part of it, and understand, like, there's a whole artistry to making captions look good. Like, there's a lot of limitations, like you don't want the animations being longer than 3 to 4 frames, or, they take too long between words. So, yeah, there could be something there as well. But I think there's a huge opportunity. Like Justin mentioned, there's 30 million Adobe users now poised to jump on Davinci Resolve. So there's a huge amount of people coming in who are going to want to know how to use it.
Yeah, and maybe even making, this isn't really done very often, but maybe making a script or an app or something that can help teach people how to use Fusion, for example. Like it's like a guided tutorial. I'm going to write that down. Like a guided tutorial app that will guide new users who are coming from layer-based systems to teach them how to use Fusion. That'd probably be pretty good. Any thoughts on that from the chat? It'll probably take an hour to respond, so we can keep talking.
All good.
Oh, someone just says do it, so there we go.
Yeah, that would be pretty awesome as a tool, because I think a lot of people are visual learners.
Yeah.
And it's more gamified that way. Like, no one's really done something like that, so that'd be pretty novel and cool.
I'd have to find a way to make the layout the default layout, so I could maybe try to, because I want to do like the helpy kind of thing, you know, the paperclip helpy, and put them nearby the things I'm talking about. So I'd have to like put everyone's layouts back to default and like move him around that way, because I don't think I can unless they've changed the API to where I can. There's no way to detect like where the buttons are on the screen. So like I couldn't just like say, okay, find this button and get the coordinates of it and move this window there. I'd have to do something else with it, but that's okay. I can think about how I would do that another time. But I do want to do that now.
Yeah.
Now that I've thought that out loud.
Generally, virus protections and software protections really hate when you try and take control of a keyboard or a mouse.
Well, I'm not going to take control of keyboards or mouse. I'm just going to like move the little icon that I'm like displaying the text with around the screen to where all the different icons are on like the buttons.
Oh yeah,
so
that
be
makes
like,
sense.
here's how you do this. You press these buttons to do this.
Peach, how do they have them out? They're that good.
People recorded as they were watching it, and then I get maybe they did their, you know, the Davinci Resolve thing and had someone else edit it while they were watching. You know, just fed the stream straight into another Davinci project.
Yeah, like I see Patrick Sterling's got one out yet, which is awesome. And I reckon he's probably done that because he was looking really heavily into the editing while live streaming, like someone edits while someone live streams. So good chance he used that feature there. Yeah, because like this is what I mean. Like for
4 people already have videos out. Are you serious?
Yeah, I never feel the pressure for that. I usually like I usually sit down and find what my like 2-3 highlights are, and then go for it.
Yeah, I haven't really done a video on these announcements last year, but I might do one this year, given that we have all these cool new stuff. Yeah.
Patrick Sterling has the beta out for version 20.
Oh, okay. So that means it's already available. Let's go to Blackmagic support. I mean, if we can take a look at this on stream right now, that'd actually be pretty cool. Oh yeah, it's out.
Where is it?
It's on the Blackmagic support site. Let me send you the link in Discord. There you go.
Oh yeah, it just populated for me just now.
So yeah, let's see if we can check this out. Jake Whip is streaming right now too. Yeah, it must have come out a minute ago. Yeah, it must have just come out. So yeah, Jake is streaming. So
quick, download it.
This could actually take a while. Yeah, this is going to take about 13 minutes to download. So I may not get to this on the stream.
Oh, this is interesting. The file size is lower. It's only 3.2 gigs, where it was like 4.3 before.
Oh, so for Windows, it's still showing a 7. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it was before, but it's 7 right now.
I wonder, because like, you know, they said you could download the AI models later. I wonder if that's the case.
Yeah, like they have most of it stripped out, so it's nice light size. Yeah. Yours is 7 too. Yeah. I'm on the Windows 64 download that I'm trying right now. That's what my computer is. Yeah, this is going to take about 12, 13 minutes, so I probably won't show it on stream. Depends on how much time I waste. And how fast it decides to download, because it's stuck at 13 and 12. It keeps jumping between the two. Oh, I didn't see your message here.
Oh, that's all good. I was sending it to you privately, just as a.
Oh no, something from Justin. I didn't see Justin's message. I don't have his notifications turned on, I guess, or something. How do you invite somebody to join your voice call?
Might have to. I think this is a group one, so we have to do a group
wait a
call.
second. Oh, Justin's on the Discord over here. Actually, hold on. Actually, if we both want to join my Discord, I have a watch party voice channel we can join.
Oh, awesome! Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, did it quit the other call? Am I still on a call with Orson? I'm not. If you guys are messaging on Discord, I cannot see you currently, by the way. Oh, do we want to join the stream room or the... Okay, I think we're in the stream room. Here we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we Justin. Woo, hey yo.
Oh, what's going on?
Yeah. How's it going?
Justin.
Oh, what's going on?
All right, someone going in the background.
Yeah, that's I think the feedback loop's coming in from Justin's speakers, but that's okay. There we go.
How about now?
I'm
Is
going
that better?
good. Yeah, that's way better. How you going, Justin?
Okay, perfect. Good. How are you guys doing?
Oh, devastated.
Yeah.
Like
Sorry,
actually, everything like both. I've spent so much money building those two tools over the last year, and like we're just gearing up. Dude, I was just gearing up. Just for context, like I think I was just about to break even on all my cost spendage, and now this has happened.
Oh
no.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous. It's just crazy.
Yeah. Here, I'll turn my light on.
Hopefully, Snap Captions 2 still has enough features to be like qualified to be like, hey, get this and it's worth it. Because right now, I don't know. Hopefully, the features are not as good in the like built-in tools.
I just saw what do you call it? Patrick Sterling's breakdown of the captioning tool. I'm surprised he's downloaded it and previewing it already.
Oh, that was fast.
But,
I'm still downloading.
You must have. They must have got early something.
He must
also, if I had to open up a new browser to see it, like it was.
Yeah.
I had to open up like a new tab or a new Chrome thing to actually get it to pop up on there. It wouldn't refresh it, I guess.
Yeah, mine's trying to download it in 2 packages for the Mac OS, so I'm wondering if like mine's only 3 gigs because it's.
Oh yeah.
Let's see here, and then I hit allow. Yeah, so I hit allow, and it's not changing my settings. Yeah, my browser. Yeah, okay, I'll try Safari.
Okay, so since I'm still downloading the update, I'm gonna watch this Patrick's video on stream, so we can at least like see it in person, like hands-on, what it looks like.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do that at least, so we can at least see it while it's still downloading.
DaVinci Resolve 20 is here, and it is insane. Here's what this video is going to be.
It's all built. It's interesting. The captions are all built into the subtitle track as well. So I wonder if we got to like in the export settings still have to like toggle them on, like and as remember that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But the first chunk will be the things we've been asking for a while. I'm so happy for a lot of these. I know you will be too.
Hey Jonathan, how you going?
The big
I'm doing great. Can you hear me okay?
But it's super cool.
Yeah,
Lots
sure
of AI
can.
tools, which we will talk about, and we'll talk about in future videos. And then the third chunk, we'll just cover some smaller things. But even those smaller things are only a sampling of the new smaller things in this update. So be sure to stick around over the next few days for more coverage as we dive.
Orson, you just went dark. Oh, there we are.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm it's like late at 4 a.m. and I'm like, I turned it on, I'm like, I've got all this rubbish on the
4 a.m. where you're at?
Yeah, I'm in Australia, so you know, I'm opposite side of the world.
Yeah, how close are you to where he was presenting?
No, that's in America. So they fly out to
Oh,
NAB
okay.
in America.
Gotcha.
That's why I'm not there. Otherwise, I definitely would have gone. I was this close to going, but I was just like, oh, that's a little too much.
Applies easing to your animation on the edit page, or makes anything shake.
But you must be friends with Blackmagic CEO, right?
No, oh, I wish.
He's your uncle.
That's pretty cool.
That would be the dream.
I have talked to the creator of Fusion, but that's pretty much as far as I've gone.
Biggest feature on this
that's awesome.
We've been asking for, and that is a new
he's sometimes hanging out in the chat, so he might actually be hanging around here.
Left-hand corner, and I also have this window.
Unless he's busy watching the actual stuff going down with Davinci.
So if I come to something like this Resolve logo, I scale it down.
Oh man, it is eerie how I'm looking at Patrick's stream. It's eerie how close this is looking like Premiere.
And then hey,
yeah, it is.
Further, scale it down here and push it back this way. We see new keyframes being populated in both of these frames. I'm going to close this bottom one because in this top one, we also have this icon to toggle over to a keyframe curve. Wow, well, we can see that move. We can select all of those. We can apply different easings like this ease in or this ease in and out.
Oh,
this is just
Justin, we can't hear you.
I have this icon where I can toggle on the zoom parameters as well. You also have a quick toggle here for any of those. If you want to see the scale,
there we go. Can you hear me now?
Better, you
yeah, there we go.
Sure can.
Apply this easing. You also have this button here.
Yeah, I was just saying it's crazy because on one hand, it's like you feel like you've always wanted these features, and then now seeing them in here, it's it's crazy, right? Because you get used to like Fusion and everything there, and now it's like, wow, it's gonna draw people back to the edit page.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Like it's gonna be interesting to see how much stuff is not done in Fusion.
This will make people like coming from Adobe. They'll be like, "Oh yeah, this is great." Like,
yeah,
I get it.
That makes sense. And so Fusion's probably going to go back more to its like traditional roots as like a professional compositing tool, and like all this simpler stuff is going to be staying on the edit page.
Yeah. 100%. And even how they like, oh man, all the depth map for compositing, like more advanced depth map stuff, and then mixing that with now because like Gaussian splatting is getting really big, right? They've got some really great apps to do that with your phone. So combining those can be crazy.
Yeah, it's gonna be.
And it might be, but we've wanted this for years.
Yeah, so Patrick was just talking about the text box feature, which is really cool. Like you can clip to the text box or wrap in the text box.
UI, where you can search through, see how much of your hard drive your render cache is eating up, and delete it there. But now, under Davinci Resolve, preferences.
Oh yes.
Cache management. We have
the
option delete
auto deletion.
Then a certain
finally
amount of days, and you can toggle this up or down a week, 30 days,
that's crazy.
Whatever. If it's hard for you to remember to go check out your cache management and see if you need to clear up files.
It is hard for me to remember.
It is because you don't remember you turned it on.
Once they're probably too old for you to use anyway. I've seen tons of people.
There's a really weird little combination glitch where if Google Drive fills up too much on a Mac, like the Google Drive for desktop fills up your Mac too much, and you get to like 10 gigabytes left, Mac just automatically starts deleting those files. And once, because my Davinci Resolve cache got so big, I just started seeing all my like media go offline, and it was like a nuclear event.
Oh gosh.
And what track you want that audio recorded to. I don't think I'll mess up anything by trying this now.
Yeah, on Windows, your computer just stops working.
Yeah.
Like, why isn't anything working?
Three-dot menu up here. So if I just go
Mac's like, hey, to save you from just having absolute utter destruction, we're just going to absolutely utterly destroy your work. This is your fault for not remembering. See, hey, that was it. So yeah, you can record live to the edit page. You don't have to do that from Fairlight anymore.
Yeah, that's so nice.
Around here. Finally, there is an update and sort of expansion to the general transcription features. They're saying that the base transcription is improved, which is
good.
Great. And they're calling it extended language support. So they're rolling out transcription to tons of new languages. Shout out to all my Polish people in the comments who are requesting support. Polish is on the list, as well as Czech and some other things that I have seen specifically requested. Super cool for everyone who has access to this feature. and wants to use it wherever they are in the world, if they're on the list. There's lots of people on the list. That's already incredible, and that was just the first section of things I've seen people requesting, sometimes for a long time. But now we need to talk about specific shiny new things. And boy, are they shiny.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, wait.
They're shiny.
There's one more. I missed it because I had a different timeline for it. If you are in a vertical timeline, you have a new button over on this side of the screen that, boop, gives you this vertical.
Oh, that vertical
timeline. Here.
Wow.
You just sort of fill that. So if you want it off, both 1 and 2 viewers still keeps your media pool up.
This is the closest we're going to get to be able to position things ourselves.
Real estate for editing vertical video content. It's not the full sweeping UI customization that I have seen some people ask for, but I think this.
You know, my workaround for this is
for people who just want to use.
I would have a clean feed that was just a monitor with tip sideways.
Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was the stuff I've seen people.
Expensive workaround though.
Now, shiny new stuff. I don't have a super.
I mean, like that's what I've got going here.
These are labeled as AI tools. Nice. Lots of them touch on audio in some regards. Let's dive in. It's cool. The first thing we're going to look at is AI multicam smart switch. So I've rigged up a multicam here.
This is
I pulled a clip
this is
from a D&D
SnapPod.
show I like, Dimension 20. They did a season during COVID, so their mainstream was just all
and it's built directly into the multicam as well.
I rendered smaller videos,
which we didn't even have access to before. Lovely.
Yeah, no, I remember I was going to be like, I'll see if in like the 19.5 update, if they'll give us API access to multicams. And then, so I'm here I am waiting eagerly, and they're like, well, we went one step further. You know, it'll be actually interesting because it sounds like they're using AI to do this. I'm wondering if it's algorithm based or AI based. So SnapPod uses a algorithm based, so it's all based on audio levels, and that it's interesting because the difference between like algorithms and AIs is with an algorithm, if you put in the exact same thing, you will always get the exact same thing out, versus with AI, it's a little bit more random. It's like good and bad in the sense that, you know, you can have a much more complicated like waveform going on, like people talking over each other, a single waveform, and AI will still get a job done, versus the algorithm will give a much more predictable output, which can be more accurate. So it'll be interesting to see how they compare in the quality of output.
It looks like there's like a better and a faster, it looks like, for that.
It will chop up this multicam on my timeline for me. You can see my little demo over here, but we will let it do its
thing. And this is faster than SnapPod because you don't have to export the audio.
Timeline. And if I just play this, it starts on this wide automatically. We had a setting.
The one thing that people kept complaining about.
Oh no one really complained about that. They understood it pretty well.
One person was questioning, like, hey, is there a way to not have to do this?
Yeah.
Understandable, but unfortunately not. Until now.
Yeah.
Me. It was me. I'll admit it now. Emily did it.
I dare you to let me build you a completely free e-commerce store preloaded with 20.
Yeah, okay.
So cool.
You look at those subtitles.
Wow. Davinci's crazy.
Yo.
This natively built into Resolve, I know lots of people are going to love. Let's move on to maybe the flashiest new feature in this update, and that is voice convert. This is the big AI
this is the thing that I think we're scared of.
People will have mixed opinions, but what this allows you to do.
I think it's
This is the conversion one. Yeah, it's not the word by word.
Yeah. No.
In my media pool, if you just
the word by word was a little bit before.
Yeah. Well, he hasn't talked about this in this video, has he?
And that will go through this whole process.
Oh, he did already?
It's
clip and tries to train this model off of what you.
Oh no! Wait, sorry. Maybe it's a bit more ahead.
It does give you this
the transcription and language support, but he didn't go into detail on that.
Oh no! So it comes up about 2/3 in, I think, actually.
Music editor, yeah, subtitles right here. Yeah,
there you go.
It's coming up.
Really excited,
yeah,
especially for some small things like ADR. But once you go through that process of generating a voice clip to show it off, I pulled in an old video from Davinci Resolve showing off Davinci Resolve 14. So their main video.
Performance improvements, advanced Fairlight audio post-production, incredible new multi-user collaboration tool,
is cool. It's great. But if I scroll in and go to that video, I will delete this little sneaky thing down here, right click and go to voice convert, then we get a new pop-up asking what you want to do with the file you generate. I'm generally liking adding this to a new file, what you want to name that, and then the voice model. We have some defaults, but we also have the model.
That's really, I really like how they give you the options for the path to export. Like that's always something I was thinking about with the Snap plugins, is giving people the choice of which tracks.
If I just leave that on for now and click render, it will generate a new audio clip
instead of just the newest track.
At least on my nicer system.
Yo, this has actually got a huge potential for freelance editors. One of the biggest problems businesses have is that they've always got to get someone in to present, and that's super time expensive, and you want it to be a consistent person for the branding and whatnot. And so this is going to allow them to like create a digital persona. Anyone can deliver the script, and it'll sound like the same person.
I think it's going to be best used for like filling in gaps of like the editor wants to record something that's supposed to be here and put it into the person's voice, and then the regular person's going to come in later and like replace it with their actual voice. Because I don't think it's as good enough to like put into a final video.
Davinci Resolve 14 adds major performance improvements, so you can see when
the equalizer helped it a lot.
More natural. I might take another swing at generating that voice model later to see if I can.
I'm sure also like the more like more and more accurate speaking you do in those recordings will probably help it become sounding better.
Accents.
Yeah. And one of the things about AI is it's one of the easiest things to constantly improve. Like the problem with all the other digital tech beforehand is that like you'd have to like manually create code to get a better output, versus with AI you just put in more training data and you get a better output.
Right.
So it's like very predictable, and like if you're a big company it scales really reliably, which is why a lot of them love it and jump on it. It's just easier to like...
Let's see if are we gonna hear Patrick's voice over Alex?
So we're finally moving out of the little spare room in my house
with an English accent.
That sounds so weird.
Of course, this can be fun, but like I said, those like ADR or other professional environments can absolutely take advantage of this. Moving on is maybe, I keep saying these are like the big features, but is maybe the other big flashy feature, IntelliScript. This is wild. You have to start with your raw footage. So what I did is I sort of like mocked up like a skit you might see. It's not like a funny or something, but a skit you might see on social media, just like filming yourself from 2 different angles. And I even ran those lines like back to back, like from a single angle, if that makes sense. So I have 2 clips here. And if I select these 2 clips, right click and go to AI tools, create new timeline using IntelliScript, it will have me navigate to a script. And I just did like a plain text, 1 line, next line, 1 line, next line. And once I click open, it will do its thing and generate a new timeline, and kind of like the initial implementation of some like transcription tools. This has been a little overeager in some places, but let me pull up that script just for fun. This is all I fed it. I named myself Ed and Dan. I don't know if that was...
Whoa!
That's all you needed to put.
What thing? That all-you-can-eat taco fare down... Oh yeah, I'd really like to. Cool.
Whoa! That's like a reverse paper edit. That's revolutionary. Damn, dude, there's so much room for all of us to just grow doing education on like different workflows to create really efficient video outputs. Like this is huge. There's a huge opportunity here. Like even if this means like the plugin game's over, there's so much more to like share about this. So
yeah.
Are the alternate takes it recognized? So something like that all-you-can-eat taco fare downtown. Toggle that off. Toggle this on. That all-you-can-eat taco fare down. Also clip this one, but if you give it space. Taco fare downtown. Or this other one. No, that all-you-can-eat taco fare down.
So it does takes too? It puts the takes top of each other?
Maybe.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, and it auto disabled them.
That's crazy.
And also stores those on your timeline. Like you're seeing in this.
Dude, that's a full assistant. You go.
Like I can put my script into this.
Editing tools to trim and shuffle.
What was that, sorry?
And for something like an initial quick cut,
like in a music editor, like a Cubase or something, where you have like you're trying to get the best takes, they automatically kind of like cycle through and mute the other takes for you.
Yeah.
It's like it's how you would kind of cut together a song with all your best like even if you had like a guitar line, you were trying to cut all the best parts of it together.
Okay.
You'd be going through like 8 takes or 20 takes or something.
And if I do something like drag on a segment from a recent tutorial and a completely fresh audio source that is normally way too loud without touching anything else. I also don't have like sound effects or other things that would make this like really show off this tool. But if I go to timeline, AI
Are we doing the AI mixer?
Audio assistant, it asks for this delivery standard to account for like
this is insanely cool
stuff. It's kind of techy. I don't super understand. But if I click audio mix, then we'll classify.
Oh yeah, I saw this little preview in that. This window looks crazy.
Down the volume of
so
it's doing it. Turn down the waveform a whole lot.
So in version 19, they introduced that thing in the like media page where you could get it to analyze all the audio and it would class it as sound effects, music, or voice. Right. And so like this is the next step where they're like, okay, now you've classed it, we're going to automatically level it where they should be.
I am a little bit more of an audio head, if that's a thing, so I would like to know and maybe have control to take
this is so weird because it's like both so beginner friendly yet super advanced as well that it's overwhelming for a beginner. Like
either you do this.
I mean, at least there's no like options to change. It just sets it all as defaults.
Today, I want to share with you all my favorite.
Unless it's in like the actual preferences of the app.
It pulled out the volume, and especially when this audio gets big.
We're gonna get what song is this?
That's a good point. Is this going to copyright us?
I have here, my camera.
No, it didn't copyright Patrick. Oh wait, unless it's Artlist.
Yeah, unless it's like a studio thing, like a subscription. Talk.
Maybe this audio is still even.
See, now if they could get Davinci Resolve's voice isolation to be on a live stream, now then you've got a whole new solution for a lot of people as well.
Yeah.
I would love to throw a much
like if they can make that instant
audio scene at
versus the really weird delay they have right now.
What I think about it, but like a lot of these other tools, this is an area I can see them also improving on over time to great effect. But for now, AI audio assistant is up and running and it's super cool. One thing I don't think I have a great example to show off. I'm on
it kind of looked like it was doing more like normalization with multiple tracks rather than really truly mixing it or doing any like side chaining the dialogue to the music or anything like that. It looked
Which
like
was
what?
Go ahead.
Well, you can already sidechain it. That was already a feature that was released a while ago. Like auto sidechain.
But it's not doing any of that kind of level of stuff for you with the auto thing there.
It's a bit like, you know, when.
Go ahead.
You go. Okay. You know, remember the auto color button like on Davinci Resolve? So you in the color page, you could do all the manual settings, or they had this like AI auto color, and you'd click it, and it would just based on the frame color grade it. And the biggest annoyance was it like you could see it was using all the native tools, but you wouldn't give you access to any of the controls. And it's like the same thing again. It's like, hey, we're going to give you like a real beginner, easy, friendly way to do it, but you can't do anything after. So I wonder if it's similar to that.
Maybe.
Like when I'm doing that, I want to be in Final Cut.
And like they all talk over the course of this little clip. But say I want specific audio post-processing on them independently. Well, they were all recorded on one audio track. What are we going to do? Like go through
this
and
is
like
this is what you couldn't do.
Which one is talking and change it to a different track? We might have used to, but now we can come to Fairlight and right-click.
You can split up audio sources?
Tools, checkerboard to new tracks, and
what?
Oh, that was fast.
Sick.
Wow. What? Saved from some processing from before. That might have saved some processing from when I did this first time. Because that seemed
that's really cool.
That was too fast. That was too fast. It will probably maybe it full transcribes the video to look around. It's not going to be that fast. It'll be that fast once it does it once. But then,
and what I was going to say is
we can see we have 3 little tracks. So Jake is talking on this first track.
I do think.
There are guests talking on the second track.
I'll pull it out, but.
And then Spencer on this third track.
That's what I'm going with.
Yep.
And you could toggle on individual effects for just a single track.
I'll pull it out, but I also does it work as inside your computer?
You can see if it gets too tight, then it can't like separate them talking over each other. But I'm really impressed with how like clearly it cut up these different speakers to different tracks. This is so useful to sort of explode one track out into multiple tracks for as many different people.
You could not do that at all before.
It's cool. Ooh, but one other thing I did
unless you did that fully manually.
If I grab one of those audio tracks I was looking at earlier, we have another feature that could have ended up on the list of.
It's like the remix tool, but for voices.
Yeah.
And that is living over an inspector. We have AI music.
This is the thing that I've been asking for forever.
This is the one. This is the thing from Premiere that people want. Okay.
Yeah.
You click adjust, which is sort of like an analyze button.
I want to know how they like were able to push out so much all at once. Like
new sort of squiggly.
Like, how long did this take to do? How many people did they have working on it?
With this, I can do something like
well, there is something like that exists.
I want to add 2 minutes.
I think it's Fader, FADR, on .com,
it finds a place to loop.
where you can just drag on the song and it gives you a bunch of options and you can pick the one that you want and everything.
He's probably used the same sort of algorithm then.
Built-in 4 alternate versions
because it has that versioning.
It looks like this right on the end, mostly for timing. It can be hard to get precise timing if it needs to like match.
Should I get the beta on this system or on my Mac?
But we also have this live trim option. So if I pull it back to something like in the middle,
I should do a cloud project backup.
It's a good idea.
It will find places.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna put version 20 on my Mac.
Yeah, I think so.
Just leave my,
I may not test it out today.
So many people request this, and
at least not on stream.
Is also
I wonder if
thing, but it's also really
if it'll open up 2 different versions, or if it'll still be like just overwrite the old.
I hope it does. That would be so nice. I wish it did that. I hope it does that.
Yeah. All right. Who's ready to see my death in action? Let's get into it.
It's unchanged so far. If I create it, it will run through my timeline. Add default.
5 months of work. Is it all going down the drain?
This is what we have had.
I was joking with Ash because we were looking back at some of it like recently, and there was like things like, you know, there'd be a bug and it took us 2 weeks to fix. And Ash's experience is like, I'm Batman just going, fix this bug, and I'm like just like smashing his head into this brick wall. Like, I put you through all that torture.
That's a text plus clip. That's a fusion clip. That's a fusion clip. That's bad news.
It's not animated, but it just has a little more.
That's a Foley fusion clip.
These don't need to be animated. I could go in and grab something like these word art.
The subtitles. I feel like they're on a different solution.
Yeah, it's on the subtitle track though.
He needs to move his title.
Under subtitles. In there we have
move this.
The red banner.
I don't think it's fusion based. I think it's but like they've definitely added a whole animation engine to it.
Yeah. It's not accurate. It has similar problems to what we're experiencing still with the actual subtitle accuracy.
Mine's been pretty accurate. It's like for my own personal experience, I'd say. No, like but like 95% accurate, I would say. And like in good conditions.
Yeah.
You see the custom fusion controls.
And these are good conditions right now.
It is a bit different. It's not. Okay, it's way more basic. Okay, it's really basic.
Up here, whether you want something like right on words.
Do you have to do that for each clip?
You see it after it is
no. So you do it once and it'll apply to everything all at once. Like it's actually like it's a really solid
set
solution.
Both ways.
There's a fusion button. There's a fusion button. This is in fusion.
Oh, there is a fusion button.
And it's track based and caption based. That's
that's
not good.
Subtitle Pro, can I create one live? If I pull this down, pull it down, and on animation.
This is not good. You can put any text plus effect from your effects panel onto the subtitle track.
Yeah. You reckon we should try the yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get my snap caption effects working on this.
I hope that they give us API controls into this. I want people to put clips into the subtitle track.
These animated ones are included. We have this statement. We have this.
Hey Orson, are you going to try to open V20 on your same machine?
Yeah, I'm going to open it up on. Because
let me know if
can always
which is sort of like
revert back. So as long as I do a database backup, I'll be fine.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's true.
And even though it might take a little bit, I'm seeing lots of people create new presets.
Oh yeah, it's
especially with this word by word.
Actually, it just failed.
I definitely will stick around.
Failed downloading. I gotta try again.
Several other things. People have absolutely requested this. These built ones do that word by word.
Oh yeah, their server is absolutely
down the length of how many words you want on screen at a time, and animate that a little more easily with sort of our collective fusion knowledge. But super cool, but we need to keep moving because gosh, we still have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, there's still
you can kind of see where we're going.
So much puppet tool. There's an actual puppet tool.
Right click.
I can see Mario.
Show music beats. Click that. It will do its thing, and then it will show you all the individual beats.
Yeah, I thought beat edit was like
snapping is automatically.
This was just
a
Firelight thing.
Wow.
So if you want to do something like snap.
Well, but it wasn't that easy to set up.
No, that was more finding the BPM. It wasn't like this. This is actually just like putting markers on the beats.
I think there's a beat detection as well on Fairlight.
and then those are just living there, and you can always toggle those off or on as needed.
Jason did a video on it, but this is beat edit's better, and this might be better than this.
Snap.
No, it couldn't figure out the beat. It could just. No, what was it?
Cool.
It wasn't like a true beat
BPM.
detector.
Footage will snap to those
It was
just like you put in the BPM and it puts markers down for that.
Because
it was something. It wasn't like a true like.
Some new stuff I want to call out, but I won't specifically show off. We have a new AI upscale, a 3 and 4 times sort of like AI upscale option.
So that's Topaz as well.
Enhanced, that was sort of like AI,
which is another company. They do a bunch of AI upscaling.
I've tried. I have both, and
super scale was already really good.
All the way down here, we have AI super scale, which you can toggle on and check that out. The
both.
Transition, which kind
of I have both. Yeah, Topaz. I mean, Topaz is dedicated to this. It's better. It's just nice that we have this option and that it's GPU accelerated.
Yeah.
Like me dressed in
His camera's gone.
different outfits. If I have a transition here, let me find my transition. This is
keeping it off for a sec.
Smooth cut. Oh, that does funky stuff. I don't know if this is this new feature or if there's a different way.
Yeah, he's not using it on the right. Like they're not even similar.
Oh, speed warp button. So that's kind of what it was before. A little more funky.
Oh, right.
But also, this is
kind of just warp still. Yeah.
Option. Let me do something like cutting.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see because like that's definitely like an AI model now. It's not a algorithm based one because you can see like how it's got like that wavy diffusion through it all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it just like fades.
That was way better though, right? Like those hand warps would literally look like a fade. Now you can see it's like actually trying to copy the motion. Like that's a step in a huge right direction. Like it's not final production ready for like massive changes, but small changes, that's going to be game changer.
Yeah. Paint out. You also don't make a stroke anymore. You just drop a point. I'm kind of saving more.
This is so much better. This is exactly like the new AI roto stuff that is being released on like GitHub that I've been testing out.
Oh, really?
Got a proper V2 again right now, I believe, just in the color page.
Yeah. There's different versions in different systems.
And like I did a comparison of like Magic Mask on between Fusion and After Effects like ages ago, about like when they're first coming out, and like Davinci Resolve was really holding its own against Premiere. Like they were both just as good. Davinci Resolve's model would handle reflections as well, so you'd select a subject and it would get the reflections and everything. So it was like good in that regards. And Premiere really only won with like Adobe with like hair, because they had like a hair rebrush tool. So
yeah,
the fact that they're going even harder on this is
the refined edge in After Effects.
Dude, yeah, you said Premiere, but we know you meant After Effects.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant. 4 a.m., 4:30 a.m.
All good.
But if I really quick sketch out this.
Oh, that's insane.
And then you can just.
Okay, so you know that.
Well, if it gets to work.
And actually preview it. Then you can move his arm.
Yeah, it's all sticky, but I mean, if you have like a good, accurate, like T-posed model.
Super tight. Like I said, I haven't touched the puppet tool in a long time, so you'll have to tell me.
See, I'd be really interested to see like what happens if you were to combine the motion tracking tools in Fusion with something like this. Could be like, you know, 2D animate a character with your own actions and motions. Like, there's a lot of really cool things you could tie together to do some really fun effects.
I'm also not in a great place to show off, even though Fusion is kind of my whole deal. There's a new vector warp in Fusion that I believe.
It's interesting. We haven't seen we've seen a little bit of stuff inside Fusion, but we didn't go like as deep into it compared to everything else.
Yeah, like we barely touched on it. I wonder if there's more stuff that just they didn't bring up.
Dive more into that. Maybe that'll be an upcoming video. But as well as new tools for sort of like 180 video editing in Fusion. Those beefed up, as well as deep compositing tools, which for my understanding is like legit big boy compositing,
so cool.
Like pro level.
This is like, but this is like they're coming for Nuke. They want to make an easier, faster Nuke that your average person can kind of start doing even more and more.
They're like, we want you to be able to take your Blender stuff and throw that into Davinci and make something really good out of it.
Go deeper into, leave a comment.
Yeah.
I want to wrap up with some relatively
I'm
minor
curious
stuff
if like
that is
the
still
direction they're
really
trying to
cool,
head is like they're
and for
really
some of
trying
you
to like
might be just as big
bring
deal
Nuke
as
back.
some
I'm
of this
curious
other
on your
stuff.
thoughts,
Like
like
I
bring
said,
Nuke
we're
back to
starting
like just
small
really heavy
but
compositing
cool
and
on
really
the edit
technical
page.
effects,
If
and they're
you
like
scroll
really
and
trying to
run your
bring a lot of
mouse in the
functions
viewer,
from Nuke
it now
directly
scrolls
to the edit page
specifically
and
to where
bare
your
light
pointer
and
is. It didn't used to do that. You would need to
keep it
zoom and then
simpler
like
for the
reposition from
95%
the
of
center.
editors.
Now it
I think so.
does.
I think it's like the same
And
as,
that's
you know, it's
super
why
nice. On
they
the
still
edit
use
page, we
Avid
now
for
have this
cutting films,
source
and they still
tape
use like this. You
option.
have the industry
Here's the
standard, but then
only
you have
on the cut page.
realistically
You see
what's
these lines
fastest
here,
and
which
easiest
are
and
muted,
most
are these
user-friendly
completely
to
different pieces
do
of
stuff.
media
Yeah.
that are living in my media pool.
Resolve's
Scrub
been
through all of
absolutely
those.
gunning
This
for
is
those Avid
super
editors,
awesome
like,
for stuff
and
like
who
event
quite a
work
big
where you're doing
success.
lots
Like
of
they've worked with
B-roll.
several
You're just
companies,
want to
like in
go through
different
it all,
countries,
grab
where
some
they like their
selects.
whole
You can just
job
sort
is
of
to
look
help
at it in one major timeline
was to
and
help
scroll
these
through.
TV
This is
production
really awesome with the
companies
speed editor.
set up remote
And this
workstations
was a
for
feature that
all their
wasn't even
production.
on the
There's
cut page.
especially like,
Lots of
well,
people wanted
after
it on the
COVID,
edit
they all
page.
got like
Source
hyper
tape
scared of
is
it. So like,
updated.
okay, we need to have like
Also,
remote
you have the
setups
option to
going.
selectively sync originals in projects
And
that
these
otherwise
companies, they
only
would
pull
spend weeks
proxies.
just
So
trying to
a
get these
workflow that is
editors
super
to
awesome is
give,
this.
who
Say
are on
you have your
Avid, to
main
give Resolve a
desktop
try.
or your main
And they
editor
were
on the
all super
desktop
resistant. They're like,
working
we'll
with full
bring you a
resolution
computer,
files.
we'll set
You
you
are
up,
on
we'll
a
make it
laptop
work.
where
Like
you
these
can
guys
click
had
ahead,
computers from
but
12
you
years
have
ago,
like
like
the
the old
full
Apple
resolution
bins.
logo
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah.
use
And
it.
yeah, sure enough, in a week
Previously,
of
if you tried
using
to
it, they're all
image
like, we're not
timeline
going
on
back.
your
This is
laptop,
incredible.
it would only
Like, so they
upload
even
a
converted the old
proxy of that
schoolies.
timeline. I'm not
That's
actually not sure
awesome.
how it handles
Nice.
images. Okay,
Yeah.
but say you were using a video, it would only upload that proxy. But now, if you are sort of working on your proxy system, but need to send something back to your main system, it needs to be at full resolution. Now you can toggle that on. Super cool. One option that I've seen some people be really
And I think one of the
excited
biggest
for,
things with
even
like the
though
argument for
I don't
staying
have a
with something
great
like
use
Avid
case for it,
is because
like
you're
most
one
other
kind of
timeline, I can open
cog
a
in
timeline
the pipeline,
with
the production
source
pipeline, right?
viewer.
And so everything
Yeah.
has to go
My
back and
plate here
forth
is
between
blue, and
all
I
these different
cannot edit. I
specialists.
Yeah.
cannot
But the
change
more
anything
that things
within
become
this
sort of
timeline. It's
amalgamated
read
into one
only,
program,
and it's showing up in this
it
first
starts to
timeline
make that
view.
that
If I
that
toggle on
main
something like
argument for
stacked
using
timelines, that's
something like
now
Avid
one timeline,
sort of moot,
and my
because
main
it's
timeline
you can do more and more and more and just in this that
down here. If I have a timeline where lots of work, maybe it's ongoing, maybe it's just a timeline of selects.
My hat's
I can
blue.
even, like set in and out points here and pull them down into this other timeline down here.
So does
The
he
point
edit
being
for
you
them,
can
or has he just pulled
view
this from a
timeline
recording?
as source
Yeah, it looks like
only,
he just pulled
kind
it
of like
from
a
a
whole
recording.
piece
It
of
looks like just
media,
their
and then,
videos.
have that interact with other
Yeah.
timelines
Oh,
however
yeah, I
you
can
want.
see the
If I've
taskbar
got
down the
big
bottom.
pro editors who are really excited for this, I know lots of people like who have worked in Avid really like this.
Hey, look,
I
name
would
drop.
love to know more examples of why this
Yeah.
is super cool. It
Great
seems
minds
nice.
think alike, right?
I want to know why it's cool.
Yeah,
And
it's. I
last
feel like
thing, which
Resolve
is
wasn't just
very
like, oh,
small,
we're going to
super
make
niche
some of
to
the
me,
best
but
tools. It's
very
like we're
cool.
going to
If I
have the
pull a
monopoly
random
on
clip
everything.
into the
Yeah,
Fusion
like they really said
page,
that
I
they were
click
going to
it,
go
I
after
open
these
it in the
people
Fusion
on this
page.
update.
You'll
Like they are
notice
going
this
after
little
companies.
sequence now starts
Did they
at
say that?
frame of
I mean,
Or did like just like the
in their
vibe?
actions.
frame zero used to be the beginning
Oh yeah.
of
Oh,
the show.
actions
I'm sure
speak
that's a
louder than
quote
words.
from the CEO.
This alone
Yeah.
is a nice little small update.
Not
You also have the
provocative at
option
all.
to cut select.
Uh,
This starting frame, that is somewhere else. That lives over in File Project Settings.
I'm really curious
Under
about the
Fusion, you have
multicam
the
editing
default
for like for
start
film,
frame.
because
This is
I've
most
edited
useful for people who
a
want
bunch
to
of films
dabble
on
in
Resolve
creating those
with
sort of,
the existing
Fusion
multicam
effects or
stuff,
templates or presets.
and
Long story short, the previous way things were
it's
done,
interesting. It already
very
works. I
hard
feel like it already
to
works well
manually
for doing
place
things, but I'd be
like
very curious
keyframes
how,
on
not
an
just for like
effect and
podcasting
won't
things, but
show
actual films
like
when you
several
have.
miscellaneous parts
Oh,
of
it's
the
going to be a
effect
game
because it
changer
would
because
pull
they got that
random
take
frame
selector. You know, I
movements.
think one of the
If
big
it
issues
was
with
a
the
hassle
multicam
or
is you
painful
couldn't
for you,
stack
you know
takes
how
on top of each
painful it
other.
would
Well,
be.
not
If you
easily,
don't,
right? Like you'd
just
have to like
know
cut them and then redo
they
it. So
make
this is
some
like
Fusion
putting it
things
directly on the
really nice.
timeline,
And especially
which which means if you're going to get this third take, which you think's the best, but it's 5 seconds longer because it's a bit slower pace, it's very easy to make that take extend out and like push everything else to the side. So that's going to be an entirely new workflow for creating movies and films, and like easily, you know, as a director, picking the best shots. That's going to be great.
There's still more. I even just like talked about some without super showing them off. I'm super excited for this update. I'm pretty excited for, you know, some of the discourse.
All right. We're pretty much near the end of that video.
Something like that AI.
Okay. And any final thoughts
on
the
what are we gonna do?
Guys?
What are we gonna do?
Yeah. All the tools and stuff we just made are all worth nothing.
I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, we'll see. So there's like a few things for us to keep in mind as well. So one, this is a beta. It can take anywhere from like 3 months to a whole year before like it goes outside of a beta. So there is time as of the essence. People are still going to need stuff for that whole year, which is more than enough time to get the value out of a lot of these tools. And two, we have to download and test it. But you can clearly see this is the direction they're taking things. I think I'm both like quite sad, but also really excited about like all the potential opportunities that are coming up with this. Like there's so many different cool workflows for every single kind of editor, from documentary to Hollywood to social media editing. They've really created so many different functions so you can design a workflow that gets you your vision to screen really quickly. Like it's very impressive.
Yeah.
I agree.
So here's the thought. Yeah. My understanding is like there's still new features that are coming, so there might still be announcements and other stuff like that. But just based off of this, off today, is there anything that you guys were disappointed that they didn't mention yet or haven't talked about?
Honestly,
like what's a feature
no.
that you wish they did add that we didn't see added?
Oh, so the biggest thing that I like, as someone who's like got an assistant editor and has to handle like videos for multiple different clients, the biggest thing that I needed, which they showed, was the ability in Blackmagic Cloud to have finer controls over what files are shared and how they're shared. Are they proxies? Are they the full resolution clips? It was all really impressive because you like before, you could only say, hey, this entire project, give me everything, give me just the proxies, or give me nothing. Like you didn't get any fine control. And that made it really difficult because sometimes like, I just want to send one raw shot over so the person can color grade that one shot and then I'll apply it to the rest and then I'll use the proxies for everything else. So to me, that was the one thing I've been like begging for. And yeah, they've showed it, and they showed a really clean user interface that's easy to understand. And do it rapid fast, and doing a two-way sync system like that is like a technical marvel. Like the people they have working on those teams will be absolute geniuses to pull that off. So it's incredible stuff. Like I literally can't think of something I wish they had. A Photoshop killer. That's what I need next.
I mean, the set extension kind of is like the
generative filter.
Yeah. The thing that I wish that they would bring up in these announcements is just API improvements, but also that's not very general to the like public. So like saying, hey, we added the ability to interact with this with functions in code wouldn't be very good selling point. So it makes sense.
Yeah, totally. There's so much. I don't even know where to begin because there's so many. And it's also crazy how it definitely feels like where once all of these different things were so specialized, you had editors and colorists and sound designers and everybody it was so specialized, and now it really feels like we're getting squished into one. You're a creative, or you're basically like that you're wearing all the hats, which is and that's what's happening at at all the local TV stations, at all the productions for everything, is that cutting costs and everything. They have to. The person who got hired as an editor 10 years ago is now the producer and the colorist and the everything, right? So it is reflective of what's happening on a broader scale. But I think watching this, like the version 20, you really are like, wow, like you're no longer an editor. You're the everything. You're the production person. And
seeing how many jobs
do you think it's good or bad?
AI?
Yeah. So is this a good or a bad thing for overall, in your opinion?
I think it's going to be harder for new people harder and easier. So it's like, on the one hand, getting into it, you need the button pusher jobs,
people to work with.
Also for people that just getting into the industry just out of school, they need a way to get into the environment and to start learning from other creatives, right? And people who are who have had some time in the space to develop and to actually take some of the things that they're learning and put them into practice and make a bunch of mistakes, right? And so, unfortunately, with losing all those lower sort of jobs that we were talking about, like how they're kind of out the window, that sucks for the next generation that's getting started, right? On the other hand, you can get like they can become a Tarantino and make their own film and do all kinds of crazy stuff right off the bat with $20. So that's cool.
Like you don't have to hire somebody else to do the other parts of that job for you. If you're a solo person and only know one part of it, you can easily now learn the rest of it, or at least use the tools that can make the rest of it easier for you. And it's so much faster and easier for those beginners. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I feel like I
was just going to say, like it's like a bit of a story, but it compares to like, you know, a very similar thing that's happened in the past in a different industry where like a lot of people lost their jobs. And that was in the farming industry when, because I grew up in a farm, like when tractors became a thing. So before tractors, majority of the world were farmers, right? Because, you know, you had to have like 20 people pulling oxes and all sorts of things. And all of a sudden you get some guy on a tractor and literally they're doing the job of what used to take 20 people and like a bunch of horses. One person's getting it done with a tractor. So you go from like 90% of the world being farmers to like 10% very quickly. Now it's an exaggeration in numbers, not no specifics, but of that 10%, they're making twice as much money. And if that's like theoretically what happens, like the question becomes, well, is that good? Right? There's less people doing it, but of those there left, they're doing much better off. And I feel like that's the direction it's heading. And I think Resolve can kind of see that on the wall. They can see teams are getting lighter. It's getting more creative. It's being handled by one person. And yeah, like people have been saying for the last 2 years, button pushing jobs, if it's an easy yes or no done right, is going to get replaced with AI because it isn't creative. It's not something that doesn't have a lot of weight to the decision. It's either just done right or not. And so I think Resolve can clearly see that's the future and they're getting into it first and well.
Just wait till we have AI tractors.
Oh, that's already a thing. They did that like last year. Like there's no one driving the tractors anymore. So now instead of like one person per tractor, it's like one person on like a bunch.
There you go.
Yeah, it's not a commercial release. It's like they've got them working in mines and stuff with like the big trucks. Like they're all some of them are being driven by robots, but and that's all like early testing stages. But like that's already happening as a thing. Like driving, because it's again, did you get the stuff from point A to point B? It's a yes or no. There's no like, is this what feels good? So that's a little emoji thing there. So it's it's like it's happening in every single industry. And I guess the question is just going to be, is there going to be enough jobs? Like at what point does this scaling come to a point where there just isn't stuff for us to do? Like we haven't hit it yet. Henry? We may never. We may. It's just hard to tell.
I'm hoping it's like a curve where it's like you kind of like the cannibalism goes to here, and then it's like a really like we're running out of space to, you know, it's much more incremental because it's like you've done kind of the big. Hopefully it's a bit of a curve like that, but I feel like even with watching you know, the captions app on for like iPhone, you know, I think it's called Captions. But they introduced, I saw some ads for like an AI editing. That's kind of like their next step. So they're like, they started off doing caption. Like, I think it's called the Captions app. They started off doing captions, but their pivot was basically, we're now going to be like, edit your videos with AI through the app. So you can just upload your thing. And how it's doing it is it's basically just transcribing your whole video. It's using like its transcription, like the base that it was doing all the captions with. But now it's just putting that into, giving that to a GPT agent to be like, summarize this into whatever, which is actually just editing, right? That's just what editing is.
Yeah.
And so that's, I was definitely, when I saw the AI stuff starting to pop up, I'm like, that's the next thing that's coming, is that because it's just turning video into text and then using AI to basically edit everything for us. So it will be, and at the same time, it means like creators, like it's going to be majorly disruptive because on the one hand, you have like creators who are maybe couldn't afford or weren't able to really edit themselves, or like, because it's a time thing, right? Like editing somebody's YouTube channel, that's a massive time commitment, right? That's like a full job.
Yeah.
And to be able to go to a chat GPT and be like, okay, I just finished my stream. Can you edit that into, you know, like my videos, and this is what the kind of like it already has your strategy, it already has everything, like it knows your audience, it knows what kind of stuff they like, what parts to cut out, and it's all just text. It's not even that, like, it's not even something to wrap your mind around. It's just like, if you turn a video into text, then you can just use ChatGPT or whatever large language learning models, right, to execute these
you
things.
can get the beats going. Yeah, it sounds a bit, it's pretty doom and gloomy. Tell me if I'm like going too deep into like story analogies, but there was like another interesting one I heard, which is like how you can get ahead of AI. And you guys just tell me if I'm ranting too hard here. But there was a really interesting thing I noticed where it really showed me like where humans will still be important, even with all these AI tools. Like if someone can press a button and get a video done right now, in what circumstances at all would someone go, okay, I'm still going to pay for an editor? And I saw a similar thing happen, which helped explain it to me, which was these chefs using AI. So it was these 4 chefs versus an AI model, and who could cook the best leftover recipe. It was a challenge. So basically, we're going to draw 4 ingredients out of the hat, and we have to make a recipe and cook with it. That's the basic deal of the challenge. And I'm sure they rigged it, because what they drew out was sesame seeds, crab meat, blue cheese, and digestive biscuits, which is like a sweet, crumbly biscuit. And they're like, what the hell are we going to make with this? These are terrible combinations. And they throw it in ChatGPT, and it comes up with a crab and blue savory cheesecake, which kind of makes sense. You can have a crab and cheese dip, and cheese and digestive biscuits make a cheesecake. So it's like, okay, well, let's combine the two together and make something different. So they made it. And they didn't make them vomit, but it was very gag worthy, and like they're going, and and then one of the chefs said something really profound after they tried this, which made it click for me. And it was simply that the AI gave us all the best options of what we could do, but as like professional chefs, we really just should have been asking from the beginning, should we do this? Right? So there's a lot of wisdom in saying, is this the right decision? Is this the wrong decision? Like if I fed that dish to someone at a restaurant, yeah, you're not going to get a good review. That's going to really hurt your business. So AIs will always give you like a bunch of great options on what you can do. It still takes an expert to go, should you do this? Is this a good decision for your company? Will it make you money? Will it lose you money? That's where it's going to go. So you're going to see a lot of people who've got experience and got wisdom. They're going to come in, they're going to make the best decisions, use AI to get them executed quickly and efficiently, and move on. That's going to probably be the next step in our future, as far as we can tell for now.
Yeah.
Well said.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be stuff that may be logically accurate, but when you think about it, it doesn't make any sense to do.
Yep, 100%. And that's all it comes down. Or the other thing it comes down to is responsibility. So if you go to a lawyer, right, and they misrepresent you in court, you can actually sue them, and you can get a retrial because, hey, you were misrepresented. They had a legal obligation to give you the best defense you could. If you get AI to be your lawyer, and then you try and sue ChatGPT, like, hey, you gave me bad legal advice, they're going to go, huh, that's stupid. So like, there's also a level of responsibility. Like, can I trust this person to get the job done right there? So yeah, yeah.
Well, you guys, I've been going for 4 hours. So unless you guys have any final thoughts, I think I'm going to end the stream and hop out of here.
My final thought is, I think we should start a podcast with the 4 of us.
Yeah,
not a bad idea.
Monthly podcast.
Future talks.
Yeah.
Or should we like call ourselves something like the rest in peace bros, like just like all zombies, like, oh, we died, but here we're trying to come back alive.
Yeah, just call it It's All Over.
It's all over.
No,
ERIP.
I think that like there are some people, like, do you guys know like Corridor Crew?
Yeah.
On YouTube channel. Like, I think that somebody like that, I always love watching their videos, because they're basically always just taking the latest advancements and just making videos with them. So they're making like, let's make a video, whatever, let's just get it out and put it out there. And I think that sort of attitude is what's, if that sort of attitude meets with all these tools and how they're just ready to make your vision come to life. If you have the idea, right? None of these things are really like a substitute. Well, that being said, you could probably ask ChatGPT to make you to write your stories and stuff like that. Maybe eventually they will even be better at that. But what I was gonna say is like there's no substitute for creating like the storytelling and the creating things that people will care about.
Mm-hmm.
And the more that things, you know, yeah, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but
I think I got there's a
easier.
You go.
Yeah, I just think it's gonna make it easier for people who want to actually get their stories out to like get them out and not having to be this big production or being kind of at the mercy of like getting the grants or getting this or that. Hopefully, it's just like, you know, if you have your phone with like the Blackmagic app, and you're just like, you know, or a couple phones, you can shoot like full on films. And like I've been using the iPhone 16 with the like just shooting it with like the full dynamic range of the new like the Apple Log. Man, you can really get, and like combining that with even like I was shooting a bunch of stuff on like the 1X, so like the best camera on it, combining like bringing that into Davinci and just using like the defocus background, like the new one that puts the blur, like the mask behind the blur or the blur behind the mask. You can get really realistic looking bokeh, like really nice, and you can, it's almost indistinguishable, you know, like just with consumer, like a phone and a free software. It's wild. Yeah.
Exciting. So a great big unknown of exciting futures.
Yeah, absolutely. Awesome. And I wonder, I also wonder if they were talking about the H.265 codec, like for streaming for the cloud stuff. I wonder if they're making it. I'm not sure if this is something that happens within Davinci or if this is something that happens on like through your computer, but like being able to decode H.265 even faster, because it's gotten better and better, where you can literally like half the time I'm editing H.265, like I forget to turn the proxies back on, and I find myself editing H.265 and it's like fine. Like I know you're not supposed to edit it at all, but it's just gotten so much better. Like the algorithms have got better at decoding it very quickly. So I wonder if that's also an area where they're going to put, or where they're putting resource into, is like making that even faster so that it becomes, there's like less barrier to be moving these massive files around, like lossless files. Crazy.
Yeah, no doubt, for sure.
Not truly
good chatting with you all, guys.
You know.
Yeah, but like it'd be really awesome. It'd be a huge technical increase to like the whole live streaming. It'll just get things done quickly.
Yeah.
It's great chatting to you all, guys.
Yeah, you guys.
It's gonna be super fun.
With everybody. Good seeing all the new stuff coming from Blackmagic this year.
Yeah. It's super cool.
It'll be a wild one.
Yeah. All right, everybody. I will catch you all later, and have a good rest of your day, and have a good rest of your morning, Orson.
Yeah, get some sleep, Orson.
Look, the sun's already up now. I may as well just stay up.
Go cut your lawn now. Okay.
Yeah.
See you guys. Bye.
Bye, guys.
All right, that's going to be it for the stream as well. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Stay tuned for more videos on the channel, and join the Discord for more updates on stuff I'm doing all the time. But I'll catch you guys in the next one. See ya. Happy scripting.